When you're an outlaw, you don't have a lot of time to look for quick and easy, healthy food options. And when you're in the middle of gaming, there's only one real solution.
HEB.
HEB Curbside. Jake places his order on the HEB app and then heads to HEB. He texts HEB to let them know he's arrived. And bam, his order is delivered to his car in no time. Contact free. It's that simple. Now Jake and Dante have a full stock of grub and are back online gaming with their teammates. HEB Curbside, making it easy for Jake and Dante to be Houston Outlaws.
Howdy and welcome to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle and I'll be your host for today's action. We have qualifier number 2 coming up for you today. It's going to be a wonderful performance of the best 16 teams we have decided from the tournament that we were doing yesterday. We want to give a quick shout out to Nerd Focus, who was one of our sponsors today. It's perfect for professional drivers, business professionals, college students, rank grinders, whatever you need to power through your day. You can get it on Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, or on the GoPuff app. So make sure to hit that up. I've got my can right here, so I'm sipping on it throughout the day, and I hope you guys find this product out too. We have 2 wonderful casters to help us join in on the action today. Let's go ahead and bring them in. It's going to be Leaf and Danger Taco. Welcome to the stream, gentlemen. Let's start with Leaf. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm doing all right. I'm excited. We had a qualifier done before. I'm looking at the teams here. Not to jump ahead, but I'm looking at the teams and I'm excited to see them down because there's honestly some really good competition. A lot of people are like, okay, we need to get in on this. So yeah, you'll be excited watching some of these teams.
After qualifier number 1, they saw that a couple of teams got in without not as much competition as we thought they were going to get. So the teams are like, oh, maybe we should get in on this. Danger Taco, how are you doing today? I've been working with you a lot, my friend.
Yeah, we have been working together a lot, and it's great to be back for yet another iteration of the Fickle and Taco partnership here. But I agree with the sentiments expressed so far, is that Qualifier 1, we saw Team EXE, and we're like, that's a team that we'd expect out of this tournament, and then now we're getting to see previous teams that have made runs in RLCSX, they've gotten into the grid, so these is a lot of competition, they understand what's at stake, and I'm glad we're going to have a nice series of matches, and chat's going to be well entertained throughout today.
And let's actually talk about what is at stake, because it is I was thinking about this when I was in the shower this morning, and I was like, man, this has got to be the biggest prize pool of a non-major tournament that I've ever seen. Like, thinking about the scope of it, like, if you were to win RLCS in Season 4 or 5, I think you would still make more money and longevity with this tournament contract over the course of 12 months, because the winner of this gets a $15,000 contract split 3 ways, so that's $5,000 per player, minimum 1 year, and a chance to compete under the Beasley Esports brand, which is the owners of the Houston Outlaws in RLCS Season 11. That is a massive prize pool for these guys. Leaf, you've been in the RLCS almost every single season. Well, what does that mean for some of these teams?
Just to clarify, I have not been in the RLCS. I've been watching other people in the RLCS. I am nowhere near good enough to be in the RLCS. But that is the you talk about the money, but the key thing here, this is great because financials is what helps players focus and be able to dedicate their time to something like this. But the key thing here, and I know Turtle was harping on this huge too, and he realizes how important it is, and then players are too, seeing the teams we had signed up, that this is a contract. This is a professional contract now for you to prove yourself, get out there. Even if you don't win this, you don't win this contract, you're not proving yourself on that stage against a team that gets that contract. You're out here to show people what you can do on a bigger stage and to get yourself prepped for that next season of RLCS. And if you can go into that next season of RLCS, Fickle, with a contract behind you, you're able to put so much more time into it. You're going to grow so much as a player that you have that time and that those resources to support you doing so.
It's just something that you cannot tangibly
grab out to and latch on to. Let's start synonyms. Taco, get us synonyms here. What do we? Let's find him his word. Let's find him his word.
I just put away my thesaurus.
Okay.
All right, well, I'll get back to it. Let's talk about the bracket and the format we got going on this weekend. Here is the bracket for us to look at here. And Leek was mentioning some of these top teams we got coming up. Our very first match of the day will be that Vibrance and the Blues matchup, but that's only one of the teams that we're looking at. Zookeepers and Frequents, Nefarious, Absolute Fracture, Square One, Beach Boys, and then in the lowers bracket, where it's a little more stakes on the line, we have Mousetrap and ALC. We have Odyssey and the University of Alabama. I'm sure Taco will be happy about that. And then we also have Untamed Esports. Excuse me, they do have a name. And Yonkeldonk. I think that might be my favorite name. Wait, but we have Sussy Baka and Rising Avian. I would really like to see the qualification match between let me see if I get this correctly. Yonkeldonk and Sussy Baka are two names I would never think I'd be saying on the broadcast.
I don't know if I'll have to cast that one, so I'm honestly okay with it. I get to watch someone else try to suffer.
I don't think they'll be playing, but maybe in the future if they both qualify. But
yeah,
let's talk a little bit about these teams. You know, going from the top, starting with Vibrance. This is a squad that has actually made some pretty big waves in community tournaments before. We've hosted them in several community tournaments where they're beating Alpine as well as RLCS caliber teams in the past. But how much do we know about this other team, the Blues? I'll throw it over to Taco, talk a little bit about them as well, since he should know them quite well.
Yeah, the Blues are actually just an alternate name because they can't use their official name, but it's essentially the roster that is representing Columbia College, a team in Missouri within Collegiate Rocket League. Within the summer series run by College Carball, they've been playing in that. They're third in the Western top division behind UNT and also UT Arlington, the two by far best teams in the West. So this is a team that is not messing around, and even though it is, I think, CRL for people who aren't as well versed in that scene, it has that reputation of being like, oh, just kind of an average league. Every single player in there is minimum SSL at this point. It is very high skill tier, and to be honest, this team, the Blues, has potential to really ruin a lot of days. So Vibrance has made some waves, but at the end of the day, they still need to show up, and this is a good team to at least keep them on their toes, remind them to keep their eyes on the prize.
Yeah, and these are going to be some long matches today because the winners or the winners will move on in the very first upper bracket, but the losers will move down to lower bracket for their second chance to qualify. Importantly to mention that if you did not qualify in the first qualifier, you had to change one of the three of your members if you wanted to try it again. I know that there were some people that attempted that. I'm not sure if they got all the way through, but maybe not full rosters, but maybe the players. Let's talk a little bit about the rosters as well. We have Nefarious, which is going to be Adam, Hockey, and Buddy, which is another team that we've seen in the community events. Square One, which has a bit of a throwback on it. So we've got Zanil, Heck, and Karma. Now, she's been making runs at the RLCS recently and has been in the RLCS as a full-time player for a very long time. So they are trying to, once again, get that bread and get the contract. Yeah. Zookeepers, which is...
good. I was worried you were about to skip over. I'm like, you gonna disrespect my boy J-Bot like this?
No. And that's not actually James Bot. That's a common
misconception. J-Bot. Yes. Okay. I knew that. Okay, I thought you were trying to tell me. Like, I know this.
No. I know you know because you know James Villar very personally. But this roster is actually a fully fledged RLCS team that was under an organization, but now are free agents, mind you. And that is the roster of Tool, J-Bot, and Bambi. Absolute insane roster. Looking forward as well, we have Frequents, which is going to be Flitz, Kiri, and Shay. Black Flame, which is Sharif, Eris, and Deck. Deck XP. I'm not really sure how to say that too much, but I know Sharif is from the One scene, has some pretty notable performances in some of the community 1v1 tournaments, so hopefully he'll make some good waves today. Going down a little bit further, I see Ambivalent has Jimmers on it, another 1v1 player as well, high level. We already talked about the Blues, and Northeastern University is another one we see there. And moving further down, I'm not seeing too many notable names, but hey, this is the tournament that you're going to want to prove your notoriety. Leaf, of all those teams so far, which one is your favorite maybe to move on today and looking forward to the rest of the tournament as well?
Well, again, this is why I started talking about it earlier, that this is very a very tough qualifier. You mentioned some of the teams have kind of breezed on through to that next part of this tournament in the last qualifier. That's not going to happen here. Look at almost all these squads. You know, you mentioned all the rosters here, but every single roster has at least one notable player on it. You know, you're going through even on the ones that are less. You know, obviously we have our J-Bot. We got Buddy in there. We got Karma all over there. I'm even looking at players like Blaze. We've seen players, some of these players even starting to make waves. There are not a single roster here, I think, that isn't in contention for a qualifying spot, because there's 8 of them open here for these teams. There are so many good teams. It's going to be hard. But to answer the question fully, it's tough. It is really tough because there are so many good teams. I have to put my eyes on Zookeepers. That's why I was mad that you went to the other teams first, because I'm like, you need to talk about these guys right now. And yeah, I'm like, we got to talk about J-Bot, Bambi Tool. Like, again, this roster, you mentioned it, they have that RLCS experience. They know what it takes to be on the grind and to be in the zone when it comes down to the wire. And it's coming down to the wire now with qualification spots on the lines. Zookeepers, one of mine. Of course, you always have to watch out for other players with that experience, like Karma. That's a great captain for her team. So again, she's got that experience when it comes down to keeping in the zone on the wire. So a lot of teams, a lot of rosters, but Zookeepers is my focus.
I love seeing those notable RLCS players kind of take those younger players under their wing and really mentor them. I think that's kind of what Karma's going for. Not to say she's not a great player on her own, but it's really about the mentality and leadership that she brings to that squad. Taco, what about you from those notable teams you got your eye on today?
I mean, we talked about Vibrance. They're a team that I was really excited to watch within DreamHack, but actually they exceeded my expectations in terms of getting results in the fashion that they did, taking on those RLCS caliber teams. Because normally when you have a competition like this, or really any competition like DreamHack Beyond, open tournaments for open qualification, you get a lot of entrants, and then people are saying, yeah, but they're in the bracket with pro teams. They can hang at this level. They're all the same rank, more or less. And then you actually play them, and then you just get absolutely swept out of the lobby. It gets real ugly, and you're like, oh, I get it. There's levels to this. There's like high level players, there's like bubble players, and then there's pro players. But these guys were hanging with it. They were taking a lot of shots. They were pressuring the goal very effectively in a way that I think a lot of teams struggle to do. So if a team is looking to get signed, if a team is looking to make that push, to make that next level, to get into RLCSX or at least contend for it, that's the level of play you have to bring. And at least for right now, they are bringing it. It's just a question of in this next match to see if they actually can follow through with that.
And we will be qualifying 8 teams today. So that's 4 from the uppers, 4 from the lower bracket. Personally, I've also got my eyes on Zookeepers and Vibrance. I really kind of want to see the University of Alabama as well as the Northeastern University people come through to see if they can eventually clutch it up for the college scene, because I'm very well attuned to those players, and it means absolutely the world to them. And it's just amazing. So love to see that coming on. And thinking about the previous qualifier that we had, Team.exe, as well as Nitro Drift, Prime Thunder, and their team as well, they've already got some pretty notable names, but I think this qualifier is much, much harder now that teams are aware that this is happening, as well as what's on the line. It's a huge dog pile right now to see who can get a spot. And I've really got my eyes on that Team.exe and Zookeepers or /Vibrance matchup, because I feel like those teams are maybe the best ones we've seen so far, but anything can happen today.
I want to mention, I mean, like we just went through the teams we have our eyes on too, but I think, again, we got to give a bit of respect to Nefarious as well. I mean, we've seen what Hawk, Adam, and Buddy can do. These are all really good players, and I would not be surprised if this is a team that also just plows through their first upper round match. So I want to make sure people know. Sure, we have our eyes on a few teams. We had a couple repeats like Zookeepers there, but there are so many good teams. Please keep cheering for these other teams too, because you can pick almost any from the upper bracket, and that's a good pick at this point. So I just want to put a little bit of respect on those names too, because there's a good chance that they're qualifying through in the second qualifier.
Yeah, so let's actually get into our first matchup, and let's start talking about this one in particular. It's going to be Vibrance and the Blues. And just to give you a reminder on who's on those squads, it's going to be Astro, Beefy, and Oath on the side of Vibrance, and the Blues squad will be Crows, Shiny Wings, Cams, and Cryptic. That's at University of in Missouri, Columbia College. And let's get into these predictions. This is actually, I think, a much closer match than the seeds would maybe imply, because I think the Blues roster is more formidable than potentially Vibrance will give credit for. I'd actually like to know Danger Taco's thoughts on this matchup, because he'll know much more about the competitive efficacy of this Blues team.
I think the Blues team is certainly a contender. Whether or not they can consistently match the speed of play that I think Vibrance brings to the table is another question. I think if the Blues want to be competitive in this matchup, they have to play the way they have been playing throughout the summer series, which is kind of their preview to going into the fall for contending for Collegiate Rocket League's main season. And the way that they've been playing and the way that they've been finding success is they're better than most teams that they've played against all season in the summer at making sure they keep pressure. The rotations aren't really aggressive at first, and they back all the way off. They're very good at controlling the midfield. They're very good at not letting any easy balls slide, contending anything in the midfield quickly, and things like that go a long way because it extends your pressure. It forces the other team to slow down and get a lot more methodical or a lot more creative with how they go down the field, and oftentimes it does trip people up. I think Vibrance has the skill to overcome that, but if the Blues can stick to that game plan and execute it well, it's a very close game, and I think that any team that plays against a team like the Blues, regardless if they think they're the next heir apparent to getting into the finals, still have to show up and actually play their game. Otherwise, they're going to be in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, and I'd love to see Crow, especially. It's a bit of an underdog story because he's tried so many times, and I think it would be an amazing point of storyline if he was actually able to get the contract through this particular tournament, because that would be a crazy timeline. Tries all this time, and then finally Beasley shows up and he just pops off on that tournament. That would be freaking amazing. Luke, what do you think?
I think this is a real proving ground for a lot of people, and when we look at how competitive and how good players are getting now in that bubble scene, it's becoming a dog-eat-dog world where everyone's trying to get to the RLCS. That's the goal, right? So we know that Crows has been out there trying to say, I need to get there. I'm trying to prove this. This is, I think, in my opinion, if you're looking out for a story on the field right now, for Crows, this is a very, very important moment here to try to grab one of these qualifying spots. But again, you're up against really tough talent. So that's a story to keep an eye on, whether it's through the upper or through the lower, because there are no easy teams in this qualifier. So it's going to be a real test for Crows specifically on the field. But this first test against Astro, Fifi, and Oath is going to be a really hard one. At least, at worst case, if you don't make it through that upper bracket, Fickle, this is a great warm-up going into that lower bracket.
I think if they go down to the lower bracket isn't as impressive to me just yet, but I haven't seen what kind of talent we have down there. But let's do our predictions. These are going to be best of sevens, so this is actually a competitive, solid match. There's no, well, it was only a best of 5 or a best of 3. No, these are fully fledged hair on your chest best of 7s. If you can't clutch up or adapt in this situation, then you are maybe not deserving of that contract just yet. So I want to know Taco's prediction. Best of 7 between the Blues and Vibrance. What do you got?
Blues are in this game if they play their game plan and be able to execute, especially in that midfield pressure. You do not want Vibrance getting into a rhythm and knocking it off your backboard and just tormenting your goal line. I don't think the Blues can do that, only because Vibrance have shown that they've played against a higher caliber of team that the Blues are going up against. And granted, Blues have and Crows have in recent weeks through Nerd Street Gaming and other weekly tournaments have shown that they've played against really high-level opponents and won, taking a series over True Neutral, for example, in a more notable aspect. But those are exceptions. They're not necessarily the expected results. It's about consistency, and whether or not they can do the same thing with the Blues here against Vibrance, I don't know if that's on the cards. Vibrance looked incredibly strong. Granted, they didn't take all the victories, and they're not cleaning up tournaments, but they're getting far, and at least they look like they can play at that pace of Pro Rocket League. I think they take this one in a best of 7. I think the Blues might sneak away with 1 or 2, but at max, I think most optimistically, I'm thinking Vibrance takes it 4-2.
Okay, that's a pretty well eloquated answer. Leaf, what do you think about this matchup?
It's so well eloquated to the point that I don't have much to say beyond I mentioned this being an important match and a tough match, a proving grounds for Crows here, and I think the reason for that is because they are the underdog, so I will also Have to go with Vibrance on this one, and I'm also guessing it's going to be close to a 4-1 scoreline, maybe 4-2, but I'm thinking Vibrance is going to have what it takes to knock this one out of the park.
I'm leaning Vibrance here as well. I think the Blues can get a cheeky first game. Like, they're going to come out strong. This means a lot to them. They've been warming up for a long time. I think they got what it takes, but this Vibrance roster is going to adapt, and they're going to win this. I got 4-1 in the favor of Vibrance. But Talkin' League is over, ladies, gentlemen, and Rocket League fans. Our first match is finally ready between the Blues and Vibrance. And to call it today, it will be Leaf and Danger Taco. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thanks, Fickle. Yeah, we're about to get into our first match. Again, we've already been through Qualifier at Taco. We've already seen one. We've had a few teams slip on through. Now it gets tougher. The mountain gets bigger to climb, and up first to try to prove they can grab one of those spots is Vibrance and the Blues. A best of 7. This is going to be a tough matchup for both of them because it's the first one in. You're on the screen. Maybe a little bit of nerves off the bat. We'll see what happens, Taco. But we're both on the same page here with who we think is going to come out on top.
Yeah, and I think it really just comes down to game plan execution, but you definitely nothing to slight these players. They're all top-notch, and if we are voting against them, it's really just because you have to make a pick at the end. Yeah. But at least right off the bat, Blues getting a nice shot and required a fantastic save out of Oath, and they're going to actually continue to aggress with Cryptic. Going for a double tap, maybe right off the bat, not in. Crows on the crash, and it's another save to the side, so they're certainly bringing the heat right off the bat.
Yeah, Vibrance again. I mean, it's about making a statement right now. You want to get that first goal on the board. First goal of Qualifier 2 on the stream. That's a way to say, hey, we're here, we're ready to play, we're not getting shut out at least. But it was shut down. We'll look for another one in center, but look how quickly that play gets cut off. The Blues are definitely in the game. They got their focus on. They're watching out for these plays. They know what Vibrance can do, and they're respecting those plays getting in the way.
So we'll go back to a little bit of midfield play as the initial pressure from the Blues has somewhat dissipated, but we still haven't seen Vibrance record a shot yet. And right now, as I was talking, the midfield pressure is the game that the Blues like to play, and it seems to be working out. Cam actually bumped out of the way, couldn't get that shot off. Cryptic will just throw another one forward, but Oath will hit that deep. Gets the follow into the middle, but no one up for Vibrance. Seems like they keep pushing forward, but that last pass that they need to get that shot off, to get their scoring opportunity, just has not been present. They've really just been pressed back most of this game. However, I think the Blues have gotten very aggressive, and it might get punished if they're not careful. Oath on the follow, but Cam is there, and back out to mid we go.
Yeah, good pre-jump save there from Crows. You got to be careful about where you're throwing those free jumps out. Eventually you're going to get called out for them, but at this moment, that was the right call there. But there is a bit of an attack now coming on from the Blues. They're taking their time. They're trying to work with that ball up the field. They're going to connect. Oath is going to find the back of the net.
And Vibrance was taking some punches, but they dealt with them well, and now they're just waiting for that incisive cut in field. Nice little touch to Oath, and you can't strike it a lot sweeter than that one. Top shelf, a lot of power behind it. Not much you can do unless you are in the way. Blues now are behind. Vibrance has a lead to hang on to, even though I feel like they've really been on the back foot for most of this game. At the end of the day, now it's about clock management, and maybe in their case, trying to add to that lead as they'll have another one off the backboard, but good clear by Crows.
Yeah, 1 goal lead by the Blues, but lots of time left. Not even at the halfway mark yet of game 1. Plenty of Rocket League still to happen here in our first match. We'll see if an answer will come out here.
A lot of back and forth. Oh no, a lot of back and forth in here. It's just the ball's just hanging around the midfield as both teams trying to just get any really sense of 50s in through here. And right now it seems like Vibrance kind of waiting back at midfield, cranking one on the backboard, and now these little infield passes are just so beautiful. Oath to Phoebe, the 1-2, and that's number 2 on the board for them.
Yeah, Crows tried to tip that one a little further away. It went right back into the hands of Fifi. Look at, as you said, a 1-2 punch right back to the net. That's real hard to save when the ball's moving that quick right on your goal line.
So on we will play. That's the second goal, and both been very well worked. But I love that play from Vibrance in that when you're looking at the Blues, I think that strategy seems to come out almost like just waiting for your opportunity. Oath doesn't have to wait long for their opportunity to shine. What a setup from Astro. Still a lot to do, but boy, did they do it well.
I knew he would get the double tap, but I didn't know where it was going to get placed. That was placed beautifully, far left, out of the reach of that last defender. And a statement has been made now to the Blues, saying, you know, maybe we won't even let you get a goal because they've been shut out thus far.
Oh, no. Okay, the goal line save's coming in, but right now the Blues, I think, are really starting to recognize at the beginning of the game, they're saying, yeah, we can hang in this, and now it's like, oh, wait, these guys are for real. Okay, well, we're going to have to step up the defense a little bit as the 3-goal scoreline looking more and more intimidating by the second. However, this is a 3v1. Cryptic trying to get that flick off, but even then, Astro too quick, and the clear around, and will gather the possession. So Vibrant's at a rocky footing. They're certainly very sturdily underway now, and they're the ones dictating the pace of game number 1.
Yeah, you did see Crows too trying to get a demo there on that attack that they had, or a bump at least. So at least they're trying to stay creative, try to utilize all the tools that they have in their arsenal. The problem is that they are losing on the boost game, and that's causing them to be just a little bit frantic on some of their plays.
I think it's all about playing confident, but also making sure you're spacing out effectively. 2 players there for the Blues. Third commits, and that's just a wide open counterattack, but the extra pass doesn't go their way. Back to Oath, faked in the middle. Astro with a fake, and now they're just playing with their food, it seems.
Yeah, they really wanted that goal still, so they kept trying and doubling down on the fakes there. Eventually, the Blues weren't going to let that slide, and they do grab their first goal after that craziness on the other side.
Yeah, no, trying to hold that up, and there's a time and place for it. However, sets up perfectly for the infield pass, and Cam still has a lot to do, get it past the defender. And with 22 seconds remaining, I'm not saying it's out of hand, but certainly they wish they kept it a little bit closer down the stretch.
Yeah, and again, this is a best of 7, right? So there's plenty of time to make those adjustments, but I don't think game 1 is going to be that. Fifi, another beautiful double tap.
It just shows the caliber, obviously, of all these players, but also just the margin for error. A simple infield pass, you're thinking, oh, that's a shot, I can react to it. But what about the player following it themselves? The self-pass off the backboard a couple times, Vibrance has gone to that well, and it's something that's going to really keep coughing up goals up until the Blues find a way to stop it. Game number 1 was really written by that storyline, and at least some goals are going in for the Blues, but I think they certainly have a lot to stitch up, especially on that transition out of their back half going into game number 2.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think a lot of that came from the fact that they were feeling a lot of well-placed shots from Vibrance. They also were dealing with a couple boost steals here and there. And once you start running out of the only resource in Rocket League, which is your boost, you know, you start to be put in positions where you have to think a bit more, and that's hard to do in game 1. You're still just trying to feel it out, you know.
Yeah, there's still a lot of feeling out, and that's really what game 1s are all about. The Vibrance, you can't really say that Vibrance and Blues have really played against each other, so at the end of the day, even if you don't have those scrims, they're going to have to deal with all of these games going into game number 2, and they'll have some break.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about this in a few more moments. We're time to go to a nerd-focused game break.
Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
So for
and
right
that
now.
was that was a statement taco from Vibrance here. I mean, you saw that the goals weren't just goals; these were highlight goals. These were beautiful double taps. You saw Oath and Fifi rocking those passes back and forth, and not only was the Blues taco having difficulty getting into their own half, transitioning down, they were also under onslaught of incredible plays like that.
And I think the storyline for me, at least, down the stretch, is that they started off with some good offense, and then it somewhat faltered as Vibrance was able to consolidate and understand what they needed to do to counter up and get their own attacks going. But if the Blues do have opportunities, they need to make sure they are high quality. They can't just throw the ball away. I think especially with that boost management, all those steals coming in from Vibrance down the stretch, it can be hard to get out of your half, and eventually Vibrance will punish you, especially with those double taps or those well-worked passing plays. They're bringing really a smorgasbord of offensive options, and it's only going to continue up until the Blues can find a way to slow them down.
Game 2 will see the Blues trying to gather a game back. Otherwise, the series is going to start to slowly slip away from them. But highlight plays coming out from Vibrance in that first game. It's going to be hard to match that for the Blues in Game 2 here. But this is their chance to get those plays started. They almost had an opportunity off the post there. But just a bit wide, there'll be an opportunity for Vibrance to move down the other end of the field.
And that's really the type of opportunity that I'm looking for out of them. Cryptic had an open shot, and they had to tuck it in on that near post, but they opted for a little bit more post than the near side, so it will be going awry. But at least they're starting off at game number 2, the same as game number 1, getting early opportunities. It's just about whether or not they can actually hold up this offense. Cryptic called to action on the defensive half. Cam will get another clear out. Astro into Fifi, but only a deflection, and on will go. Bit calmer entry here this first minute, really back and forth, a little bit of ping pong in the midfield.
Okay, I'm seeing what the problem is now. Almost every single one of the Blues touches have been relatively telegraphed, and Cryptic has been calling out every single one of them. Keep your eye on Cryptic here. So they're in the game now, and I think Cryptic is going to be that change for the Blues coming into game 2 because they needed something to intercept all those plays, and I think he's that guy now.
But there's still a lot to do, especially at these solo plays. Fifi can't get the double tap, will get a boost steal, so the ball will be at least a little bit more difficult to clear out. Astro into the corner again. Cryptic will a gentle touch, but ultimately it's back around in the corner. And Vibrant's doing a good job of pounding it down. However, Blues being very economical with their boost usage, just enough in the tank to contend for it. And now they'll finally get a break to go up, but both will save just enough out. Crows will dunk it down again. Boost management pretty clean from both sides, but where we've seen these really creative passing plays from Vibrance in game number 1, it seems like they're going for more brute force. I haven't seen too many infield plays. It's mostly just kind of chucks downfield. Speaking of, Cryptic gets a chuck downfield, but even that acrobatic attempt will not find its way in.
Well, again, I think it's because of what I was just talking about. They have to go for this brute forcing because a lot of their plays were being intercepted by Cryptic. He was getting in the way and reading a lot of the telegraph plays. You know, Vibrance showed what they can do in game 1, and the Blues have studied it coming to game 2 knowing what that playbook looks like. So it's going to be up to Vibrance to come up with a couple fresh plays here. Otherwise, it will just have to be that brute force.
So Fifi will advance yet again as we enter the final 2 minutes. Cryptic, longer shot to test the defense. Astro equal to it. Not the best extension, though. Oath and them are both on the sideline. Cryptic up 4, has to ray Fifi. It's a double tap off the ceiling, and Astro still reacts to it. What a save to keep us even here. And now on transition, Oath setting up Astro, but he's blasted out of the way. And that double tap, they're not taking any chances, are the Blues.
Yeah, I was worried about that Astro touch because it almost looked like he did not have control of it, and it was about to go right back in front of the net. But fortunately for them, it stayed out. We stay tied at a 0-0 game with a final minute approaching here. Good touch from Oath to make sure Cryptic's front of his car didn't land on that one and grab a dunk goal for the Blues. But the Blues were hoping that was a dunk as they've lost game 1, are scoreless in game 2. Are looking for an answer here.
Nice little flicks around. Fifi just trying to really impose their will on the dribble. They've been one to really try to dance through the defense at times, and they found moderate success. And these tiny little touches, they're just so devious. It's right out in front. Astro on the fake challenge caused a lot of havoc on the Blues side. A long clear for them to deal with. A little bit of a double commit, so I'm curious to see if that's a little bit of foreshadowing as 2 players committed on that one. Blues certainly impressed back. All this hectic nature of attack from Vibrant certainly doing its toll, but up until now, it's really quality Blues defense that has kept them into it. Might be looking at an overtime unless we're seeing some heroics out of Fifi here. The flip reset past 1, not past the second. Astro will keep it in the corner again, but Crows, another clear out. and they'll have a little bit more breathing room up until Oath gets a doomsy dish, and we thought it would take something special to break this deadlock, but look at that.
I was going to credit Blues for playing that flip reset properly. They had someone high, they had someone low, but they couldn't break out of their own end. Oath says, all right, we need to deal with this situation. Let's get it over with, and plays that solo play. We asked for a playbook change from this team. They had the playbook change. You called it out, Taco, that they looked like they were having difficulty trying to get those team plays again. Well, they opted for the solo plays. We'll talk about that in just a moment. It is now time for our HEB game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is sponsored by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at HEB.com and download the HEB app today. The search for the next Rocket.
This game number 2, I think that is exactly the adjustments I wanted. If I'm the Blues, I'm thinking, okay, game number 1 really got out of hand down the stretch here. Not really sure what's going to go on. But then game number 2, it's a little bit cleaner. They were able to advance on offense, and granted, they were on the back foot for a lot of that game, but ultimately getting saves, keeping themselves in it, and maybe it's not the way that they would like a game to go, but at least it shows that if they take those opportunities, if they do go in, that game could be going a different avenue. That was a 3-goal decision in game number 1, only down to 1 now. So game number 3, really everything's on the table still for the Blues.
Yeah, but this is problematic though, because Vibrant still found a solution. I mean, the Blues came in and said, all right, we see what we're doing. We're going to shut that down. And they did a good job of that. I got to give credit to Blues. They saw what happened in game 1, and they didn't let that happen in game number 2. But Vibrant still had a solution by the end of that, and that starts to get on your nerves if you're the Blues, saying, well, we're shutting these things down, but they have more tools in the tool shed here. What are we doing to create opportunities instead of constantly trying to play from behind, just shutting down Vibrants?
And right now, Vibrant's doing a good job of playing proactively and not reactively, which allows them to dictate quite a lot. Even predicting those plays, though, as that will be rejected. Another kind of a tame shot from Cryptic, turned to the side. So Blues starting off yet again. It seems like this is the consistency of Vibrant. Seems like every game they're fine to take a couple early hits onto their goal, but after that, I think they're just doing what all good teams do, adapt well, and by the time that the game is over, it does seem like, as you say, they find a way through. They find a way to counter whatever is being dealt to them, and they're getting wins. They're halfway to their sweep now, and they're just trying to look to continue it.
Well, some early aggression here from the Blues. But sneaky touches has been the calling card of Vibrance. Every time they're moving up on offense, a lot of time they get to keep a little extra pressure. It's because of those little sneaky touches that they've been getting on the blue half of the field. So the Blues definitely going to have to be keeping an eye on those, being aware that they might have to deal with some of those.
So far, Blues doing fairly well, but they seem to be a half second late in all these challenges out into the midfield. Astro setting up Fifi a little bit wide. Now on to 3v1. Oath trying to challenge quickly. Cam, I believe, might have been setting up a fake flick or a musty. I guess we'll never know. I guess they're not lacking for confidence if they're trying to set that one up. It's some bumps coming through, though. That's something we haven't seen from Vibrance. It might pay off. It's off of the bar. And Oath not going to get it, but Cam, unfortunately, not every clear is going to be a diamond.
No, I think Oath might have gotten a touch on the way down. He did.
Oh, my
put
God,
that
I
in.
didn't see that.
Yes, that's why I was like, what? That was brilliant. Oath, what a dog to shove away that first goal in Game 3.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't see that at all. I thought that was just, he was desperate to try to rush back Cam and did get it to go, but instead, Oath, I mean, talk about playing it to the whistle. And on top of that, Oath is joining it yet again. Just a menace off that backboard. Another near post dunk there.
Oh, my God. He's just getting a million touches. Oath is like, yeah, I'll finish that up. And Astro just he forced the defenders to wait and think. There's no way the Blues were able to jump on that ball because Astro just kept touching it. You don't want to jump in and get beaten out if you know another touch might be coming. So they all waited, and they gave Oath a bit more space to have that play. And that's going to roll right in front of the net. That one hurts for the Blues.
There's a term, snowballing, after a while, and I don't think we'd be seeing this in a caliber of games like this, where it's like, wow, most of the time you can counter. And look, game number 2 got way better than game number 1. Game number 3, this has gone off the rails very quickly. Vibrance is just all over that goal mouth of the Blues. They are crashing the boards, and unless the Blues can get those clears, they're pretty much consistently being put in. Now the first defensive mistake on the other side will open the doors for the Blues, but they're going to need a lot more of that in the second half of this game.
If you had dropped that off to me a second before, I was about to say I want to see some more from Cryptic, and there it is. It was a great pass across, though, from Crows to set that up in the first place. But they need to get on that ball a bit more. Look how fast Vibrance is jumping on this ball. I mean, that third goal there came out of what essentially is a quick attack. Just both players were on the ball already in the air for that touch, and that gives you so little time as the Blues to intercept these plays. They get in the middle of this, and to get that possession back, they need to start diving, and especially once it's starting to come down to the wire. They're not out of it yet. It's not match point yet, but it's getting very close to it, and they're going to have to start playing some desperate plays.
And that is what happens when you have a lot of coordination on your squad. Astro goes for the double tap. Fifi gets rid of the goalie, and then Oath has the simple job of tucking it away. Full team play right there. Vibrance firing on all cylinders. 4 goals of 8 shots. I mean, it's tough to contend with any team that's shooting that well, that consistently.
Man, you called out Cam for not having a lack of confidence, for being like, okay, he's going for a musty or something. That's good. The confidence levels from Vibrance right now are off the charts. Oath is pre-jumping up, knowing Astro is going to get that double tap. It is crazy how much Vibrance players are trusting each other. Is it punishable? Absolutely. But man, is it fast and scary to play against.
Yeah, they're just buying into everything that they are putting forward, Vibrance, and it's working out more often than not. Very good at slowing down the play. They're cutting out the infield passes from the Blues, and really it just comes down to misses. As long as Vibrance doesn't miss the ball, Blues don't have much to say, but at least they have a second goal here in Game 3.
Hey, again, you don't want to feel like it's steamrolling like this. Only being able to get 1 goal a game does not feel as good, man. Getting a couple means you can keep yourselves in, but you're still playing against a team that is trusting in each other hugely, and they're getting the touches they need. That's the key thing. Oath, he's always there for the cleanups, trusting that Astro is going to get a good touch. And as long as Astro keeps getting those, they're going to keep scoring.
Like that continuation. Good dunk by Cryptic. However, all of the Blues really migrating left to right in unison. No one in the middle to cover that, so it will go back into the corner. Astro going for a bump, not needed. Fifi has more boost, a better read, and a nice finish to boot. And yet another goal. Vibrant just keeps on rolling. They're just so good at playing just that half second faster.
Look at it. It's Astro. Astro's setting up every single play. He's just always in there making sure that those touches are getting sent out to his teammates. And now every single goal that they have assisted by one of the players on the team. Astro, again, leading that charge as the playmaker. And Fifi saying, all right, I want to get on the board too. I hear you leave praising the other two, but it's a three-man team. I see you, Fifi. You're out there too, but yeah, they're looking good. The whole team, the whole squad is connecting real well.
It seems like it's only going to continue. Astro's trying to get some doubles, but ultimately they're just trying to throw the ball downfield.
Whoops.
Another miss by a couple players on the pre-jump, and ultimately, even with all these goals going through, I feel like Vibrance is still just as confident. They're not worried. They know these goals are going in just because they're trying to meme on it. Fifi coming across and Oath trusting that read on it. And ultimately, this game has been theirs. Even though the shots, I think this is a game that you'd have to watch to understand the flow of it. The stats don't seem as disparate as you might expect for how we're hyping this squad up. But it shows that they're getting a little confident, having a little fun with it. And curious to see if that might be their Achilles heel going forward in the series, but so far, a confident team is a happy team.
Well, this will set us at match point here. I'm very confident 2 goals are not going to come in this last final seconds. And we're going to grab ourselves, as we said, a match point situation here. for Vibrance as the Blues. We knew it would be a fight. But they've got quite a mountain to climb ahead of them. They'll have to do that in a few moments. It's time for another Nerd Focus game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, packed with nootropics to help you focus while having energy to get through the day. Perfect for your grind. Go to nerdfocus.com today.
And Vibrance at match point now. Taco, this is not looking good for the Blues, but we kind of had this scenario played out in our heads already from the beginning here. Obviously, we do want to look at what the Blues can do to optimize their chances of staying in this top part of the bracket. What do you think is the game plan for them coming to this next game?
I think they need to steal a page out of Vibrance's playbook. If I'm the Blues, I am understanding that the success that I found in community tournaments, in other events that they like in the College Carball Summer Series right now, when they're playing in those games, what makes them successful is their ability to keep pressure. But right now, what they're trying to do is find that one infield pass and then shot and then retreat, and then the infield pass, then shot. Whereas Vibrance is content with just getting an air dribble, forcing pressure, and then Oath is just a menace. They don't rotate out. They stay there for a 50 because they understand that all that chaos that they're causing, making it more difficult for the opponents to clear, that's all time being spent by their teammates getting boost, rejoining the attack, and then it just keeps cycling through. It's that pressure that gets Vibrance their success. I want to see the Blues try their hand at that. They have the skill to contend. It's just about showing it, and then right off the bat, of course, as I say that, Vibrance keeps doing Vibrance things.
That's for Cryptic, that's a feels bad one because you feel like you covered the angles, but how does Oath get that touch perfectly placed in the top left there? That's just very clean. That is clinical shooting from Oath this entire series. Astro's been that playmaker. Oath has been so clean. I'm putting that ball where it needs to go as the finish is. And Fifi's just saying, hey, yeah, I'll let him go. I'll get a goal here and there. But, man, it's just been so clean. And these goals don't stop, Toggle.
My camera was in the corner. This touch by Fifi is flawless. Perfect setup. And Astro, I mean, it's still a tough angle, but a player of this caliber going to put it in more times than not. 2-0, and just these cute little touches. Normally, I'm criticizing teams who take those as tiny pop-ups for the next player, but when your team is in sync as much as Vibrance is, every single one of those touches has to be respected, if not basically counted upon if you are the Blues defense, and they're going to keep on rolling, and this is a train that's going to take quite a lot of force to stop.
Even there, though, you look at Oath's fake on that touch there. You saw both the players, Cryptic and Cam, respecting that, okay, this might be a redirect towards the net. They've been scoring all these goals. And then when it's faked, they get caught out. They do manage to get possession of it, but that just adds a whole other layer to the play that the Blues have to watch out for. What if they start faking? What if they really start demoing? That's going to put you out of play. Double tap. Good save.
So Astro will be denied on that one, but again, shows that they don't need those cute little passes. They can just show off right in your face with the double tap on the solo play. And Cam will try a solo play, but it doesn't give the boost, maybe counting on a 50. Couple ricochets across the middle. Oath down to Fifi. Little tap across to the back post. Not on target, but we'll buy him a little bit more time on the transition, though. Cryptic creeping up and will be able to tuck that one in. Back post defender not back in time.
Yeah, there it is. They're keeping this one a lot closer, just getting that ball just in time. Good recognition from Cryptic to get in that play, get a touch. Nothing fancy, but hey, at the end of the day, a goal is a goal. But 3:30 left, lots of time for their opponents to also get some goals. And there's one of them.
And there's sometimes, I think, when you're playing in ranked or when you're playing against lower people in terms of skill, you can look at plays like this and say, okay, I'll take an extra half second. They're not going to read it immediately. Oath almost had that read before it was hit. Already in the air. Perfect read down. It's just terrifying how consistent they are on those backboards.
Do not think that about Oath. Oath is always there. Do not give him the space. Do not think you have time, because Oath will always be there. And Fifi grabbing another one on the board for their team. This is runaway now.
Yeah, they're sniping it from downtown. And talk about thread and needle. They still had to get it past two defenders, and both Crows and Cryptic can't get back in time. Both kind of pre-jump it, but ultimately pixels short. But that is not the same about this lead. 4-1 opening up here than that first 2 minutes, and Blues gonna have to go back to those full team plays, get those bumps, get those counterattacks, really start going. They're completely out of lives. They're 3 minutes away from the journey down into the lowers.
Yeah. This starts to get to the point where you say, okay, we got nothing to lose. Let's go for the crazy plays. You got to read touches like that too. I think, in all honesty, at this point, we can confidently and safely say that team-wise, there is an outclassing happening right now. The players on Vibrance just click so well. There's so much confidence and trust, and that comes from the fact that they're getting those touches. Every single time Astros goes for a touch, he's getting that touch. Every time Oath goes for a double tap or a nice angle, he's getting that nice angle or that double tap. And knowing your teammates can do that allows you to play so much faster.
Yeah, I think the thing that really speaks to me is, of course, the mechanics that they've been showing off all throughout this series are top-notch, getting those double taps, getting those hard angle reads. But ultimately, what I'm also not seeing is a lot of double commits. Really, it's just kind of been meme goals that they've given up, and you might speak, oh, that's a lack of that a competitor's kind of sentiment where you have to finish out every game strong. I think they're having fun. I think they understand that they have this game as long as they play their style. Right now, you don't see a lot of double commits. Everyone's where they need to be. The flow of the rotations is really clean. And you talk about chemistry, that's what happens. You play enough together, and everything just feels natural. And really, I think that we've been seeing the dividends being paid out from that type of chemistry. Just very clean, efficient play. Now all they got to do is just coast their way to the finish. But they'll take a couple more. Oath, yet again, creeping upfield.
Told you. If Oath is there, you don't have time. It's already over. If he's on your half of the field and the ball's right beside him. Great doink from him to put away a fifth. Approaching that Brazil territory now. And I think we have a qualified team here. We're going to call it early. Instead of time of death, it's a time of arrival for a qualified team here. Vibrance. It's going to be that first one on this qualifier number 2.
I think we were talking about qualifier number 1. The word was still getting out about the search, and so you had some teams creep in. Team EXE, for example, was a very high-profile qualifier team. And then as it started getting out, we're saying, okay, we're seeing more and more teams get down. My goodness, to be one of the qualified teams and see this performance by Vibrance, I'm certainly shaking in my boots a little bit. They're all competitors, but you want to have an easy path, and right now Vibrance is showing that they're nothing to be messed with.
You're also happy that you played in that qualifier and not this one. Right? You're like, all right, I got to skip out on playing this team at least to get in. You're going to eventually have to face off, but if you want to, there's only one team that can win, but at least you got into the qualifiers at this point. Yeah, Vibrance, a scary team for sure. They're looking for that final piece here to top off this victory. That'll be that 7th goal. Brazil on their opponents, and we're looking at the Blues doing everything to at least shut down that fate, going even for physical plays. They're not out of the game yet, but that's going to roll in. Brazil hits the scoreboard.
And sometimes you're thinking, well, team's not going to lose that bad. And then you have Brazil's come through, and it's not really, and I really would like to stress, this is not because the Blues are a bad team by any means. On the average skill ranking of all of Rocket League teams, this is an elite team, especially in collegiate play alone. But when it comes down to bubble teams, there is some tiers that you have to go through. And right now, Vibrance making the case that they're not just another bubble team. They're not just another high-ranked team. They are a pro-level team. They're trying to prove it through all the goals through counterattacks. I think that's forgivable because ultimately, I don't think there's really been a single moment outside of maybe the opening 30 seconds of some of these games where they have been out of control of this series. That's the type of performance you're looking for.
And again, you got to give shout out to Blues as well. They know this is a competition. They know they're not out yet. They know that they have that lower bracket they can climb through. And they're playing. They're going still. They're scoring goals in those final seconds when they know that there's a good chance that it's over. They're not giving up, and that's a sign of a competitor. And that's what we're looking for here. We're looking for those best competitors in the search to try to find that best Rocket League team to get signed.
And we're going to see this one tick down, and it's not the last thing that we're going to be seeing from the Blues except for that own goal. But at the end of the day, this is a loss, but we've seen a lot of great quality teams take some pretty painful losses and then come back later avenge themselves, make a name for themselves, and hopefully that's on the cards. But for right now, Vibrance gets that win and gets that qualification spot.
Vibrance is now qualified in. They're that first on the second qualifier. 8 teams get to make it through. We talked about, there's a lot of slots open, but there's also a lot of good teams. Vibrance, one of those. Now we have the Blues. They're going to crush down through that lower bracket. We talked about it maybe being a bit of an easier run down there, but that is not the mentality you want to go down there with. You want to make sure that you're still playing strong, and they were. Right up to those final moments, even though we had a Brazil on the table, Taco, Blues are like, we're staying in this. We know this is a competition, and that's the mentality you want to see, one that doesn't give up because you're not out yet.
Yeah, they will be going down to the lower bracket. They'll be playing Rising Avian, the lower bracket, for a qualification spot a little bit later on the day. And I do agree that it really does come down to that competitor mentality. Even if you get punched in the mouth, you have to have a very short-term memory as a competitor, really, in any sport, especially taking a tough loss like that. So moving on, a lot of things ahead of them, I'm sure, but right now it's really just going to come down to Vibrance. They are the stars, and we're going to hopefully hear from them a little bit as we sit down with Fickle for an interview.
Yeah, this has been a good a good first showing here for Vibrance. Some great, strong Rocket League highlight plays and everything from this team. I'm excited to see because, again, these aren't even the players that we talked about beforehand. Like, we were talking about Square One. We were talking about Zookeepers. We were even talking about Nefarious. There are so many other good teams. We've already had so many highlight plays. Look how long these replays are. There were so many goals, and half of them, Taco, were double taps. Half of them were highlight plays. There's a reason that we have to show them all because they were all great plays. Vibrant showing off, and I'm excited to see a lot more of that. Now, obviously, I want the series coming up to be a little bit closer. You don't want to see blowouts. You want those close matches. That always makes it exciting. But Vibrance definitely made sure those other teams have the stage has been set. The stage has been set, Taco, and those other teams really have to show up to say, hey, we got to be a little bit flashier. We're trying to impress here. Let's show what we got. I want some more ceiling shots, some flip resets. I think we only saw one attempt in that series. There's a lot of chances here for creativity coming up, and there's a lot of good teams coming our way too, Taco.
Yeah, and I think it's only going to get better as the day goes on, as the players start to see the team in the field, rather start to get narrowed down, all the slots start going away, and you realize it really just comes down to these next game. Everyone on broadcast too, so no one gets spared from the nervousness, maybe the sweaty hands of being critiqued by, I don't know, jerks like us in the booth, but also just all the viewers in chat. There's a lot to play with, but these players are competitors. I'm sure they have those steeled mentalities. They'll be able to fight through it, and hopefully we'll be seeing quality games down the stretch, even though this one was a little bit 4 and out. This is the result I'm sure Vibrance expected, so going forward, this is the caliber team we're looking for. That's the performance we're looking for out of a team like that, and ultimately, sweeps can't be avoided all the time, but certainly I think with all the bubble teams coming up in these conflicts later, I'd be shocked if we see another one like that.
I will say, though, that that's one thing you want to avoid if we're talking about mentality coming into this, is to not expect to win, because when you expect to win, sometimes complacency can come through. We expected it, and I'm sure maybe in the back of the head, you're right. They probably did say, and you do want confidence as well, say, we're going to win this. But also, you don't want to avoid that creep in of complacency, because we've seen that disrupt even the best of teams where they come in. We've heard it from top level teams like NRG, where they say, we started off game 1 and 2 real slow because they just weren't in the game yet, and then they turn it around. So start off strong. Vibrance did exactly that. They are qualified. We have a lot more qualification spots, though, open for a lot more teams, 7 to be exact. So we can quantify that. There are 7 more spots left open, a lower bracket as well. Lots more teams in the upper. We'll be back for more Rocket League as the search continues after this break.
When you're an outlaw, you don't have a lot of time to look for quick and easy, healthy food options. And when you're in the middle of gaming, there's only one real solution. HEB Curbside. Jake places his order on the HEB app and then heads to HEB. He texts HEB to let them know he's arrived. And bam, his order is delivered to his car in no time. Contact free. It's that simple. Now Jake and Dante have a full stock of grub and are back online gaming with their teammates. HEB Curbside, making it easy for Jake and Dante to be Houston Outlaws.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, and this segment is sponsored by HEB. This is the Future Pro Cam. Go to HEB for all of your essential grocery needs. Back when I actually did live in Texas, they were actually my preferred grocery provider. Their contactless pickup is S+ tier. All you do is put an order in on the app or online, go into the contactless curbside delivery, and they'll put it in your car for you. That's it. No shopping have to be done in the store. Get in, get out. Absolutely loved it when I was able to do that. Speaking of getting in, let's get Oath in here for an interview. Member of Vibrance. Can you hear me out there, man?
I hear you.
All right, perfect. So Vibrance wins 4-0 over Blues in a sweeping fashion. Got to feel pretty good about that. Let's talk a little bit about that matchup before we get into your history. Coming into this match, was it a little was how were you feeling about the other team's skill level? I know you maybe have known them, but did you feel any kind of lack of confidence coming into this one?
I mean, I've known those players for a long time, especially Crochet. But I think we came into that match with full confidence, and that really just let us get into the swing of things early. Just took over.
Mhm. That's great. Confidence is wonderful. You guys are qualified now onto day 2, and let's talk a little bit about your history with Rocket League. I asked everybody last time I did these interviews about the past, present, and future. So I kind of want to know, when did you start playing Rocket League? Was there a pro player or content creator or platform that really got you motivated in the first place?
I started back in late 2015, early 2016 on the Xbox. I came from freestyling, but once I got into competitive play, I think the player I really looked up to was Dapper. It's always been.
He's been around for a long time as well, and he's no stranger to the competitive mindset. He's a wonderful player to vibe to as well. Excellent song and playlist creation, if I must say so myself. And what about your present performance? This Vibrance roster, how long have you guys been together, and what are some notable tournaments that you guys have been competing in, and have you competed in the RLCS before?
Us as a formed roster have been together for maybe a little over a month, but me and Astro have gone back to like 2017 when we've teamed before. And there's been, I can't remember what tournament it was, but we ended up playing Pineapple, which consisted of AJ, First Killer, and Atomic, I believe. We played them twice, beat them once, and lost in Game 5 OT, another one. We're starting to pull a little bit of results.
I was there for that. Everybody was very surprised that the godly First Killer AJ combo was beaten by this quote-unquote no-name roster. So you guys are really putting it to the pros, and to be a pro, you got to beat the pros. And let's speak about what this contract and performance would mean to the Vibrance roster. Going forward, this is a pretty big deal for this contract. And what would it mean to you and the team personally if you were able to win it from Beastly?
That's just the next step in our career that we're looking for. I mean, obviously the contract and everything's nice, but it's just so much exposure to your team. It just helps with everything.
So you're working on the clout aspect as well. Part of being a pro player is actually building your socials and using content to build your name. I think it's a really good pipeline. That's actually an answer I have not heard before, but moving forward, do you think you would have a realistic chance to compete in the RLCS? What teams are you looking on beating upon? Like, what teams do you really, really want to beat to get there?
Yeah, I think right now with the teams in the top 16 area, we can compete with a good amount of them. The only teams I can see us losing to most of the time is the top 4. But a team that I think we really want to beat is Oxygen, just because we're friends with everyone on that roster. We got a little bit of a rivalry.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Healthy rivalry is amazing when it comes to grinding out your mechanics. I know in the really, really old days, it was all about the Squishy Muffins and Lachinio mentor duo that was a rivalry. And look at where Squishy Muffins is now. But 2 more questions for you. Looking at the rest of the page, as well as the previous qualifier, have you done a little bit of scouting to see if any of the other rosters in this particular tournament are kind of threatening to you?
Oh yeah, I think the most threatening team that we've seen in here is probably got to be Nefarious. We normally go back and forth with Nefarious, go pretty even on games. It's always close.
A little bit of slight towards the Zookeepers roster. You're not really scared of them?
Oh no. Okay, them too. J-Bot he's a maniac. Like he can be on 20 hours past 2 and just be the best player in the world sometimes. It's crazy.
I remember watching him flip reset in a bunch of community matches before, and we're like, who is this guy? So yeah, those 2 rosters specifically, even from the casters, are also really watching them to make it forward. But you guys are completed. I don't have any other questions for you if you want to do any shout outs before we let you go, but I'm all done for you here today.
All right, I'll shout out our coach Shubil, because he's the goat.
All right, shout out to Shubil. Thanks so much, Oath, and that's Oath from Vibrance. bringing it to us for this HEB Future Pro Cam. We'll be right back after this break with the next match. But before you do that, make sure to go to heb.com and get all of your grocery needs and fuel up for the next match. We'll see you then.
When you're an outlaw, you don't have a lot of time to look for quick and easy, healthy food options. And when you're in the middle of gaming, there's only one real solution.
HEB.
HEB Curbside. Jake places his order on the HEB app and then heads to HEB. He texts HEB to let them know he's arrived. And bam, his order is delivered to his car in no time. Contact free. It's that simple. Now Jake and Dante have a full stock of grub and are back online gaming with their teammates. HEB Curbside, making it easy for Jake and Dante to be Houston Outlaws.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. Today's broadcast is sponsored by Nerd Focus, which is packed with nootropics, which is the hottest and latest energy ingredients and supplements to help you get through your day. Make sure to go to nerdfocus.com and secure your break today. I know that I have mine right here that I'm going to be working on throughout the broadcast, and it's, yeah, I like the sugar-free one personally, but this one also hits the spot as well. And it seems that my cat is also going to show that she likes it too. But enough about that. Let's bring in our casters as well. We're going to have Taco and Leaf joining us one more time for another series. Welcome back, gentlemen. We also have a tweet to read here for the rest of this particular interview here. So let's go ahead and pull that up when we get a second. Once we pull it up, we will read it, but then we're going to have the next matchup coming up here is going to be Zookeepers and Frequents. So, gentlemen, we finally get to see Zookeepers on the particular field today. I want to go to Leaf because this is the team that he's really excited for. What can you tell us about Zookeepers here?
Zookeepers are really good and they're going to win. And J-Bot is a nuts player. Bambi's been playing alongside him for a while. Tool also phenomenal. All three of these players, mechanical. These guys will get in your face. They love playing Rocket League and they love playing it fast. And that's going to be a problem for any opponents coming up against them, like Frequency. So Zookeepers I'm expecting some really good highlight plays. I was talking to Taco before. I wanted a lot of sick highlight plays from the rest of these teams because Vibrance was already showing some great plays. I think this team's going to step it up for sure.
And I'm looking at the seeding here. So Zookeepers was seeded 4th and Frequency was seeded 5th. So on paper, this actually should be a very even matchup. Although,
yeah, but that was a mistake. They should be seeded 0. No one should ever be in front of them ever. Like they are just always at the top of the list. That's Zookeepers.
Well, let's not discredit this Frequency team, which is Flitz, Kiri, and Shay. They were seeded based on their 6-man's performance, and I wonder if Danger Taco has some information on us. He's our resident 6-man's thesaurus, and I know Flitz, but I've not heard of Kiri or Shay. Do you have any information on these two?
Very high-level players. They've been looking for teams and kind of swapping around. That's really a lot of the bubble scene, and it's actually my biggest frustration with the bubble scene is that they're like, guys, this is the team. We're going to dominate. What's that? Oh, we came in 2nd? All right, never mind. See you guys. And then they peace out, and then they just form a new squad. So I'm waiting for teams to just settle in and get that chemistry. Kind of like Zookeepers, a team that has made some pretty deep runs before. They got signed to an org. They got pushed out, but now they're looking for some new representation, and they have it. Frequents, though, are players that have been around the scene, have played pretty high level, maybe not quite that RLCSX level, but I want that consistency. I want them to find their groove, and who knows? Maybe this is the tournament where they do find it and prove that they can play at that high level with each other and have that chemistry that they might feel that they were lacking in other squads.
Well, we have the match ready, so it's not going to be a little not so much talking here, but what I still do want to do predictions. Leaf in this best of 7 between Zookeepers and Frequents. Who do you got?
You need to ask me? Zookeepers.
Okay, Danger Taco.
All the way.
Danger Taco, who do you got?
See, for this one, I think I have to side with Zookeepers. I think this one is a little bit closer in skill than match number 1, in that I expected a collegiate team who's maybe not the exact roster that you would select if you were a member on that team, but it's a team you have chemistry with, but maybe you just can't hang with the pace. I think Frequency can hang with the pace. It's just whether or not it comes down to that chemistry, whether or not you start seeing double commits coming out because maybe they're not used to each other, maybe the passes aren't as crisp as they might like. I think that's the edge that the Zookeepers bring. They're all very mechanical, but these guys have been knowing each other for years now. It's so much inbuilt comfort with each other and knowledge of each other's playstyles. It's going to be tough to beat. I'm going to give it to Zookeepers. I'm going to say in a 4-1.
Well, will it be Frequence to clean out the pins of the Zookeepers, or will the Zookeepers put the hurts on Frequence? We'll see in this best of 7 between these two teams to qualify into the next round for the search for the greatest Rocket League team. It's going to be Leaf and Danger Taco on the call. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thanks, Fickle. It is going to be a great day. We're going to see the Zookeepers move on through. No disrespect to their opponent's Frequency. And again, I think it was good you touched on them to keep this balanced a little bit. I always just got to give love to players that I've personally seen on the field for quite some time. And again, they've got that RLCS experience, right? They've got that caliber of play. And again, their opponents in Frequency, they got players that also know how to play Rocket League, though. So we can definitely not count them out, Taco. I'm not counting them out. I'm just being a fanboy.
I don't know. I mean, what's the number one thing that you need as a caster is, of course, a decent voice, but also just unmitigated bias in every single one of your predictions.
You're not biased. Are you casting?
you really need to just choose a side and unapologetically stick to it. And at least you've done that, and so now it's up to Zookeepers to fulfill the fanfic that you're writing in your head with them. And they have at least the next 5 minutes of game number 1 to really put their resume out there. They're going to start off with a little bit of tiny dunks in the corner. Ambi will try to lift one up and over, but deeper rotation from J-Bot going to end that attack, and Jay will be able to get a nice 50 and actually a decent amount of space in the middle. Flitz trying to reach for this one. Double tap in the middle. Perfect pass to Kiri, and that's very well worked by Frequence.
Yeah, that's a good way to make a statement off the bat. Good early goal. Look how fast Flitz was up there, and that second touch was absolutely crucial to get that pass out to Kiri. Great play overall from Flitz there. The speed, the precision. That's a good early goal there for their team.
It's good communication as well. I love that replay angle because it shows Flitz go for the double tap and then realize the best pass is tapping it back off the corner into the middle. And they angle their car down, place it perfectly into the path of their teammate. The Zookeepers trying to do the same, but J-Bot called out by Bambi. They will take it on the second go. A nice air dribble, forcing out a double commit. Bambi will have Tool lurking in the middle. Won't be able to find them, though, so Shea will lob one deep downfield. Kiri with another tap, and right now Frequence playing, I wouldn't say slow, but it's very deliberate. Every touch they have forward seems to serve a purpose. They don't feel the need to just really scream the ball downfield and chase it. They're playing very cautiously, and I do like this play style right now, and Zookeepers struggling to at least find the correct adjustment for right now.
You talk about them playing patient. Zookeepers are as well. You saw right there, I think it was Flitz that was down the other end just trying to get a few touches after touch. And they just let him just struggle. They just let him just scramble with the ball. And eventually they took possession and boost. So both teams, in all honesty, playing really smart right now and deliberate. And that's what you see when you start seeing some really high caliber and even matchups, is the teams have to find anything that'll give them that extra edge.
So Shea will edge out that challenge and then find a way to get something started on their own. J-Bot with a dunk. That's actually a miss in the midfield. Tool going for a demo. Kiri evades it and gets to the ball first. Zookeepers, I see the plan in their heads, but the execution not there. Tool will be able to get that first save. Shea on the follow. Just delicately tap that one down. And so Frequence doing a good job of dialing up the pace when they need to, getting those difficult plays in, and the dunk down again. A goal line save needed for the Zookeepers for a second straight time on this attack. And my goodness, they are really being pressed back. And I'm shocked it is still a 1-goal game with yet another save coming through.
Hey, I mean, they're playing good on defense. They're keeping themselves boosted up as well. And while they are, goal line saves, I feel like they're covering their bases pretty well. Of course, they can't count on that all the time. Eventually, something's going to slip through. But they are holding off their defense fine. It's that offense that's kind of lacking right now for Zookeepers. They haven't found themselves on the other half of the field in any kind of real threatening matter in quite some time yet.
Good pass in, Shea. That's a brilliant placement, but again, J-Bot equal to it. So Tool will, on the counter, try to set up Bambi. Double tap there. Very tough angle. J-Bot keeping it on the near post. Shea leaping for it. Another touch middle for Bambi, and that will again be cleared out. Zookeeper was just not quite find that finishing touch. Can't say the same about Flitz, though, on the counterattack. Tapped right down and into the open net.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. That offense was there from Zookeepers, but it was not threatening. They kept opting for soft touches towards the net rather than maybe putting that ball into the corner, trying to give themselves a bit of a better angle for a power shot. So that'll be something they definitely have to work on, because there's no way those slow rollers are going in, and then they didn't move back quick enough. And that resulted in just a quick runaway goal from Flitz.
They'll send yet another one on. It's a nice save, but ultimately they can't win a game off of saves. They've just been pressed back so much. That finish not there. This one will be carrying to the top shelf, and what began as a kind of a surprise lead there for my Frequence has turned into quite the consistent performance here in game number 1. 3-0 with a minute remaining. It's quite the way to start off your series.
Well, this is the difference there. You saw the first shot went on to the on target there from Flitz, and then every shot afterwards was a threatening shot, and that's the difference between these two teams. Frequents are getting threatening shots that eventually pull out those defenders, and that'll be what Zookeepers will have to look to do. They have offense, but I don't feel like if I'm on that blue squad, I don't feel like I'm rushed or in any trouble when those shots come in.
They're certainly dealing with it well. Doesn't seem like they're sweating too much, just about that consistency. I think game number 1 is certainly a wake-up call. If you talked about teams not wanting to get complacent, don't think Zookeepers coming in quite with that energy, but wouldn't fault them if they felt confident knowing that they have that chemistry and really all that time played. Frequent showing that there is no given in the search nor in competitive play. Certainly been punched in the mouth a little bit. They'll have a little bit of a break to think about what they need to change, and maybe a goal to go right at the end, but even that they will not be graced with, as Flitz will clear that one down. And eventually this one will tap the ground, and Frequence will be able to cap off their series start with a nice little win.
Yep, good first run there from Frequent. Zookeepers doing their best to try to hold off again. I think they're defensively they were doing all right. It was offensively. As I've said it a million times, I'll say it one more time. Shots were not strong enough, and hopefully they'll do that in a few moments. Maybe they need a little bit of a break. How about a nerd focus break? Let's get to that.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
And Frequents with that first win. Nerd. No, I just called you Nerd.
Not
Taco.
inaccurate.
Taco. Nerd Focus Taco here. The Zookeepers, again, I've been harping on that offense. How do you feel? Do you disagree with this? Do you feel like maybe it's only that offensive training, or is there something else on the field Zookeepers are lacking right now?
I think the Zookeepers are not necessarily lacking on offense, but they're trying to play around the goal and try to build something up. I think they need to play a little bit more aggressive, go for some demo plays potentially, or just something to shake up Frequence. Nothing that they've done going forward has really been too threatening on the goal, and all this kind of patient build-up isn't working, so maybe you just need someone creeping upfield. Bambi was that player to get it started, but it was J-Bot with the finishing touches.
Yeah, no, it was just a misfortune, unfortunate 50-50 there for the blue squad, for Frequence. That pops right out into the hands, of course, of J-Bot. He'll clean that one up. He always scores those. But it wasn't of their own, so we'll see how it continues into game number 2, because, you know, you'll take the freebies, but it's don't happen often.
No, not at all. And Fritz was certainly threatening on this one. Kind of weak shot followed by Shea, but will at least keep in the half. A little bit of a giveaway. Bambi barely beaten out. Tool going for a save, almost bumped out of the way. Flitz on the follow, another close shave. Curie, one more, and maybe that is the final touch. It is Shea there in the middle, and we're all level.
This is going to be something that the defenders here from Zookeepers need to be aware of. J-Bot did not see that attacker coming in, and he commits to where that bounce was going. Yeah, he was, I think, completely oblivious that that shot was even going to come in. So being aware of what's threatening the slot there, the front of your box, is very crucial in making those saves.
One thing I love about how Frequence is playing is it's always a one-to-one with their touches. Every single pass forward has someone following it up, or at least has a plan for it. And it results in a lot of consistent pressure, whereas it seems like the rotation's a bit more spread out by Zookeepers. J-Bot tried to pass that, but ultimately had to go for their own rebound. Maybe this time they can find Bambi. They are lurking in the middle. Air dribble a little low. Flip reset past one. Will not make Flitz sweat, as it will continue to be in their control. Kyrie's going to get dunked, and Zookeepers on pressure like this is where I want to see them try to mountain up an attack, and not every shot has to go on target, but at least try to set up camp in the half and just at least get some consistent pressure.
Well, that's the key thing I've been trying to say is that their shots are unthreatening because they're putting weak shots towards the net. You don't have to shoot every time. You can move it to the side, get yourself set up, drop it down in the slot, try to get passing plays. There's so many options to go for. And you're right. I want to see that too. That's what I want to see from them. It hasn't been a good back and forth though, so far in game two. A lot closer, in my opinion here, but still some tightening up that can happen.
Curie having a middle pass to Shea, deflected right into the ceiling. Still in the corner. Tool will tap it temporarily out. Flitz will just keep it nice and high across the back line. J-Bot, good fake. That's that one skill that they are known for. Trying to continue it, but quickly running out of boost, and given that one not going to fly with the Frequence defense. Another long clear and just crossed halftime. So looking for that player to make a statement, get their team out in the lead, and it's a much better adjustment from the Zookeepers, but they still need to pick it up, in my opinion, a little bit more. I agree with you that I would love to see them make the Frequence defense sweat a little bit more. The Frequence offense, rather, outside that first goal. Also struggling to find the final puzzle piece when they're moving forward.
No, you're right. A lot of their pushes lacking forecheck. You know, there's just no real follow-up from a lot of these plays. They kind of dump the ball, try to wait to see what Frequency is going to do, and then by then it's a little bit too late. They need to start forcing some of the plays.
We'll send one up. Bambi lurking yet again. Great tap down. And Bambi with the read. I thought it was a pass, but the only teammate they needed was themselves.
Yeah, on my screen, I was in the shoes of that player on the ground. Now Bambi just comes out of nowhere, cleans it up. Good highlight play there from the Zookeepers. Bambi to put them in the lead.
Oh, my goodness. And, I mean, we talk about team chemistry, but, of course, mechanics so important. Can get you out of a dig when you're struggling to find any offense. How about you just generate it by yourself? What a play by Bambi. A great way to get Zookeepers in the lead here. Now it's just about protecting it. J-Bot will start that off, but Flitz serves a very dangerous one in. Nice hit by Tool. Buy him a little bit more time, and one more pass. Almost cut out by Bambi. J-Bot, last second save, but that's all it is. Just a temporary hold up, and Flitz buries it for number 2.
Just holding off the inevitability. J-Bot did his best. The touch did not clear the net like maybe he had wanted. And that will result in a tie game with 1:20 left. The great Bambi play of before nullified by a nice, easy put away by Flitz. They'll look for a third, but so do Zookeepers. They try to take control at mid. Look, they're playing a little tighter now, a little quicker onto the ball. That's something they were lacking at the game one and in the beginning of the second game, but I think that's allowing them to keep that possession a little bit tighter.
Frequence is still getting some quality 50s. Can't march it through Tool, so they will be able to take that into a corner, a little bit of a 50, and Bambi will follow through. J-Bot lurking on the near post. They're just going to contest it. It will be a double commit from Frequence. Shea bailed them out with a nice double tap down the sideline, and Curie will continue it on. All to the middle. That's another sitter, and that's another goal from Flitz. Just inopportune timing and really not the best clear, and that's going to open the door for Frequence yet again.
Yeah, that from glory to disaster. Bambi on that wall there, just that was a touch that had to happen. That is a clear that needs to be happening at high-level Rocket League, and you know Bambi's kind of sad about that one. Tool tried to recover it, but there's not much you can do in that situation. So clears have to happen, 20 seconds left. They'll want an answer for that one. We'll see if it goes. J-Bot goes for the bump instead of the ball. Misses on both, but it doesn't matter. No threat comes through. Now they'll move up the field. Woo! Pinch wide of the net.
Oh my goodness, what a way to equalize, but they're going to have to keep on searching. Tool into the corner, loses that possession. Shea with a lot of time and a lot of boost. Goes to the musty setup, into the air dribble. No double tap. What an exclamation point that could have been, but none needed. They got it done in 5 minutes. Frequent's taking a second game straight. A little bit closer this time around, but Frequent's really still getting the job done. But this time it seemed more off of the Zookeeper's mistakes.
This was, this was a lot better. Definitely a lot better overall. I saw a bit of tightening up, Taco, at the end there of just that rotation. You talked about them having that wide rotation early on. And I think that was causing them to be a little bit out of play sometimes because Frequency was working a little bit closer together. Now we saw that from Zookeepers a little bit, not as much as we could see, but we definitely saw it from them a little bit more here in this next second game here. This is why it's a best of 7, Taco, because those changes can happen slowly over time. Do you feel like they're close to? Do you feel like they're close to finding that answer for Game 3?
I think they are close, but they're going to have to think about it a little bit more. Fortunately, we do have an HEB game break to give them a little bit more time to consider what they need to change.
For the next Rocket League team is sponsored by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at heb.com and download the HEB app today.
And there we have it. Zookeepers looking for an answer. Hopefully that was enough time for them to to get their head in the game. I think they're close. They're finding solutions. Again, a best of 7 can spell a completely different story the longer it goes on. We'll find out now if Zookeepers can figure it out. But Frequents starting off strong.
I mean, in a way, this is a kind of us getting answered for committing Castersons. I mean, you have a little bias. I predicted win for Zookeepers. I'm already wrong because it's going the opposite way. They've already won 2 games. So Frequency is really trying to tell everybody that they are a dark horse in this competition. Not a lot of information on them, but certainly they're getting known now, especially with this early pressure. But it's a Bambi marching through, and they can't get the dunk to go on the post. Gonna go wide. Both teams very close calls in the opening 30 seconds.
See, I covered my bacon. At the very beginning of the show, I said all of these teams are great. Boom! Now I'm right no matter what, even if I'm wrong.
Oh,
It's the Gibbs strategy. You just say everything, and one of them will be right, and you only focus on that aspect.
I got to take notes on that, and I'm sure Zookeepers have been taking plenty of notes on the past 2 games. And we mentioned how great teams adapt. Zookeepers need to start adapting very soon. They're on the verge of going down into match point here in this territory in this best of 7, and at least right now, a little bit of cagey opener past those opening shots as both teams exchanging some high lobs. This time, J-Bot upfield, but it's Bambi that's going to put the finishing touches off the post. Tool up quickly, but Flitz is there. Okiri will slow down for a little bit of a dribble, but will be cut out. Back into the corner we go. J-Bot equal to it, and another clear and air dribble out into mid.
Yeah, J-Bot had to play that third man smart. He did. I saw he got a little antsy. It looked like he wanted to get involved in that play earlier on to keep that pressure, but he opted back, and that did buy them a bit more space. So it was the right call ultimately, but you can see the antsiness that comes out from the Zookeepers team. They like to play fast, and when they're not, their car body language kind of shows it. But, that might be – okay, that would have been dirty if he connected with that one. That'd be the creativity I want to see.
But I like what I'm seeing from this team on Zookeepers. They're kind of like leaving a player forward on that backboard for those longer clears. It's a good outlet pass. They've actually found success with that before with Bambi. I don't know how consistent that strategy will be, but at least it's something that is giving the Frequency team a little bit of pause going forward. Right now, it's certainly keeping them in this game. Still 0-0 as we reach halftime. Individual skill still always a threat. Bambi will be cut out on that one. J-Bot will send another one into mid for Flitz, though that one will go well wide. And really the infield passing, really not something we've seen really at all here in game number 3. It's mostly just been very vertical up and down the field.
Yeah, again, that sometimes can happen when you're just zoned in or all 3 players aren't aren't really in that flow state, and it's hard to break out of too, to get yourself into that moment of, okay guys, we gotta start connecting laterally instead of longitudinally. Longitudinally? That is a great, I don't even think it's a word, but I'm saying it now. Longitudinally. Longitudinally do. You should stop me from talking right now.
And we'll pick up in the corner with Flitz as Bambi will get a nice little double tap. Tool will extend it. J-Bot trying to weigh in, but they're very patiently playing that third man. I think there's a space for that. As you mentioned, there was some patience being played out by J-Bot earlier. I think it's only a little bit of a consideration. You have to weigh the options. Do you want to stay back and you not give up any easy goals, or do you want to aggress and really push the issue? Can't help but feel a little bit vulnerable. I'm sure after those 2 losses, undefended backboards can't help with that. The Tool will be able to regather into the corner, but actually no boost. Shay calls the bluff. We'll get a double tap in the middle and an extension. Bambi, no touch. Flitz open shot yet again, and that's the way Frequence gets on the board.
I feel like that play from Shea was beautiful, but Flitz has been key for this team overall. All of his 50s have been great. He's been helping his team keep a lot of pressure, and there he is for that finish too. Great placement, clinical. But shouts to Shea for that awesome play setup.
It's that extension that really pays all the difference, and I'm going to call that a tactical whiff. Either way, Kiri's the one that's going to be reaping the reward. Shea, yet again involved, causing a lot of chaos in front of the net, and Bambi just can't quite get that read.
I got to be real. I think it's coming down to 50s right now. I think Zookeepers are just not having a good day when it comes to 50-50s. Aerial 50s, ground 50s, anything. They're just, that ball is not going optimally for them to set up plays the other way. So, you know, that's a hard thing to try to correct and fix when your opponents are just reading your plays that well. So I don't know if that's something that's going to be able to change. And right now with 40 seconds left, 2 goals up. A dub here will put Frequence at match point, and a reverse sweep at a best of 7 is extremely difficult.
And that's going to be something they're going to want to avoid. And at least with 30 seconds remaining, they have a chance to get maybe 1 back, but it's going to have to get through this pretty staunch Frequence defense. Don't look to be in a giving mood. Another ball making the rounds across the blue half. Shea up for this one. That's a pinch onto the backboard. Now a little bit of a 2v1 Flitz left alone. J-Bot causing some havoc. Tool, it's an open shot. A pass into Bambi. They can't put it on target. That was really their last opportunity. Flitz gets the clear. And like we mentioned, reverse sweep now required of the Zookeepers. Frequence taking their 3rd game straight. My goodness, what a performance so far.
Yeah, hey, this is quite the opposite than the story we set up before. Look at, we're smart. We're just setting up the underdog story. That's what we're going for here. Frequence coming out super strong. All 3 players been strong. Zookeepers looking for some answers. We're trying to give them as many breaks as possible. So let's hop into our Nerd Focus game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, packed with nootropics to help you focus while having energy to get through the day. Perfect for your grind. Go to nerdfocus.com today.
So Frequence now at match point, Taco. I've seen a few things. I was talking about 50s not going their way. There's been a couple backboard clears that they've been missing out on. What's going to be that key factor that has to change for Zookeepers in this if they want to attempt a reverse sweep?
I think the 50s definitely open up some opportunities, but one thing from Zookeepers is that they're somewhat in their head right now. I think Frequence is playing fast, and they deserve the respect on their skill, but there's a couple times where Zookeepers almost try to pre-flip into a challenge a little bit too early, or they get a little too antsy on defense, and then it's just a simple tap away. A clear comes across the middle instead of those comms of saying, hey, take a touch, hey, clear to the side, hey, you got pressure on or something. It just seems to get tapped in the middle, and it's just a simple put away. Flitz has really been that man to not necessarily really force the issue. They're just waiting on mistakes. It pops out, and they put the finish away. It's all you need out of a team to get their wins. And now with a reverse sweep on the table, a lot of adjustments needed from the Zookeepers, but for me, it really has to start with making sure you clean up those challenges, especially in your defensive half.
Amen. Match point now for Frequence. Qualification spot on the line. Zookeepers are looking a reverse sweep. Otherwise, they'll end up down in that lower bracket. They're not down and out quite yet, but doesn't hurt to try to get it over with in the upper bracket, you know. And right now they're surviving an onslaught here from Frequence. It does end up down the other way, result of a Frequence player, I believe. Not for long.
There's a couple double taps being threatened by the Frequence team, both going by the wayside. Good 50s like that. Could open up an opportunity for J-Bot. Not quick enough. Kiri sweeping in and will temporarily take that down the line. Shay try their hand in an air dribble. Tool says no. Early pressure will result in a nice cross-field clear from J-Bot. And we'll leave it for Kiri again and setting up Shay. Just cut out in time. Zookeeper's a little bit lacking on boost. Can't quite get these challenges quick enough.
There's a 50 from Bambi straight across to Flitz. He does get a touch. And I still see a bit of confusion on that defensive half here from Zookeepers when it comes to their structure. And I think that's causing them a lack of form in trying to break out of their own end, and they just can't push past midfield unified. And that's a big problem, not being able to move together up the field and just kind of solo after solo.
Couple passes going without anyone
There we
in
go.
response for it. J-Bot setting up Tool. No contact required. Bambi, a lot of time on the ball. Frequence might come to regret that, but Bambi loses control. A little bit of a giveaway. And a flick to the sideline. It will inevitably be cleared downfield. Kiri actually open. A little bit of a miss tactically, perhaps. Shay on this follow. That's an easy putback. And again, Zookeeper's just undone by a little tactical whiff on the back end.
Yeah, that not where you want to clear that. They've had a few goals, honestly, end up in the back of their net just due to that ball not being cleared where they want it to do. It's definitely not to take away from Frequence at all. They're playing great. They're doing what they have to do on the field, but we are seeing a bit of an uncharacteristic Zookeepers, I would have to say. Based on, again, a lot of that, you know, lack of upfield pressure. That tends to be where they thrive, and half the time they're just not up there.
Yes, credit to Frequence. They are playing a phenomenal pressure game. At the end of the day, if mistakes happen, still someone has to basically force them out, or at least put them in that state of mind. So now it's on Zookeepers to counter. 2 minutes remaining until they are 4-0'd down into lower bracket. Pass like that will help. Tool on target. Flitz, last second save from the heavens. Prayers answered, and they will keep their lead for right now.
You know, if you're Zookeepers, you're so mad at that goaltender for saving that one, because that was a great save, but you thought it might be in. It was beautifully placed. They'll have to try again. 2 minutes left and a goal down. Yeah, this is looking more and more dire as every second goes by for the Zookeepers.
Yeah, I think this is a game one. I wouldn't be really sweating. It's like, they're getting into the series, but they've had 3 games to try to adjust. This 1-goal lead might feel figuratively like a massive chasm for them to overcome. They're trying to break through by getting these creative plays, but ultimately they're just a half second behind, and Tool actually doubting their read there. It's going to maybe cost him. Good read off the backboard, and no extension happening on the sideline, but they are looking upfield. J-Bot quickly up to it, deflect into the ceiling. Bambi will not be able to read that one. Tool extending it again. We're creeping close to that final 60 seconds. If Zookeepers cannot find the next goal, they are down into the lowers.
Minute left. 1 goal separating them from a reverse sweep. Continuation of the series. 1 goal needs to be held on to here for Frequence to qualify into those final stages here of the search. They're going to look to play safe, flip, reset. Now we're going to see that aggression come out here. It's do or die for the boys in orange. The Zookeepers need that goal.
Oh, what a nice air dribble by Frequence. And right now it's all about clock management, just making sure you clear the ball and waste as much off the clock as possible. Long balls like that, maybe not what the doctor ordered for Zookeepers, but all still in the blue half. Tool, extension to the back post. Flitz will have that one. J-Bot playing off the read. Shay just too quick, and a clear like that can make all the difference. They're going to need a full court carry. Kiri says no to that, capping this game off. Goal number 2 of 4 seconds to go, and Frequence has looked like they have just finalized their sweep.
Yeah, that might be it. 4 seconds left. the possibility always exists, but I feel like this will end up being a lower bracket run here for the Zookeepers. Shut out in this final game of the sweep from Frequence. Frequence qualifying now for those final stages of the search. What a performance for them. Completely unexpected as compared to what we thought on the desk, Taco.
And we set up a storyline, but at the same time, I also, previous series, said, well, okay, that first series was a sweep. We're probably not going to see that, because I looked ahead. I saw frequent Zookeepers. We'll probably see some back and forth. And granted, these are not blowout games by any means, but at the end of the day, we're not expecting any team to get a sweep, and much less Frequence, the team where we have less intel on, less confidence on, I guess, their track record together as a squad. They're the ones getting the sweep, and really top to bottom, we could talk about how Zookeepers maybe failed to execute, but for the most part, I think Frequence played a fairly solid game, playing good defense, pressuring the ball well, and didn't seem like at any point they were really flailing around. I think this was a very composed game, and if this is your resume for Beasley about how deep you're going to go in the search, this is a good way to make yourself known.
I think the other thing, too, is, knowing that there might be a lot of people out there expecting you guys to not eventually take it, maybe close. Is another little thing at the back of your mind that you might be thinking about the fact you come over that little extra pressure there to perform against a team like Zookeepers is a huge testament to the mentality and the skill of this Frequence team, and that's why they deserve that qualification spot. They came out in those moments with a few things stacked against them and said, no, there's nothing stacked against us. This is our game today. A sweep is huge in a best of 7, not even to drop a game against, again, a team like Zookeepers. Great performance from Frequence. Now Zookeepers down in that lower bracket. Taco, this is proven to be a good, fun upper bracket so far.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you expect out of upper brackets, is a lot of back and forth, close seeds, and Fickle somewhat alluded to it. This is a number 4, number 5 seed, and we're thinking, who knows about that, how accurate that could be based on how these teams are going to show off. But really, Frequence getting the job done, edging out those games, winning those one game at a time. Maybe not blowouts like we mentioned, but it's a good performance by them. And Zookeepers, I'm confident that they can pull it together in time. They have their coach in the comms, all their managers to get them together, keep them composed. And of course, even with all those players being competitors, I'm sure they're not too shaken by this. But it's definitely a wake-up call. This isn't simply the qualifier where you waltz through and then you get into the finals. You're going to have to bring it every single series, and I think this is going to be, if anything, just a tough lesson on that road.
Zookeepers will continue their journey down in that lower bracket where we have Frequence now qualifying as our second team here in the second qualifier. But please do not go anywhere. More Rocket League action coming your way as the search continues after this break.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high-potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So let's stop. I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. Today's broadcast is sponsored in part by HEB. Here, everything's better. Make sure to download the HEB app or go online to heb.com where you can place your delivery or in-store pickup request. Just a little anecdote there. One time I was doing a pickup request at HEB and they were 20 minutes late to deliver it, but they gave me a $10 off coupon for the next order that I did for the inconvenience. I thought that was pretty sick. I wasn't even sponsored to say that bit. That was just something that HEB legitimately does because they're the best of all time. So we have an interview coming up with Frequence, and we have Flitz on the line. Let's go ahead and bring him in and talk with him about that last matchup. Flitz, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect, man. It's so great to have the prestigious creator of the Fortnite Flick with us on the broadcast today. How are you feeling about that last matchup?
Feeling good. I can't lie to you, man. You know, it just feels good. It feels good to come out there, get the job done and be done for the day.
A lot of people were writing you guys off against the Zookeepers, who had a more prestigious roster with some RLCS placings in it. How did this roster come about with this Frequence team? I know most of you guys are playing six-mans together, but was it just a spur-of-the-moment thing, or have you guys been playing together for a while?
So me and Kiri were, trying a few thirds, and we ended up going with Shay. We asked a few people, but after some scrims and stuff, we wanted to do this tournament specifically with Shay. We wanted to see how we could do because we knew we could, get some damage in, beat some teams and all that. So me and Kira were trying people. We ran across Shay. Obviously, we knew him from six mans, and yeah, a lot of people were doubting on us. But just because we're a new roster doesn't mean you should sleep on us. Is what I'd say.
And I think that's the mentality that Beasley is looking for this particular contract. Let's jump back a little bit. Talk about how you started with Rocket League. We know we talked about the present in that moment, but when did you start? And was there any content creators or pros that wanted to make you play the game?
So I started, I want to say it was 2015. My brother got it for free on his PS4, and I had an Xbox at the time, and it wasn't out yet on Xbox, so I would sneak in his room and play in like exhibition matches when he wasn't home. And it eventually dropped an Xbox, started from there, saved up some money, got my own computer. One content creator I definitely looked up to was Kronovi. I mean, he was just so good back in the day, and he was just great. So.
Yeah, Cam Gears streams with him pausing the PS4 menu, streaming from the PS4 to make it not overheat. Those were peak Rocket League days, if you ask me. And speaking about peak Rocket League days, only the future is in front of you. What would this contract mean for you and the rest of the team in your aspirations to play Pro Rocket League?
I think it would mean a lot. I think this contract can definitely open up some windows that we wouldn't have like before. You know, definitely like the money part is great, but just the resources and everything that they have to offer would definitely be very beneficial to us as a team.
And looking at the rest of the bracket, I mean, Zookeepers is already pretty notable. They still have a chance to qualify on the lower side. Is there any other roster that you see in Qualifier 1 or this one that could potentially give you guys a run for your money? Because you already beat up on one of the best teams in here. So who else can stop you?
I think Vibrance is a very talented roster, and I know they formed really recently, but all three of those players have success in the RLCS, and especially Oath. I think he's super underrated, super mechanical, and I want to play him. I want to play him, and I want to take him down. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, if you're listening, editors out there, we're going to clip that, and maybe we're going to see the matchup in the finals later in August. I don't have any more questions for you, so I'll let you open the floor for any shout-outs you want to do going forward, because you guys have already qualified into the next day, so congratulations.
I want to say shout out to Kiri and Shay, my two awesome teammates. And of course, just check out my Twitter. Kind of a beast, but that's about it.
I was actually browsing through that the other day. Your profile picture with the mini alligator on the keyboard really personifies the six-man's vibe. I feel like that's how a lot of players play, hunched over like that.
Oh, of course.
You're speaking for all the six-man players out there, but thanks so much for joining us on the broadcast. We're going to go to another break, but the next matchup we have coming up for you guys here on The Search will be Nefarious going up against Absolute Fracture. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back to The Search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle one more time, and today's broadcast is also sponsored by Nerd Focus. Make sure to go to nerdfocus.com or order yours on walmart.com, the GoPuff app, or any retailer nearest you. They're packed with nootropics to help you get through the day. And I'm about 3/4 of the way through this can. I can't go too hard because in moderation is always the best. But I still think it's pretty good. You should try it on your own time. But who's also really good? We have two new wonderful commentators to bring in. We have Turtle and Jolly. Let's bring him in and then talk about this tweet we have on screen. How you doing, everybody? Let's introduce Turtle, who is the man that needs no introduction. So I'll go ahead and skip over that.
Okay.
Jolly, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'll speak for me and Turtle. Actually, Turtle is not allowed to speak for a good portion of today. So, yeah, we're doing great. We're doing great. I mean, cannot wait to get into this. Seriously, I've got my Nerd Focus, and this stuff, not only does it, like, taste awesome, it's actually one of my favorite energy drinks that I've ever tried, just, like, mentally. Like, it's seriously no jitters. Like, it's awesome. I'm loving it. And I mean, I don't even know if they're paying me, but they gave me free drinks. So I got to talk about it.
Yo, can we talk about Turtle's wonderful form with the pinky out? With the
Wait,
pinky out on the drink right there? That's beautiful. Hang on, we got to read this tweet though. We're kicking off the day 2 at the Beasley Rocket League Esports The Search with the Blues opportunity to qualify for the final bracket today. Summer $3,000 finals will kick off with a 4 p.m. EST against Untamed Esports. That's from the Vibrance roster. So if you want to see more Vibrance, they've already qualified. They're also playing more. And you can follow them at Vibrance RLE. Vamos Vibrance. So wonderful performance from Vibrance. They already qualified onto the next day. But let's talk about the next matchup we have coming up, which is going to be Nefarious going up against Absolute Fracture. And the roster for these two teams, just to keep you guys updated, it's going to be Adam, Hockey, and Buddy on the side of Nefarious. And Absolute Fracture is Blaze, KX, and Soulless. I'm not familiar with many of those players there, but we should still talk about this Nefarious roster. Turtle, have you seen these? I know you know Buddy from previous RLCS performances, but the Adam and Hockey duo I think is coming up here. Have you heard of these guys yet?
Oh, absolutely. I've heard a lot about Adam, and I've commentated a lot of them in the spring split and and a couple of different tournaments here and there. And I know Adam has a lot of mechanical skill. I like his decision making. He kind of strikes me as like a third man for whatever reason, but obviously things can change with the new roster and how they have a different pickup and everything. But these guys, they've got the chemistry. I have heard of Adam. Hockey now coming in. I think it's going to be a good show, and I honestly expect them to storm through this other team. I'm not going to lie.
I think Adam was actually on the roster for RLCX alongside Buddy, and it's actually Hockey. Jay Wismont, I think, is the one, if I can remember the notes correctly, that was on the team before, retired or moved on, and so you got Hockey, who I've seen a ton of, honestly, in the few Rocket League broadcasts that I have done recently, and has absolutely been carrying some teams. I got to side with Turtle on this one. I think these guys can kind of blow it out of the water in this matchup.
Well, let's not give it away too easily, because we did that to Zookeepers and Frequents came out in 4-0 Zookeepers. I was very surprised about that. I really thought Zookeepers would have been able to get that going. So this is number 2 seed going up against number 7 seed. And so Absolute Fracture is going to be Blaze, KX, and Soulless. By chance, Turtle, again, have you heard of any of these names? I don't have any mini notes in this. It's okay if you didn't, because we're here to find the next greatest players.
I feel like I might have seen one of them in like a Squishy video or something. I see like all these ranked players coming up in Garrett's videos and Squishy's videos, and they're putting up a fight for sure to make those videos interesting, but I haven't really seen them bounce around the top level competitive scene. But like you said, this is their chance to prove, because I think Nefarious is going to come out here and clean up, to be honest with you. So I would love to see an upside. I'd love to get proved wrong.
I'm always down for a team that spells their name with a K instead of the instead of the operand C. Just as a way aside here, my fiance Victoria, don't ever spell her name with a C. It's spelled with a K.
With a K.
So
with a capital K, actually.
She will definitely
in the middle of the name
behead you if you spell it wrong. So make sure you know that. But completely aside, Absolute Fracture and Nefarious coming into this one. Let's get into the predictions, lady and gentlemen. I'll start with Jolly. It's kind of hard to do this since we don't really have much information on this Absolute Fracture team.
Yeah.
But give it your old best shot.
You know, I don't want to say it's going to be a sweep because that's the last thing that I want. I have an inkling, but I'm gonna instead. I'm gonna go with a 3-1. Right? We're best of 5 here.
Best of 7.
That's that 7. Oh my gosh, that means that more math needs to be done. It's too much. That's too many numbers now. I can
So
only
are you
count
still going
5.
4-1, or are we getting like a 4-2 now? Like, does that change anything? What are you feeling?
No, I'm sticking with 4-1. No, I'm kidding. It's 4-1. It'll be. I'm gonna say a 4-1.
Okay.
I'm gonna say maybe the first one or one of those middle matches is possibly taken by Absolute Fracture.
Jolly's gonna go 3-1, and then one player's gonna break
man.
their leg mid
DQ.
match and not be able to
Don't
perform the
jinx
rest of it.
though.
Are you
Amazing.
implying that
Leg
that's what you want to
playing
happen, Pickle Platypus?
That would be
I'm gonna
content.
cancel you right now.
Not
So.
gonna lie, that'd be content. Turtle, what are your predictions on this one?
I mean, I think I'm gonna try and curse Nefarious. I'm gonna go for a 4-0. I'm just gonna say it. I hope it doesn't happen. I would love to get proved wrong and then have a couple tweets thrown at me, but I think it's gonna be a 4-0. Nefarious. I think they've got the experience. They've got the composure now after playing a couple of tournaments together. We saw them in the Boost Cup with this roster, and I think that they're gonna come out here. It's gonna be a clean performance, and they're gonna move on.
Well, the match is ready. So will it be Nefarious to crack the armor of Absolute Fracture, or will it be Absolute Fracture to take down Nefarious? We'll see in this best of 7. And on the call today for this one, it will be Turtle and Jolly. Take it away.
That's us. Thank you so much, Fickle. As always,
I have
great
to take a sip,
introductions.
Jolly. Okay.
Yeah, both of us.
These are no lie
pinky.
good though, right?
They are
Like,
actually awesome. And we've got. I haven't really tried the sugar-free ones, but I'm sure they're fantastic. I prefer. I want the sugar to go along with my caffeine. But the tropics, honestly, like you can feel it. Actually, like most energy drinks, they just kind of make you jittery and keep me awake.
Yeah.
This one actually, I feel like I can, think a little bit gooder.
And function. Oh, think gooder. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Beautiful
it is good.
English.
All right, starting things off. Woo! What a little block right there, and as we get kicked up, it's gonna be Hockey to make the first one. Though honestly, that was an exceptional setup right there.
I like this because it's the players that both of us talked about. I mentioned Adam, and then you're like, no,
Yep.
but Hockey's
though.
insane. And of course, the first goal is a fantastic pass off the ceiling, bounce down. It's hard to predict that if you're on the defense, and that's the best way to start out any series.
Ooh, that was gonna hit the crossbar. That's gonna be a nice high shot. Definitely feels like Nefarious is in control already, at least in the sense of boost. Keeping an eye on them, they constantly have one player that's very, very high. These defensive rotations are already super on point.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and you can expect the midfield presence to be there. Okay, never mind the pool play from Nefarious. Is that one? That one was floating in. There was a couple of weird communication errors on the side of Nefarious, but they recovered nicely, and I just expect the midfield presence to be a little bit stronger. But again, I want to get proved wrong. I want to see Absolute Fracture come out here and bring it to Nefarious and not hesitate.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not going to try to make a pun out of that. We're going to give that one up. And it's not as though, we haven't been in the blue side of the field this entire game. There have been some really solid clears. That one's going to hit the crossbar. It is a shot. KX is going to try to find this one. It'll be turned away by Hockey. But, there's a lot of back and forth. There have been some really solid clears. There have been some really good aggressive pushes here from Absolute Fracture, which going up against a team with a roster like Nefarious has is, somewhat surprising considering I haven't really heard of these players.
Yeah, and oftentimes, Jolly, we see teams, like Nefarious who have a reputation go up against Absolute Fracture who are trying to build that reputation. And you'll see Nefarious come out with mechanics, and they're trying to do a little bit too much. And that's something that we could see happen with Nefarious, where they want to go for all these mechanical plays, and Absolute Fracture, they're just playing solid and focusing on the fundamentals, and they could easily take this game by storm and catch Nefarious off guard. And look at the pressure that you mentioned. The demo now comes through. That was an opportunity missed from Soulless, but a great look nonetheless.
See if they can keep it on this side of the field, though. That is going to be a nice little lob by Hockey. He stalled midfield, though. Absolute Fracture back on the defensive side. A little bit of a miss there, but that's okay. Nobody from Nefarious was set up to lock that goal in. And hey, Got another good potential setup here from Blaze. KX looking for a possible pass. Doesn't come through. There's a nice setup. Once again, Buddy blocks that one away.
I just got to mention, Jolly, you got to take a look at Buddy's car. I don't know about you, but this thing looks clean. Okay, it's like, it's fully decked out with like the white octane. Look at this car.
Ooh,
You see this right now? I'm sorry, I'm a
slick.
little distracted by it.
That is slick. You got almost more white than the red on there,
Yeah.
you know, that's pretty stylish. Ooh, Adam, very close, just ran out of boost along that one, but is able to pinch it away and keep it on the offensive side. Buddy with a shot on goal. That one was turned away by KX, but KX cannot reposition in time to send away Hockey's shot.
Oh man, I've been loving these setups so far. We've had a lot of backboard touches, just trying to force out those mistakes, and you can see what happens with that pressure. Absolute Fracture. They were in position, couldn't get a solid touch. The clear went directly to Nefarious, and you've got an even better cleanup than I'd say the first goal here of the game from Hockey.
Though less stylish. I will say it was a little bit less stylish. It was a nice shot. Ooh, that one is going to be a shot, but it's going to bounce right off the top of KX, who has been pretty defensive god for this team. I got to say, Absolute Fracture, considering only 2 goals have made it through. About a minute and a half left on the clock too in this first round. But it's a best of 7, you know. Absolute Fracture also has some time here to kind of figure out how Nefarious works and maybe try to find some advantages, try to find some chinks in the armor here that they can break through.
Well, that's a big clear there from Buddy, though, as they move downfield. And things aren't looking too good for Absolute Fracture. They need to find some kind of momentum, something to get them on the board. You've got Adam going for these flashy mechanics, gets past 1, forcing KX to try and get a dribble here. It's a 1v1 situation, excuse me, but Adam rotated back, baited out the flick, and then you've got an even better rotation coming through for Buddy on the clear.
Another great save. Ooh. Buddy does get that one pinched away. KX is going to try to stall it here at the midfield. Blaze is able to do that, passes it right over to Adam. Not quite a solid connection, though. Now we're looking at only about 40 seconds left on this one. Absolute Fracture really need to try to work it hard if they want to put any points on the board in this first round.
Oh, here's Hockey, though. Try and stop him. That's another great 50-50. And then the speed in the air. What is this angle? I don't even think it fully touched his car. It was like a 50-50 in the air. Check this one out. As you can see, Hockey just gets the dunk. And it looked like he was going for the setup, but instead it just rolls in.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was a blue trail on that ball as well. So it was kind of a pop off of the opposing teammate right there. And that's kind of going to be a nail in the coffin for this round number 1 for Absolute Fracture. Still performing. Honestly, you know, you expect a team like Nefarious to get shot after shot after shot, connect, and really go through. And that's clearly not the case here with this one for Absolute Fracture. So hopefully, given a little bit of time, they can find their footing against this team and find some really aggressive, positive plays for themselves. But it's not going to be in this round number 1, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, and you were absolutely right, Jolly. Hockey is a monster. This man getting a hat trick in this game. He has popped off the offense, the aggression. It's all aligning for them. Excuse me, and I'm very happy with this performance, but I still think there's a chance, and there's little signs of life from Absolute Fracture.
Absolutely. We got, several games. Like I said, this is a best of 7. We do have a little bit of a Nerd Street focused break, I believe, coming up here in between this match and the next one. So we're going to take a quick look at that. Don't go anywhere.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Ooh, you hear Fickle on the audio?
Yeah.
Clean! This man could... I wish he would just narrate, like, my life. You know, as I'm walking through, Walmart looking for my Nerd Focus energy drinks. He's just, okay, which aisle? Which aisle do I go to? Aisle 7? That would be nice.
He's got that. He's got those, those nice little pauses, too.
Yeah.
And Turtle walks down aisle number 14.
Oh, yeah.
Not going to find what he's looking for there. We're going into round number 2, though. This is, again, a best of 7. I keep saying that only because, it's reinforcing for me. I used to do mostly best of 7s, and then all I was doing was best of 3s, best of 5s. I'm happy to be back to these best of 7 matches. I honestly think it's the right amount of time for teams to really show what they have to offer, and individuals as well. And so I really appreciate having extra rounds in these games so that the players do have a little bit more of a chance to come back from maybe some faulty first rounds.
Yeah. I mean, if you show me a sweep and a best of 5, I mean, obviously that's, giving, a little bit of a sign that the other team who won and took the lead and was dominating obviously deserved the win. But in a best of 5, you can easily say, okay, the other team wasn't really feeling it too much. Things were a little bit off, and they had too much time to recover. But in a best of 7, there's plenty of time to get yourself situated to find that rotation and to start building some momentum. So don't count out Absolute Fracture just yet, but they are dealing with an insane amount of offensive pressure, and they are stuck on defense here, Jolly.
They're stuck on defense, and it's been really hard for them to get... Oh, no! That was so unfortunate. That was an attempt at position here.
Oh, no. What is this? What is it? KX, no!
KX.
Don't hit him with it. The backflip, that is painful. That is painful, Jolly.
It really is, and getting the rebound right there. It was a high shot as well, so not only would KX have had to reposition, but also get some momentum to actually boost himself up. And that's been a struggle. When you are stuck on the defensive side, with these oppressive, constant attacks from Nefarious, you're not going to be able to maintain the boost that is necessary to actually send those shots away. And so if Nefarious can continue with the pressure, that'll work out well for them, but it looks like Absolute Fracture has found a little bit of an aggressive play, trying to keep it on the offensive side of the field. But he's already going to rotate back, though, for an aggressive play just in case. So Nefarious, very, very aggressive with their rotations. We can see that the second that ball is going close to midfield, they send somebody off for a potential shot on goal.
Yeah. Well, and they have the speed and also the boost control to be a bit riskier. Buddy right now is taking an extended approach on his rotation, grabbing some corner boosts on the other side because he knows his teammates like this will get those 50-50s. He doesn't have to worry about an insane shot coming out from Blaze, and he can get a nice little carry out. There's not too much pressure, not too much on the line for every single challenge. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Absolute Fracture, they've got to be clean on those reactions. They've got to be clean on the reads because their backboard game has been a struggle so far. The first goal we saw from Nefarious, or the only goal in this game, is the exact same that we saw in Game 1 for Goal 2. A misread off the backboard, and somebody's able to capitalize. So they've got to pick that one up, Jolly.
Nice save there by KXO, and that's going to move it to an aggressive play. Unfortunately, Soulless gets demoed out in the meantime. So, that is a nice little pitch jump trying to steal that one out, but it is going to be a little bit high, a little bit left, and the crossbar comes into play once more.
I believe in Fracture. Okay, they need a little bit of luck. If that one went in, maybe we could have seen something start to change on the field, but unfortunately for them, they don't get that one. And Soulless is still going to keep them alive, or at least within one, on a risky little carry out, and he's still going.
Look at him go. That was past 2 members. Buddy was able to find the connection there and finds 2 demos immediately after. This is a really good opportunity for Nefarious, and Hockey is going to bump him out of the box. Oh my goodness, Buddy with another shot on goal. I do honestly have to see the number of shots that Absolute Fracture has saved away or has not allowed to get sent in, because there have been plenty of these multiple rebound shots that are turned over into an aggressive play. Woo! And they're trying to make something happen, but Adam is right there, and no part of this goal box is at all open for Absolute Fracture. It's really unfortunate for them.
It's been really tight rotations. I like the way that Nefarious are moving around each other, and this actually makes me a bit of a fan of them. I think going to the next season, Nefarious are going to be a team to watch out for as an underdog, especially with this new pickup from Hockey, because previously Jay Wismon, he wasn't too aggressive. I'd say he was more of a support role. And now picking up Hockey, and we saw the damage he can do in Game 1. This is going to be a deadly roster, but I'm talking about Hockey when I really should be talking about Adam.
Yeah, right there, absolutely. Getting it past 2. No, all 3 members actually. Beautiful air dribbling right there. You can't ask for anything better, and a little bit of a double commit from Absolute Fracture in the goal box as well means that less than a minute, or just over a minute, left on the clock. They're only down 2 goals. There's still an opportunity here, but man, Nefarious is making that opening so dang slim.
I mean, that's just painful. That shot was outstanding from Adam. We got I believe he canceled his flip a little bit and then got the air dribble after the flip reset. So many mechanics thrown towards Absolute Fracture's defense, and they're still missing backboard reads. This is what they need to clean up. We just saw another whiff off the backboard. Absolute Fracture still looking to pick things up. Can't get the flip reset. Mechanics not the same as Nefarious, and 30 seconds left. I don't think there's any hope now for Absolute Fracture if we keep seeing this type of performance.
Yeah, this is not looking great, especially in terms of their offense. Their defense, as I'm trying to say, their defense has been pretty on point. Buddy decides to say, let me show you something pretty, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you just make him jump. You can see how intimidated Blaze is. He's taken a pre-jump so far out because he respects Nefarious, respects the striker that much. He thinks it's going to be a great shot, but then he gets baited in, jumps up in the air, and it gets slotted right below him.
Now with only 13 seconds on the clock, things are not looking good. It is the orange side of the field that we are on, but Adam wants to see just how much they can really, really put pressure on Absolute Fracture for round number 3, as the ball just needs to touch the ground here. And it will be another 0-3 in favor of Nefarious. Absolute Fracture starting things off 0-2.
Oh my goodness, this was just dominant from Nefarious. But before we get back in the next game, we've got an HEB break. Let's go ahead and send it to that one and see what they've got to say here in between this match.
The search for the next Rocket League team is sponsored by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at heb.com and download the HEB app today.
I love that,
there you
man.
go. Fickle's
You hear
beautiful
that,
voice
man?
again. Yeah, I heard him. I heard
It's
him.
so nice. It's so nice. You know what else was nice? This goal. Look at this. He can't. Oh my! It's too nice. Jolly, I don't even want to look at it anymore. It's too good.
We had to look at it one more time. There's gonna be a final 1-2 that comes through here. I think it was another buddy shot as well. Yep. And man, Absolute Fracture, they need to figure something out. They need to find some sort of advantage that they might be able to find from Nefarious. They've had a couple of okay clears, but they haven't had the rotations in to actually follow up on those. We can see right there, Blaze trying to make a solo play, but it's just not going to happen without the appropriate boost.
Yeah, and they're just not really supported as well as Nefarious. And you can see still with the backboard reads, they just need to get picked up. That's just one of the fundamentals here against a team like Nefarious. If you aren't clean and, you know, really perfect on those reads on defense, or at least getting a touch to disrupt the offense, it's going to be critical against you. Nefarious have punished time and time again. You give them the opportunity, Jolly, and they're going to score.
They're going to take every single one that they can get. They're going to make these opportunities happen. That's the problem that Absolute Fracture is approaching right now, is that while they're trying to find some retaliation, no way! Soulless tried so hard there, but a nice little second touch from Adam secures the first one.
Oof, I thought it was a pre-jump, but Adam actually jumped a little bit after that last touch. Still a great shot nonetheless, and you could see the follow-up. And you just talked about this, Jolly. You were talking about the follow-ups, and, you know, somebody on Absolute Fracture is trying to go for the solo play without anybody else backing them up. It's the opposite. Nefarious, they're pushing forward, and you've got Adam right behind Buddy to have a shot on net.
And you can tell the communication is so strong between these three players as well, and that that might be where part of the problem is. You know, you've got a lot of confidence in these other players, because these are three players that we've seen together before. As you mentioned, the Boost Cup, we saw these three playing together and doing incredibly well themselves. So it makes it even more difficult for Absolute Fracture just to try to collect themselves, try to get some solid communication when you're up against a team who already has that locked into place. It makes it very tough. Some nice saves, though, coming out of Absolute Fracture. It gives you a little bit of hope.
I mean, if the hope is us saying, oh, nice save, whenever we've got, what, 6 shots against them for Nefarious, or I keep saying Nefarious. I don't know why. This name has always
because they're like far out, bro.
Exactly. Okay. Better peak branding right there. Thank you.
You're welcome. I got you, Turtle.
They're already sitting at 7 shots against, I believe, 1 from Absolute Fracture. It has been tough for them.
Very tough. Considering only one of them has gone through, though, that's at least, you know, confiding for fans of Absolute Fracture, people who want to see more than just the 4 rounds come through here. Anyone who wants to see my prediction come through, maybe, as opposed to yours there, Turtle, of a 4-0 sweep. You know, that's the expectation. I kind of said that during the prediction. Like, it's expected that Nefarious, likely, just based on these 3 players, is going to get a 4-0 sweep. But, you know, you want to see a team like this at least have some flaws, or at least have some faults that can be found out by the opposing team. And Absolute Fracture is really just looking to get their first goal in this set of games.
I do respect Fracture's ability to go for those risks. And you can even see off the backboard, maybe this could be the final shot that goes in off the post. We had the shot from Blaze. I thought it was going to go in. I thought it was all over. Maybe we get a tied up game, but no, they fall just barely short of that first one.
So close. That's a good sign, though, because they are finding a lot of these aggressive plays. They are actually getting a little bit of communication through.
Here we go.
There's some good follow-up to these plays. That might be it, but it's a little bit too slow, and Buddy's going to be able to save that one no problem.
I'm getting scared. Okay, my prediction. I don't want to drop this game right now. Nefarious. I almost said Nefarious again. Oh my goodness. But that was a goal line save on now both sides. We've seen close shots. An absolute fracture. Maybe that was the momentum they needed. You get a couple of opportunities. You know that you can break through that armor and put one in. Never mind.
A little bit of confidence. Okay, yeah. All right.
I lied.
I was gonna say, a little bit of confidence can go really, really far if you're able to break out of that mentality that you can tell Nefarious has kind of placed Absolute Fracture into, of saying, all right, we are clearly not quite as good mechanically. Clearly, we're not quite as good cohesively as a team. And so to be able to at least find some solid plays after having gone down and not even found a single goal is really promising. And that says a lot about these players and, you know, just how much they're able to work through mentally.
Yeah, and just given the experience that they're up against as well, certainly going to be difficult for Absolute Fracture. Only 2 goals down, 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Plenty of time. We get the same opportunities that we saw, I'd say, a minute or two ago. It's absolutely possible. And we're actually seeing some good offense. This is what I wanted to see out of Absolute Fracture, keeping it up in the midfield, being able to face those 50-50s with confidence and keep that ball forward.
And even with these aggressive rotations, too, they still are communicating. Ah, so close, man. I just want one to go through. Come on. Absolute Fracture absolutely has the ability to sink one. This could be it right here. It's going to be a slow ball, but it will be a pass. And it doesn't actually connect as Buddy interferes with that one. Adam finds a demolition. KX now going to try to find this rebound, but it's pushed away. Once again, Adam finds control.
Well, there's somebody always on the backboard for Nefarious, and this is what we want to see so far, at least out of a team that's experienced, is solid positioning. They're not getting, you know, stepping on each other's toes, and just overall a cleaner performance. And Absolute Fracture, if they do that on the defensive side, again, it's that backward play. They fix that up a little bit. I think we get a closer game. This one is going to get slotted away from Buddy, almost hit the post. But of course, it's going to go in. 6 seconds left. They are just trying to make Absolute Fracture sit in pain and silence right now.
Another potential 3-0 is what Absolute Fracture is looking at. You know, I hate to be that guy that's like, it could be worse. This is a team that has played so incredibly well. Again, RLC is like, you got to consider just how far this team has come. Even if you're able to kind of hold your own against them, which I can absolutely say that Absolute Fracture has been doing, you know, you got to feel good about something.
100%. This is something where you are excited, and now we're gonna go into the next game. I'm scared, Jolly. I don't know if we're gonna see a blowout. I want to be correct, but we've got a little bit of information about Nerd Focus to bring you right before we get into the next one.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, packed with nootropics to help you focus while having energy to get through the day. Perfect for your grind. Go to nerdfocus.com today.
I don't know what nootropics are, but I like them.
It sounds like a vacation, right?
Right?
I'm going to the nootropic, like some type of tropical experience.
The nootropic Isles? Totally.
Yeah. That sounds exactly like I was thinking. I'm almost done with my first pan, too, okay?
I know, same. It's a good thing that I brought the sugar-free one down to test that out, too, and see how that is. Normally, I'm not the biggest fan of sugar-free, but I really like the flavor. It's kind of like a... It's kind of like a... I don't want to say like a Mountain Dew kind of flavor, but I prefer that as opposed to just like straight sugar energy drink.
It gives me like a, for whatever reason, like an orange juice vibe. I don't know why. Do you taste that at all? No? Okay, never mind. It's fine.
You know what? Actually,
no.
You know what? No. You're there's a little orange flavor.
It's like
I can kind of smell it. Yeah, I can kind of smell it too. Actually, there is. It's really good though. I mean, it tastes more like a soda than like a super sweet energy drink, and I really like that. All right, enough about the energy drink since we are into match point here, Nefarious. Once again, going up against Absolute Fracture, who have not been able to put a single point on the board. We are looking for their first one here in this matchup. This might be their last opportunity to get one. KX finds a demo there, though, and Solus is at least going to stop Buddy from making a really aggressive play on that one. They're going to try to find the clear, but midfield is where it stalls.
It's going to happen right here, okay? Fracture is going to score first. We're going to see, I'm going to say it. We're going to see one mind game dribble from my boy Solus. I believe in him, okay? Got the anime profile picture. Absolutely just undefeated with it. Got some demos. See, this is looking good already.
Ooh! That was a good one. A demo as well by Blaze there onto Adam, but they could not quite make a play off of it. It landed in the corner with Buddy and Hockey there. A little bit of a stall out.
Oh, no.
Back on the defensive, and oh no!
Not even
Oh,
close.
my goodness.
Not even
Look at
close.
KX, what a master. I think, honestly, KX has been just kind of a defensive god here. Solus and Blaze have been insane on the shots on goal that they have had. So you got to give these players props. So
man.
close to saving that one. I thought that might have actually been a halo right there.
And that was a fantastic bump from Adam. He stopped right before hitting the goalkeeper and made the goalkeeper jump, panic a little bit, and then also got the bump afterwards in the air on the goalkeeper who tried to previously dodge him. That was incredible. Then off the kickoff, we are just seeing Nefarious tear down the defense of Fracture and really start to take away this game.
And I think, this might be why their name is Nefarious. They might be nefarious for just destroying people with families. I think,
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know
cyberbullying
nefarious
yet?
was an actual word. I'm looking for it. Hold on.
Yes.
I thought they made this word. What?
Come on.
Wicked or criminal? I didn't know that was an actual
That's
thing.
what I'm
I'm
saying.
not gonna lie.
Like nefarious for like something generally is like, oh, you're known as
You
like
think
a
that with
wicked
how much
light.
I'd speak, I would know words, but I don't.
That's all right. You know what? You know what'll help you talk gooder?
What?
Nerd focus.
Let's go.
Nerd focus helps everyone. A nice save there. It's gonna be another shot on goal here. And man, at the end of this, I gotta see the number of shots on goal though that Nefarious has had. It has been absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Considering we've only got 3 goals for each of these rounds. Right now we're looking at 2 though, with 3 minutes on the clock. This is not as good as the previous rounds. We're looking for absolute fracture.
There's a lot of boost too for Nefarious. You can see them just taking every corner pad. They're getting in front of the challenges. That was a chance. You thought you'd see something happen for Fracture. But again, no boost. You can't do much. And you're just stuck. And still the backboard is getting hammered with passes and shots. Hockey. I don't know how this man has not earned, a more reputable spot in the scene. This dude is popping off.
I agree, absolutely. Even just seeing them in the boost cup, oh my goodness, that's not going to stay away. That's not going to come out. Not enough forward momentum at all from Absolute Fracture to get any of these balls out of the area they need them to. You can see Blaze tapped it. That's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, Hockey, honestly, I'm really surprised that Hockey does not have more of a reputation. Because this player, just in the little time that I have seen them on the field, has been absolutely insane. And just, you can tell the cohesion's there with the team. And that takes a lot. That's not just the mechanical skills. That's just as a player, you are either really good at communicating or you're not, And that is something you can absolutely train yourself and teach yourself. But Hockey clearly already had that in the bag.
I think he has the playstyle that Nefarious really needed from their new pickup. Aggression, reliable striking. That's who you wanted. Jay Wismont, while again I think he's a fantastic player, I don't think he brought that firepower, that star power to the offense that they were lacking. And now I think they've got it with Hockey. And things are looking good. 3-0 again against Fracture, who only have 2 shots so far, and it's been almost 4 minutes into this game alone. This is their last chance in this series to try and stay alive.
Last chance, and we're really crossing our fingers that they at least get something on the board. Last thing you want is to be swept out without even being able to get a goal on, especially when you've been playing quite well into this team. You got to give them props again.
I believe.
I do. I believe KX might have like a nice little clear that we see where Solus.
All
right, let me finish, Turtle.
Sorry.
We might get KX with a nice little clear, and Solus picks up on that and solidifies the goal. Hockey almost finding a 4th one here for Nefarious. That's not going to be the case. Blaze, of course, trying to bring this one up around the edge, but Buddy instantly stalls that out. When you're going head-to-head with Buddy, you can't really expect to come out ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be near impossible. Even not just Buddy, but Hockey and Adam. I mean, we saw the flip reset air dribble from Adam earlier. Hockey's been popping off. It's just the mechanics are on another level so far off the backboard. Another misread. They can't find any accuracy off that backboard. It has been a plague for them this entire series.
Adam, right there, you can see the whole time, not as aggressive as this ball was, Adam was sitting on the back post of their defensive side of the field. the entire time. We actually saw that from the perspective of Adam on the back post, repositioning as the ball moved around. So clearly focusing on remaining on the far post so that you have the best option.
Here it is. This is what I'm talking about.
This might be it. This might be it. Blaze is so close. Can we get it from K-Mix? No. Solus, come on. This is your opportunity. Nobody is there for the rebound. KX might be, though. Come on.
Blaze.
Oh, my God.
What?
It's so close. This is insane. They had so many shots. There's so many epic saves coming at him, Nefarious. And it is going to be a clean sweep in favor of those Nefarious boys, Buddy, Hockey, and Adam taking down KX, Solus, and Blaze.
This is just insane. They got so close. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. We saw so many close attempts from our boys at Fracture. They kept it relatively close, I'd say, all series long. I mean, they held their own. They've made Nefarious work for it. If you're forcing out flip reset air dribbles, that means you're doing something right. But at the end of the day, they just didn't have that same energy on offense. And those backboard reads still just such a pain for them to look for. And Nefarious knew exactly how to deal with them on defense.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 0-3 for the first 3 rounds, and then 0-4 to end things out. And you know, it generally took like a minute or two as well for Nefarious to actually find a successful goal to start things out. It felt like Absolute Fracture started each of these rounds with a lot more momentum, and it kind of feels like their mental was really damaged, I guess, while these goals were coming through. And the longer the game went on, the worse it kind of looked, except for at that last round where Absolute Fracture was so close. So close. I still cannot believe that they didn't.
I know. I feel like maybe they even, I don't know if this is rude to say, but maybe they, you know, you're at the final game. You just kind of want to get out of it. I would be raging if I were them, because a best of 7 is a long series, and especially going up against Nefarious, who were taking their boost the entire time. I would be tilted personally. This game is very frustrating whenever you're just getting starved out on defense and you can't keep up with the speed. So maybe they were just purposely missing it. But either way, that was just a great performance from Nefarious, and I'm honestly going to start getting behind them a little bit here in the upcoming season.
For sure. This is a team that I love to see play. I've already seen them play with this 3-man roster for you know, a couple of different runs now, and they are not dropping any speed, any momentum whatsoever, and that's great to see.
Absolutely. I think that coming forward, Hockey is one of the best players that you could ask to fill in that role of Jay Wismont, but also bring more striking capabilities. I think moving forward, too, we're also going to see maybe Fracture pick it up, and I could see them, you know, doing some great things. Still want to see them continue to grind and to stay on top of things, because they have the skill, they have the potential there. It just comes down to the fundamentals and that experience. So I think that we will see them back on top, but Nefarious, they're too good, Jolly. They're too dang good.
They are. They really are. And, you know, you gotta consider KX had 3 shots in that last one and 3 saves, so at least you still got a lot of promise for these players. We are forward hopping into the next matchup, though. Going to take a very quick break, so don't go anywhere. Go, you know, grab your Nerd Focus if you got some in the fridge to hydrate up. We will be right back after this quick one.
Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high-potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So let's stop. I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Let's go.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle one more time, and this future HEB Pro Cam, sponsored by HEB themselves, of course, and make sure to go to their store at heb.com, as well as all their local retail stores in Texas. And if you haven't been to one, I highly recommend it. Everybody has their own local grocery store that they say that is the greatest of all time, but I can tell you, I've traveled to many states and lived in several, and I've never found a better one than HEB. And I actually have someone on the line with me who actually knows the greatness of HEB. Let's go ahead and bring in Buddy from Nefarious, our Texas resident and former land connoisseur. Buddy, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. How about you?
Pretty good. It's been a long time since I talked to you, since the early days there.
Yeah.
This Nefarious roster is legit. How have you guys adapted to the addition of Hockey over Jay Wismont over the last couple seasons?
So with Hockey, he's ending up going to Northwood, which is the college that I play for in the college Rocket League scene. So with that, and obviously Hockey's really good, we just kind of figured might as well try and combine the two teams. And so playing both CRL and RLCS events like this, geared towards RLCS, it makes it a lot easier to just build the chemistry a lot faster, I guess.
Yeah, and I actually, it totally overlapped me that you're also playing with Hockey and CRL next season at Northwood, who are forming the God Squad, both A and B teams, or blue and white as they call them, but they're going to have a formidable roster. Let's talk a little bit about your comings up in Rocket League. Where did you start? What year did you start playing? And were there any particular content creators that got you involved in the first place?
I want to say I probably started in 2017, 2016, right around when, and as you know, the Texas Rocket League scene was pretty active. A lot of events happening. That was about when I really started.
It's pretty amazing to see you come all the way to this point. It's like you're nurturing a little baby, right, at the lands, and you're like, oh look, here's Buddy, he's pretty good, and it's now Buddy's competing for a $5,000 a month scholarship contract, not scholarship, but I'm sure you have those as well. But let's talk a little bit about the future and what this would mean to you, especially with competing in college and you're at the Northwood squad. What would this contract with Beasley mean for the rest of you and the squad?
Well, of course, paying for tuition is not easy for anybody. I know Hockey and I would definitely benefit from that extremely, and then Adam as well is a senior in high school right now, so he'll have to be paying for college soon enough. So I know primarily I would assume most of that would be going towards school for all of us.
It is important. Education is important, but it definitely ain't cheap. I'll attest to that. I've been through the cycle, and I still have some stuff to pay off. So that's an amazing opportunity for you guys to be able to do that with some Carball. So one last question for you coming up in the days. You're actually from Texas yourself, and this is actually sponsored by HEB. So I'm wondering if I can get a sponsored plug from you as well. Do you miss HEB living all the way in Michigan now, or is it something you think about often?
It's actually, I live probably like 3 minutes from one right now during the summer, and I actually go there a fair amount. Yeah, I mean, no complaints. It's always solid. Always clean.
See, I know I'm doing a good job when I can get my guest to plug the sponsor with me for free, but hopefully that wasn't too rough on you there, buddy. But
No.
I have no more questions for you. I think Nefarious is going to go far in this search. Hockey Buddy Adam is a fantastic trio going forward. Any final shout outs that you want to give before we let you go?
I would just say shout out to Space Bear, who's our coach, and putting in work.
That's 2 shout outs for coaches so far already. And amazing to see that actually coaches, as a former coach myself, to have a more formal spot in Rocket League competitive is really fantastic to see. So thanks so much, buddy, for joining us on the broadcast. Good luck in a couple of weeks in the final couple of days of this particular event. And we'll talk to you next time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And that was Buddy, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us, Buddy. If you didn't know, Buddy and I, and as well as some people working on this show, used to host LANs in Texas, and Buddy was one of the people that would join in the 2v2 setting, and I don't remember his teammate, but it's been about 3 years since I've talked to him, and it's just a super cool thing to see him here on the tournament stage. It's like the progressions of competitive to pro level is really being shown here on the search. But enough nostalgia. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, the next matchup we have underway will be Square One versus Beach Boys. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. This is sponsored by Nerd Focus. Make sure to get yours at any major retailer, including Walmart, Amazon.com, or on the GoPop app. It's packed with nootropics, which is the new age energy blend to help you get through your day without all those extra jitters you get from other energy drink brands. So go get yours today and make sure to join us on the broadcast. And speaking of joining us on the broadcast, let's go ahead and bring back in our two lovely commentators. It's going to be Jolly and Turtle. We have a tweet to address here. This is actually Lordenzo, who is one of our content creators. I say our like I'm at Outlaws. One of the content creators at Outlaws. It says, do I hear new coworkers? Hashtag the search tune in. Make sure to use the hashtag the search to be able to show your tweets here. And our lovely admins and moderators will parse through them and see if you're eligible to get on the team. Anybody that will be joining Lordenzo will be qualifying for this broadcast. So, guys, it's been a wonderful day so far. I think actually let's look at the bracket to see where we're at and what teams we have coming up. That'll be a great segue to introduce the next match we got coming up, which is going to be Square One and Beach Boys. But let's look at the teams that have already qualified. Vibrance, Frequence, Nefarious have all already gone through. They will be moving on onto that August 22nd and 23rd finals for their chance to play. Looking at the lower side, we haven't seen anybody on this particular spot play yet, but we have noticed that it has been Rising Avian and Yonkeldonk to move on, as well as the Odyssey team taking 4-0 wins over University of Alabama. I'm really disappointed that Sussy Baka is not moving on. I was really hoping I'd be able to say that name one more time on broadcast, because that is just a S+ tier name.
Yeah, these are some great names. I mean, I'm impressed so far. The creativity, spot on. The way it feels when you say it just rolls off the tongue. 10 out of 10, Pickle. 10 out of 10.
We also have Mousetrap and ALC, a large chicken, in the top in the top of the lower bracket there, but they haven't played their match just yet, so we don't know who's qualified. Let's start talking about this Square One Beach Boys matchup, because Square One, if you can remember, is Zanil, Heck, and Karma. Karma once again at it. It's like that. It's like the meme with CJ from Grand Theft Auto, where he's walking down the alleyway. He's like, here we go again. Karma with another team trying to get that dub.
Hey,
She's had many good performances in the RLCS, but they've been notably not able to break through in very clutch moments. But with that, all that being said, she also has a very good eye for talent in introducing new players to the team, most notably like Daniel and Shadow from the old Charlotte roster. They have a really good eye for turning players into absolute monsters. So I'm wondering if we're going to see that from Zanil and Heck. You want to talk a little bit about this roster, Turtle? You've seen some of these players before.
I mean, you obviously got to talk about Karma. I think Karma is, like you said, very, very persistent, determined, and I think with that kind of mentality, that kind of dedication, it's just inevitable. You know, we'll see her finally click with a team that works well, is efficient, and they can ascend to the top. She's made it. She's been able to taste a little bit of victory, but hasn't gotten the full experience yet. As far as Zanil and Heck, I actually heard Garrett G talking about Zanil. I keep mentioning ranked, but I was playing ranked with Garrett G for a little, just, you know, little pastime, okay? Not trying to flex on anybody, but I was just catching up with my man, and we ran into Zanil, and he was like, whoa, I'm a big fan of Zanil. I like Zanil. I think he's really good. When I play him in ranked, he actually does a lot of damage. So that alone, if you get Garrett G's respect, I think then you automatically earn my respect and probably tons of others.
Yeah, I got to agree. Karma's insane, but Zanil I have seen many times, and I've done a lot of these like kind of amateur tournaments, and I've seen Zanil pop up plenty of times. So to see Zanil with players like Karma and Heck, who's also been on a couple of RLCS X teams, it's looking to be another scary one, and especially looking at that bracket, seeing all 4-0s except for one matchup that was a 3-4. I mean, I don't want to anticipate anything, but it kind of feels like it might be another sweep here.
And let's mention the names on the roster. I actually didn't have any notable names given to me from the production crew, but the roster for Beach Boys is Volts, Slayer, and Spooder Man. Not the Spooda, Spooder Man.
Okay,
I'm not sure what actual name.
It's a fake. It's a fake.
But Turtle, are we gonna see the resurrection of the old Orbit Squad? Are we getting back together?
Oh yeah,
Playing
I'm down.
a little length night.
It'll be classic. I throw. Moses is just in no man's land, and Gary G's just trying to pick up pieces. So I'm excited for that. I think that'll be a good time. And I think Karma. Not to mention it or anything or to bring it back up, but Karma, she had taken a couple of L's back in the past. She had made it all the way, then dropped back down. But I believe, okay, this is her time, and it starts in this tournament. I'm here for it.
We were talking about this a little bit with Leaf and Danger Taco. They were wondering if Karma was going to be able to bring that maturity level because she has played so much to a younger player like Zanil and Heck. So that's kind of the dynamic I'm looking for, specifically going into this matchup. I just really don't have any information on Beach Boys, and if we're gonna get another sweep, I'm gonna get my broom and have it join me on the broadcast because this is 3 sweeps in a row, just absolutely routes from the other teams. Let's get into predictions for this one. Beach Boys and Square One. Jolly, I think I know where you're gonna go here, but I have to do it formally.
Okay, I'm just like, I was trying to look up some stuff on these players. I don't know if I can find anything on them, so I'm gonna have to give it another because I don't want to sweep. I really don't, and I'm gonna give it another 4-1 over to Square One, just because I want to see something good coming out with Beach. Stop shaking your head, Turtle.
Unacceptable.
Shaking your head at me. I'm gonna call it another 4-1 in favor of Square One.
She doesn't believe in the sweep, Turtle. What do you think?
I don't know how you don't believe in the sweep because look, I just tried joining. Listen to me. I tried joining the lobby. Okay, I think I didn't have cross-platform enabled. I don't play with cross-platform enabled, but then it wouldn't let me join. So I think somebody here is on a console, and there's nothing against console players, but they just scare me a little bit. And I think that if we have a console player on Beach Boys, we could have an even bigger broom. I think we're already going to see a broom, but if there is a potential of another console player up here, that you're just at a disadvantage at the end of the day. And I think that we're going to see a massive broom get brought up from Karma because she doesn't show anybody any mercy.
I think it's also going to be the Square One roster. Square One roster, excuse me. And that's a fitting name for this team. It seems like Karma's always having to go back to the basics and Square One. So I've got a sweep. I'm going all sweeps today. We're going to get out of here early. You want to pick up some lunch later, Turtle? Maybe get off on this broadcast?
I'm down. Hey, I'm kind of full off these nerd focus. I'm not going to lie.
All right. Well, the game is ready. So without further ado, it's going to be Square One and Beach Boys in a best of 7 to determine who will qualify into our finals for the search for the next Rocket League team. To call it today is going to be Turtle and Jolly. Take it away.
Hey, that's us. Thank you, Fickle. As usual, we'll check back in with you after this series of games. But yeah, I'm not really able to find much of anything. If I'm looking potentially at the right Slayer, I mean, we're looking at young players, potentially from a Game Nights Youth Esports Club. So young players potentially. Here's a new already. No. All right.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay. I said the same thing in the last one that I expect a 4-0, but I really don't want to see one. It's more me hoping. That's not a good start for my hopes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've got 2 console players on Beach Boys right now. And, this is some interesting gameplay that we're seeing.
By the way, this is actually Square One who is locking these ones in. That's not Neil and Karma are already putting a point on the board in 6 seconds.
Look, I'm not trying to roast any console. I'm not trying to do anything. I will roast camera settings though, and the camera settings of Slayer and Spooderman are quite interesting. I'm not gonna lie to you. They are interesting. That's all I'm gonna say about it. And we're already at a 2-0 deficit for Beach Boys. Jolly, are you still feeling 4-1? How are you feeling about that?
I'm not. I don't want to change my answer. All right. Currently, according to the scoreboard, Beach Boys are winning. That's not the case, of course. But I don't want to change my number. I want to see a 4-1. I still want to see a 4-1. That doesn't necessarily mean I think it's gonna happen, but I want it, so that's what I'm calling.
Okay. Okay. Nice little recovery. Yeah, I see what you did there. You're like, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Oh yeah,
but,
I
like,
talk just like that. Oh no,
you
no.
never know. Hey, that's how I impersonate everybody the same way. All right, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. All right, well that's good. That means that your impersonation will just be, oh, I'm Turtle. I'm in.
Exactly. I mean, that's pretty much how I sound.
Yeah,
so
that's true. Good point. That's actually pretty accurate. Pretty accurate little impression right there. We do have a heck with the save, so we at least got a shot on goal from Beach Boys, but we are unfortunately back on their defensive side of the field once again. And the pressure is really on. Look at the amount of boost as well. The Heck and Karma just constantly have through this game. A demo coming through from Karma. That did not even look like that much speed, but it was enough boost to get a demo. Bolts can't get this one out of the corner. Tries to get it out. It immediately comes back in, and he ends up passing the ball over to one of the members of Square One. This is real rough.
This isn't funny. Look, Zanil is just driving around, demoing everybody, and he's not even like. Look at this. Look at this. They're like, okay, let's see if we can take everybody off the field at the same time. And this is the difference between people who have been in that pro level and experienced, top level performance, and been among the best of the best, versus somebody who's, just starting that grind. And while you would think that the difference wouldn't be huge, it is pretty substantial, and you can see with this shot alone. Not only what Zanil brings to the table, but also that gap I talked about between these two teams.
Yeah, being able to just kind of float, it clearly is not really something that is in the Beach Boys endeavors here for today. And it's not even as though they have the opportunity to. They really don't have any boost control. This ball is always on their defensive side of the field. I'm already going blind from the blue here. And there's not much that can be done about that. Really, control is held so firmly here by all of the members of Square One, whether it's offensive or defensive, and it just seems so scattered from the side of Beach Boys.
Yeah. Well, you also don't have the communication. We're seeing Spooderman bump his own teammates on the rotation back all over the place here. Now double commit there. It seems like, just like I talked about, that communication. It's not there, Jolly. They're not organized, and I think the main thing you need to focus on when you're up against a team that can out-mechanic you within an instant, it's that organization. You've got to be in the right spot. Whether or not you have the mechanics, that's a different story, but just being in position to at least have a chance, that's what you need to look for, and that's what I want to see Beach Boys try and implement.
And that's what we kind of saw from Absolute Fracture, going up against a team like Nefarious. Like we were talking about, it was 3 0-3s in favor of Nefarious, but the fact that it was only 0-3s was a really good thing to see. Right now we're looking in 0-4 here up against Beach Boys, and you can just feel how much more of a disconnect there is, even compared to a team that lost but still performed quite well in Absolute Fracture.
Well, and Fractures were also in position a lot of the times. It just came down to the mechanical side of things, or finding that read. We don't really see either of those elements here for Beach Boys, and that's not to roast them or say that they're inferior. Obviously, you need the experience, and this is a good learning lesson for all three players on Beach Boys. And who knows, maybe they'll take us, they'll make us speechless here, and they'll give us a little surprise, because I would love to see them still take a game. Maybe something happens out of the ordinary that they throw and implement, or it's like a big prank, okay? It's like, hey, I loaded up on my
They're
console,
sandbagging.
yeah, then they get on their like $15,000 gaming PC and just start flip resetting, okay? That's what I want to see.
That's the warm-up. Yeah, the console's the warm-up. It's really to challenge yourself, I suppose.
That's genius.
And the majority of players do play with controllers anyway. A lot of people who are like, oh, PC is better. It has to do with people like mouse and keyboard. This is not the case with Rocket League. It's honestly just because you get better frame rates, you have quicker reaction times, because it's just a better system overall that's running the application.
Absolutely. And in a game like Rocket League, it's talked about so much because Rocket League, a couple of frames, especially whenever people are having, internet issues and connection issues, that small little stutter, whether it's from the equipment that you use, what console you're on, having a PC, that small stutter, maybe like half a second, is actually going to make or break the game and or a save, because you need to have that small amount of time to react and get in position with how quickly Rocket League moves. Here we go.
Yeah, it's looking good here. You might find the one. There it is. Slayer gets on the board. I was going to say, the fact that we were about 2.5 minutes into this game, and it was 4 goals by Square One. The last 2 minutes has essentially been really just Beach Boys doing a really good job defensively and trying to get the clears out necessary. That was the exact clear that they needed. And while I was comparing them to Absolute Fracture, at least Beach Boys has managed to find a point that they're able to put on the board, and that's really, really hopeful for these upcoming matches, as it is the best of 7.
But you never know what could happen. Some momentum could be built here. You know that, like I said in the previous series, you can break through the armor. It's very reassuring getting at least one goal on the board. You don't want to go scoreless, especially in game 1. This one's going to keep floating up in the air, but surely it's going to eventually drop down. I wouldn't be surprised either to see maybe a little dribble in from Karma, but it gets stuffed out, and we had a relatively, I'd say, unbalanced first game, but it slowed down in the latter half of this one.
For sure. That's a really, really good sign going forward for Beach Boys. So hopefully, going into the next couple of rounds, they have found their footing, found their wheeling. All right, with that, I'm going to step away from him. We are going to take another quick little nerd focus break, though, so don't go anywhere. Keep an eye on the screen, as we will be right back.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Jolly, it is a great experience to be here with you, and I would like to continue to cast this game with you.
Thanks, Fickle Turtle.
Now I gotta get Fickle's impersonation of me. That's my best attempt at him. He's gotta hit me back with it when I see him. I know he's listening.
Of course he is. Fickle's always listening to everyone all the time.
Absolutely.
that goal in 15 seconds, so gotta feel pretty good here for Beach Boys, and hopefully, hey, you know what? We're in the first 3 seconds and there's no goal, so we're already looking better than round number 1.
Here's the thing. I want to see Spooderman just like ascend. Like I want to see this man
swing
from
webs.
Pull the 180. Okay, no. We're not. We can't keep going down this fun lane, right? Not good. Listen, Spooderman 1440. I don't even. Maybe his monitor's in 1440p. You know what I'm saying? That could be the upgrade that I was looking for. Maybe he went from 1080 in the previous game to 1440, and that's why we get the name. That's the origin of it. I believe it. It's still 0-0. I got hope.
Yes, still 0-0. About 40 seconds into round number 2 in this best of 7. So, you always gotta have hope. You always gotta have hope. A nice little shove out there from both. That's gonna go right into the hands of Square One. Another center here. Woo, look at that. The defense is certainly cleaning up, though, from Beach Boys. You can tell that the communication that was really lackluster before is at least improving.
Yeah, absolutely. And Spooderman, I mean, I just talked about him. He's actually found himself in a better position this time. He's not double committing as much, and he just got taken off the field as I'm talking about him. But still, he is in position. He is also AFK.
No way!
I don't know what happened.
So good. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, there was a demo. Did he not come back? That was, my God, Zanil. What a shot, though. Riding up along the ceiling, waiting for that connection. Beautiful. Okay, and there was a decent shot. I don't actually know if that is going to count. It was a beautiful shot. I don't know if the presence of Spooderman would have prevented that one from going in, but we do have a disconnect, so we are taking a brief pause here. I mean,
I might have cursed him. It was Spooderman, because I was talking about him, and then he got demoed.
1440 was actually his ping at the time. Okay, it wasn't
exactly.
wasn't his rate on his it wasn't his frame rate. That was ping. That's really rough to see.
We're getting some trash talk too from Karma. He just said, or she just said, excuse me. She said, "Hi Slayer," and then she followed up with, "You're going down."
Oh,
that is just, oh my goodness, this is fierce. Fierce stuff from Karma.
Are you surprised?
This is what we expected. No, I'm not surprised at all.
I'm not surprised. I mean, you know what? If anyone's gonna talk trash, it should be Karma. She deserves it. It does so far feel like Beach Boys are going down, but you know, we're only in round number 2.
Oh my goodness.
That's gonna reinforce things. Neil, my goodness, this player.
Look at this boy. Look at this boy go. This is why Garrett G likes him. He's got the mechanics. He's got the. I was about to say flip reset, but a little bit of a pre-flip saving that one in, and also getting that air dribble. And I'm gonna open this up, Jolly. You gotta guess what this could possibly be. You ready? You hear that? What is that?
That sounds like an opening of a nerd focus.
My goodness.
Hey.
How did you even get that? I'm amazed.
It was either that or like a beer cracking open, so I'd hope it's the former.
No, it's a nerd focus, all right? I'm trying to stay energized to watch Spooderman pop off. Here we go.
We got another one coming through.
Oh my, Zanil. Triple flip reset, no worries.
Oh
no
my
problem, no
gosh,
sweat.
and still getting the momentum necessary in the right direction. Those kinds of flip resets, when you're stalling yourself in the air, when you're floating, trying to find the opportunity for somebody to be available for, oh my gosh, a double touch or rebound play, that is so dang impressive, and that was a nice little flip reset as well. Didn't come through as a goal, so Beach Boys really focusing on maintaining this defense. But they gotta find a clear, and they need to also be prepared. You gotta have some confidence in this, and where if you have a clear, if there's nobody even close to midfield, nothing's gonna happen from it. Oh my gosh, a nice save there from both. But if these shots continue to barrage Beach Boys, eventually one will go in. These numbers of square one are mechanically gifted enough. That's going to actually pinch it or take it away, though, as Slayer tries to line back up to follow up this clear. Spoonerman finds something here. Heck in the corner, going to try to find the clear, but it goes under. Karma barely in the right position at the right time to prevent that shot from going through.
It does look like we're seeing a little bit more of a slower gameplay from Square One. I think they're actually just focusing more on mechanics, and I think this is an opportunity for them to try to build that team chemistry. They have the speed over them, and you can see they're being more conscious with the way they're possessing the ball, kind of making this game a little bit easier. And this could be a chance then for Beach Boys, you know, catch them off guard. If the other team is kind of messing around a little bit more relaxed on the sticks, this could be a chance to punish. But if you're missing backboard reads like this, maybe you're not going to get that chance here, Jelly.
It's going to be really tough to find it there. Ooh. That was an interesting. Started with blue car, then it turned into a red car right there. You see Karma get this one out and away. Slayer just a little too much boost, a little too high in the air to actually counter that. Karma clearly recognizing they've got the mechanical skill and the positioning available for this. Now Zanil trying to go for another solo play, and this might be it. No way, the slow roll forward. Somebody tried to bump Zanil out, but it's not going to work.
I love Spooderman in this situation. He just like goes and backs up behind Volts, takes his boost, and then unfortunately can't get back in rotation. That's the communication we were looking at earlier.
Yep.
All over the place. Beach Boys, they need to make a new hit single. What was actually what song did the Beach Boys make?
Beach Boys did wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if we were older?
There was another one. There's another one.
They
What was
did.
the
I
other
mean,
one?
they had a lot. Barbara Ann, Beach Boys. Not even kidding. I'm not even gonna lie to you. When I was a kid, they were my favorite band.
But like you're naming the only songs I don't know. What was the like most popular?
That was Wouldn't It Be Nice? Like it's
No,
gotta
it
be,
was not.
Okay.
It's gotta be a lie. I'm looking it up right now.
Oh my gosh.
If Spooderman doesn't score
Surfing
this
USA.
game,
I swear to God, if it's Surfing
that
USA,
one,
I'm gonna.
that one.
Why?
That's the one
Come
I'm
on.
talking about.
All right, fine.
That's the one I'm
fine.
talking about.
Surfing
But is that see? Look, I think that's the most popular song. Let's see.
Yeah,
It
Good
is.
Vibrations.
It is the most
Maybe.
popular.
What about Good Vibrations? What about that one, huh?
Good Vibration.
How is out? Yeah. Or Kokomo, bro. What about? I forgot about Kokomo. They've
I
got
don't
a
even
lot.
know.
They've got a lot of hits. They got a lot of hits.
They're all wearing the same flannel in their picture. I don't like it.
Flannel.
They're like wearing. I don't know. They're on the beach. Okay.
Yeah,
And
okay,
you know
there
who
you
else
go.
is on the beach chilling? Square One. They're literally just chilling. Okay, never mind. What is happening?
Hey, look at that. Hey, you know what, Beach Boys? They're putting numbers up. They might not have 3, but they got a #1 hit. All right.
This is just unacceptable. Karma.
That's beautiful.
Somebody clip this and just Twitter DM it to Karma so that she never forgets. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Karma's gonna come after you after this one. You realize
Oh,
that?
no.
Not the player, but actual Karma.
Oh, that's true.
Putting one on the board, at least, you know, still feeling something. That's one for each of these rounds. It has been.
That's more than the fraction.
Yeah.
Fraction. Yes.
Absolute fracture and while they did play well, I mean, you got Slayer coming through with that 1 goal and Zanil with the hat trick as well.
Look at Spooderman's ping though. That's
Oh, I was joking about that. I didn't actually think it was his ping that was that bad. Okay, it's at least dropping down. It looks like both Slayer and Speederman are struggling a little bit. And then you see Karma at 20. Where are you, Karma, right now? Where are you? Because I want to know. Alrighty. In the meantime, though, we are going to hear another quick little break from HEB, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round number 3.
The search for the next Rocket League team is sponsored by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at HEB.com and download the HEB app today.
Black shirt, you probably can't tell. I just spilled. focused all over
That's-
myself.
That just hurt. I heard it. Mid sip attempt. The spill from Jolly. Now, you know what? It's okay. Okay, you don't even need to drink the Nerd Focus. As long as it's in the
Hey, you
vicinity,
just
you're
absorb it through my skin.
fine. Exactly.
Some osmosis going in here. We are looking at some replays, though, from round number 2. Zanil is going to be the focus of all of these, as all except for the one shot there by Volts. We're not even going to see that great shot by Volts. So that replay to make Karma maybe feel a little bit bad about herself there.
I want to see some predictions now. Who's going to score the first goal here?
Zanil, probably? I mean,
Okay.
oh, there we go.
Oh,
Heck's
wait,
looking
this
for
could be-
something. It went right behind Volt. That was pretty close. Almost Heck getting the first one on the board. And I don't even know if Heck has actually scored a goal in this one. I think it's been all Zanil and Karma plays, but Heck has been mostly on these defensive rotations, still showing up as a player for sure.
Let me tell you what's going to happen, Kelly, okay?
All right.
We're going to get Zanil coming into the corner. Gets a nice little 50-50. It glides across, hops up into the air. We get a good follow-up from Karma. Off the backboard, double tap into the goal. It's going to happen this game.
Oh, that's very.
I have seen the
Very
future.
particular.
Exactly. We got to get specific. Otherwise, were you actually correct or were you just lucky?
I mean, at the end of the day, am I ever correct or just lucky? Like, come on.
I don't know. I mean, that's up for debate.
Exactly. I'd rather not split hairs on that
Yes.
one. Nice little save there by Speederman, not allowing it to get in. Zanil finds a demo, though. Karma looking for something. Gonna get pushed away by Speederman and Volt. Heck, trying to get the
See, I
single
was
touch,
right.
and there it is. I was right. Hold on.
This is exactly what I said was going to happen.
Yeah, but
Spider-Man
I'm
1440.
also right, though. I'm also right, though, aren't
No.
I? Because Zanil made the first goal.
But I said that Zanil was going to go into the corner, and he did not do that at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Thank you so much. And we've got another DC Spooter.
Oh,
Spooderman
no.
1440. That 1440 has got to be like resolution reference, right? There's no way it's anything else. I can't imagine.
It's
what
usually
else
the
it would
year
be.
that someone's born. That's usually
1440? Yeah,
It's
okay,
usually
okay.
what people do.
out
Maybe
here-
that's more of a girl thing.
What did happen in the 14? I don't even remember.
I mean, I
Like,
don't remember. I wasn't there.
Well, I know, but like what? Oh, I'm looking this up. We need to figure this out. 1440. Let's see
wait,
what happened.
in 1440 specifically. 1492. Columbus sailed the ocean blue. There's the 1400s at least.
Christopher of Bavaria is elected King of Denmark. That has got to be what it's referenced to, right?
It's absolutely Spooderman, King of Denmark.
Big fan of Denmark.
Yeah, there you go.
Spooderman. You can tell.
Oh no, I never really question where people's numbers come from, and it can't be elite speak. That would be, yeah, no, that wouldn't make any sense either.
It's got to be resolution because that's the only way. And Square One, I mean, I bet they're all on 1440p monitors. Square One probably has like the elite gamer setup to get this 1-0 lead over Beach Boys. Still a little bit disconnected, but apparently we're good. Slayer's saying we're fine. Spider-Man looks to be back. His ping is still all over the place, but would the ping, if we saw like a 20 ping like Karma from Spider-Man, do we still think Beach Boys could keep it close?
I gotta expect that they pull out some good vibrations. Maybe send their minds to Kokomo.
They got good vibrations.
yeah.
By that, I asked, are they gonna win though? We don't care about the vibrations.
If they can figure out how to get on those boards and go surfing USA, then there's very much the possibility that they can get around.
I have never been surfing in my entire life.
I do appreciate Not Charlie. Good Vibrations is a straight banger. That's absolutely true. Getting into this match now. This is round number 3. Not getting into it, I guess, but resuming it, I suppose. And only one for Square One. So that's a good sign here. Beach Boys trying to collect themselves.
Yeah.
This is literally just a little stall out. I was wondering if somebody had disconnected there, if anyone was just trying to wait to see who would engage in the corner. And it is going to be Beach Boys trying to get it out. Square One learning that they can actually navigate this one and potentially find themselves a shot on goal. It's not going to come from there, though.
I want to see a pinch. I think if Square One are going to try to take this game and perceive it a little bit more like free play, they're going to have to go for those pinches off the sidewall. That's what I want to see. Karma, don't you dare.
That
Thank
was
you. That would be unacceptable. No. We only take pinches here in this game.
And this is
That's
where
all I'm accepting.
this is another way you can see how much momentum, how much velocity is coming through the balls hit by Square One. And then when Beach Boys try to get something out of the goal, they just are not able to get that velocity and momentum. It ends up just passing it back to one of the members of Square One or recentering the ball for somebody else to try to come up and get a shot. And once again, for this round, we are focusing a lot on the blue side of the field.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got to figure out also the mechanical side of it whenever you're going for those clears. If you can't get it to a teammate, at least try and find some power on it so that you stall out enough time. Because if you don't have a solid clear on the defensive side against a team like Square One, you are basically setting up your teammates for failure because they don't have time to get boost. They can't find anything to keep them in the game, to keep that rotation going, and then you get double commits, you get confusion on the field, and you also gave away some free shots to none other than Karma.
Karma's not the one that you want to give free shots away to, though. You know what? I would say of the performances today, much as I love Karma as a player, Zanil has been absolutely popping off on a lot of these. And certainly one that I'm glad that we kind of touched on before this. Like I said, I've seen Zanil several times in the amateur scene just absolutely dominating with really, really well-known players, too. So already has that reputation of being a good communicator and being, you know, a cohesive player in general, a good team player.
Yeah, and I mean, just speaking from my experience whenever I played that, like, one ranked match, which I was completely outmatched in, Zanil was the striker. He, had the best mechanics, I'd say, on the pitch besides Garrett, and it was a close matchup. And then now the demo coming back, we got a huge bump play there from Zanil on Slayer, denying any momentum. They can't even start things up here. There's not even a chance where they connect that pass or two without having somebody from Square One popping off. Maybe the double flip reset off the backboard. It's too much.
Yeah, not enough boost going forward there for Heck either to actually find a proper reset. That's going to be a nice steal away from Slayer, and would you look at that? With a minute left in the game, it is close to a tie. We're only one away now for Beach Boys.
Oh, come on. This is it. This is the time to make a comeback. Beach Boys, do not let us down. Square One, they were taking it easy. They have their guards down. This is when you can strike, turn on your monitors, and then just attack. No more 1440p. We're going directly to 4K, okay?
Straight to 4K. That's much better than straight to red box. I'll tell you that much. Karma finds a demo on a Volt. Heck trying to carry this one up and over. Karma's not quite positioned, trying to bump Slayer out of the defensive positioning, actually, and it did not end up working out well for them. Not quite enough boost for them to get a solid connection here. Back to the orange side. Maybe another opportunity for Beach Boys to find something, but we're going to get Heck dribbling this one, air dribbling this one up and back around to the defensive zone for Beach Boys.
30 seconds left as well. Spooderman 1440p gets the clear. Maybe this is the chance. That's a booming shot on the net. Some of the most power we've seen, I'd say, out of Beach Boys, and maybe something else from Spooderman 1440p, some good aggression. I believe in them, okay? This is the chance. Spooderman has to get back. He gets the save. They're in position now. 10 seconds left. Jolly, believe.
I already did believe. I said 1-4, all right? You
Okay,
believe,
okay.
yeah, you believe a little bit less than me.
No, you said you don't think it's going to happen. You said that's what you want.
You know what? We're not
and
gonna.
look at what you've done. Look at what you've done.
We're not gonna. We're not gonna split more
This is
here.
unacceptable.
Square One are gonna find themselves a match point right here. 8 shots to 2 for Square One. Slayer, though, 1 shot, 1 goal, feeling pretty good considering they're sitting at a relatively high ping right now. We are going to take another very, very quick nerd focus break, though, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, packed with nootropics to help you focus while having energy to get through the day. Perfect for your grind. Go to nerdfocus.com today.
I wish we could get like a "in a world" from Fickle.
Yeah.
That's what I would want to see.
In the world. It'd be that'd be a solid one. We'll get some, you know, we'll get some audio clips. I've got a MIDI board.
More lines.
I've got a MIDI board, so I'm just gonna get Fickle to, like, say lines for me and then put them all on my MIDI board.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and then I'll just have
Can you
Fickle
play sound
lines.
effects for me right now, or no? It has to be,
It's
like,
not
set up?
plugged in. It's not currently plugged in.
Come on.
It's too much-
What do we pay you for if not for the
You don't
MIDI
pay
keyboard?
me,
I
Turtle.
pay you strictly out of my pocket, okay?
You pay me in your
So-
music.
No, don't even go there.
I
Don't
will.
even
I will go there.
This is unacceptable.
Go there. right, match point for Square One. Beach Boys have been able to put some points on the board. At least Karma is going to start things off in the natural Karma way, though. Immediately finding a goal in the first 7 seconds.
And this is classic Karma. Okay, you're going to get the first goal, and then you're going to just chill for the rest of the game. I think that that's literally the Square One tactic. They've got all the boost control, the mechanics. Like at this point, it's not even to roast or talk down on Beach Boys. It's literally just a different class of skills so far in this series and in this matchup. You got Square One. They have all the experience. They've got the mechanics, the speed, the boost control. It's all connecting. Meanwhile, and even the equipment, dare I say, is better. They're not on console. They have the advantage there. It's literally every single category. But that's not to say Beach Boys can't put up a fight or at least learn from this and get some experience themselves.
Absolutely. And again, considering the fact that they're at least putting on points, they're doing a really solid job. And these are names, 3 names on Square One that we are familiar with. With Beach Boys, that's not the case. So going in with no expectations from these guys and to see them at least put some points onto Square One and not quite put them to their wits' end, but at least, put them to the beginning of the wits' end, I suppose. The beginning of the end is at least there for Beach Boys. So if they can find another couple of plays, they might be able to make one of these rounds go in their favor. It's just tough to start it out with Karma getting a shot or getting a goal in the first 7 seconds of the round. That's a little demeaning.
Yeah, and that's how the first game started, if we remember correctly. It was like 2 or 3 back-to-back kickoff goals. They were taking them by storm. Oh my goodness, those Slayer!
Hey!
This is what I wanted to see. This was not only a fantastic shot, but the assist from Volts. That is a perfect spot to hit that pass off the corner and drop it right down to Slayer.
Able to tap the rebound to be able to direct that precisely to the player of Slayer. And Slayer, if you recall, also got that last goal towards the end of the last round. So Slayer is, living up to their name right there for sure. At least putting points on the board here against Square One. That's something to be seen, something to be respected here. And now they have tied things up for the first time. And literally as I say it, the tie is broken as Zanil finds another one here for Square One.
And they do it so quickly. That was a great infield pass there from Heck, finding Zanil. And it looked so effortless from everybody on Square One. Nice little communication to get that pass into the midfield. We had, I believe it was Karma being aggressive to open up that passing lane in the first place. And an instant response from Square One. I would normally be surprised, but with how things have gone, I'm a little bit more surprised at this shot, though.
Yeah. Good shot, and you could see that the positioning was there for Volt potentially. So here's the thing too that I gotta say about Beach Boys, and that I've seen from Square One that I haven't quite seen from Beach Boys is back post positioning. Absolutely something you've got to focus on, especially if you were facing someone like Square One. You're not going to be able to get in the position that you need to actually prevent a shot from going through if you are not sitting at the back post. And right there, we just saw Volt sitting at the front post, the opposite of where you want to be to try to save that goal. So best opportunity these guys are going to have is if they do take back post positioning on these defensive plays. And that also ensures that you don't double commit, because if you have somebody calling out there at back post, you can send someone to front post if you really do want to have some extra defense there. But that's an easy call to make, an easy way to stay communicative as a team.
Yeah, 100%. I think that it's also not only the positioning to the far post, but also how deep you're sitting in net. I think that's one of the most important parts as well, because that gives you a little bit more reaction time. If you're sitting out really aggressive in the net and you're even farther pushed up past that goal line, it's going to be hard to save a shot from Zanil that's coming at like 120 miles an hour. You know what I mean? You have to react within milliseconds. Yeah. But if you're a little bit farther back, you got a chance there. There's a little bit more of a perspective where you can see where that ball's going, and you can figure things out on the defensive side.
Absolutely. It's huge for defense, and it's something that I called out that Square One was doing earlier, that Karma was sitting back on the back post when they were even having an aggressive play. They even had a goal go through, and it was still defensive back post positioning. So it works very, very well, and especially when you see a player like Karma utilizing that, it's something you want to put into your own personal arsenal. And these are the things that you hope are takeaways for Beach Boys coming out of this one, because it is beginning to look like another sweep in favor of Square One. So that learning experience is absolutely still there, and even more so in a best of 7 than you can get in something like a best of 3 or a best of 5, which is great to see.
Now, Jai, I'm going to throw you a question.
Uh-oh.
If we got Nefarious versus Square One this hypothetical matchup. We just saw Nefarious make it and, you know, continue their win streak in the previous series. If we saw them face up against Square One, who would take that W?
All right.
Who would you predict?
All right. Based on these two matches that we have seen, these two best of fives, this one's, you know, not quite over, but almost. I mean, I got to say, Absolute Fracture had played relatively cohesively, but Nefarious still dunked on him. Didn't allow a single shot to go through. The fact that Beach Boys, while, you know, playing a lot more scattered, a lot less controlled, have managed to sink shots, I got to say Nefarious should probably have this one. But, you know, for all we know, Karma's not playing at her 100% right now. She's just taking it easy because this is an easier matchup. So you never really know.
She just goes into full sweat mode, starts like triple flip resetting.
Oh, no.
But I would have to agree with you. I think that it would be really close.
Yes.
You know, I think that game could potentially go down to Game 7 OT. I would love to see that matchup, and who knows, maybe we do see that matchup in the future. But it's always fun to you know, put those teams against each other and see who comes out on top. And in this series, it definitely hasn't been as much of a challenge as we saw in the previous one. You know, Nefarious definitely had to work for that win. And don't get me wrong, Square One, they've got the skills, but they are on autopilot as they storm through Beach Boys and win this entire series.
1 point at least still put on each round. 3-1, I think, for every single one. You know, so at least putting a point on the board there. But, man, it's hard to go up with 9 shots from Square One compared to the 2 shots that were put on by Beach Boys. Again, you know, 1 out of 1 for some of these players.
Oh, yeah. And even looking at the replays, you can see the mechanics. This is in, I believe, the first game we got to see a spectacle. I love the flip resets. I love the mechanics coming out. It looked like free play, in all honesty, for Square One. But still, there were good attempts. And Beach Boys, they did not give up, and they weren't going down without a fight. So credit to them. Much respect for making it this far and for just being able to go up against Square One initially and not get too tilted even after, you know, getting stormed on your defensive side. That's a lot of credit that should go out to them, and I'm very happy with the performance from both teams.
For sure, and these are names hopefully that we see more of in the future. You know, the fact that we didn't recognize them right here, right now, does not mean that that's the last time we're going to see them or that we won't see success from these players, because there was a lot of opportunity. I feel like this might have been kind of a, you know, either a pug team or some players that just decided, hey, we're all good individually. Maybe they just didn't have time to get in some scrims to really find the cohesion that teams like Square One already have in place. So a little bit more time for Beach Boys, and they could be a top-tier team here in the amateur scene.
Yeah. Shout out to Spooderman 1440p. He was having internet issues as well, but he kind of battled through them, so that also takes a lot of willpower, and we had a couple of DCs, but they bounced back. They look solid, and I'm excited. I want to see Square One have a little bit more of a challenge. I think going forward, I'm going to be really keeping an eye out for whenever they go up against a team that is a little bit closer in skill level, and just in terms of experience as well. So that'll be one to definitely keep your eyes peeled for, but I'm excited going forward. Square One, Nefarious. We were getting down to some really, really solid looking rosters, Jolly, that could take on and make some damage in the upcoming season.
For sure. There's so much that these teams, even the ones that have gone down in these sweeps, because as you saw from the bracket, all but one of the series so far has been a sweep to this point. You've got a lot of opportunity from both the teams that have, you know, won and have also kind of faltered, but still been able to put some points on the board. But we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have another interview here with Fickle Platypus, so don't go anywhere.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So let's stop. I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Welcome back, everybody, to the search for the next Rocket League team. Today's broadcast is brought to you in part by HEB. Make sure to get everything you do directly to your doorstep, or either through the curbside offer at heb.com or through the app. So you can go there. Contactless pickup is allowed, and you can get free delivery on orders that are $30 and over directly to your doorstep. My personal grocery provider back when I lived in Texas, I no longer live there, but I miss them dearly. Pretty much every time I have to go to the grocery store, and I wish I had them back. But speaking of who we do have back, let's bring Karma in from the side of Square One on for the broadcast. Karma, it has been a long time since I've spoken with you as well. How are you doing today?
Doing good. How are you? Nice to see you.
Are we on a first name basis? Can I just call you Jamie, or is this like a formality that we need to go through on broadcast? All right, perfect. So if you didn't know, Karma is a decorated and vetted RLCS pro and has been here many, many times, but on multiple different rosters. And I'd like to just get the formality out of the way. When did you start playing Rocket League? And it's kind of an interesting topic of who inspired you specifically, as you're kind of one of the OGs in general.
I started playing back in, it was like a year after release. I had heard that a pro league was coming out for Rocket League in March-ish, so I started playing in January of 2016. And I met my teammates through ranked just at a really early time. Got pretty lucky.
And not only do you have experience with Rocket League, you also come from other games. I believe it was COD 4 PC mod, if I remember correctly. And so you had experience doing it this at high level, right? So
yeah,
what can you speak about your two teammates, Zanil and Rek, about where did you find them in particular? Because you seem to have a talent, you seem to have a talent for picking up rosters that maybe don't have as notable names, but turning them into grinders.
Yeah, I mean, Heck is super underrated in my opinion. I think he's a really talented player, and I found him when I got kicked from my team back in February. I was looking for players that I thought had a lot of potential and were on really good rosters that needed a fit. And unfortunately, Heck's team and I didn't work out around then, but during the off season we talked and started trying things out, and that's when Zanil came along. I just really enjoyed playing with him in ranked and wanted to give him a tryout, and things worked out, and he's insanely talented. And we also have our manager and coach who are round out the team and make things nice and easy for everybody, and it's a really good fit. We're all vibing.
I mean, I personally love seeing you form a new team every time and get to the top level. And that brings me to my last question is, since you have had so much experience actually on contracted roles, what does this lucrative offer from Beasley mean for you? Having all that experience coming from other teams that you've signed with before, how does this stack up to them, and what does it mean for your team going forward?
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, I've been in esports for like 15 years. I'm old, so I'm old for esports terms. But yeah, it's a really interesting format that they're running, having an org contract discussion as a reward for winning a tournament. So I'm interested to see how it plays out, whether we win or not. Just from, having been in esports a long time, from an interest standpoint, I think that's really cool to see unfold. But in terms of personally for the team, we're all excited. We've wanted to be part of an org. I love being part of org and help building something together around the scene and individually. So we're all excited for it.
Oh, I think Beasley would be an excellent fit for the Karma squad, whoever you team up with. So thank you for talking to me today. I know you guys have some other obligations to get to, but you're just winning tournaments left and right. So I'm going to let you go. And thank you for coming on the broadcast.
Awesome. Thank you. It was nice to see you.
Yep. Nice talking to you again, Jamie. So that was Karma one more time, a resident Rocket League pro. She's been in so many tournaments. It's actually almost unnameable how many she's been in. It's like maybe 7 seasons of RLCS and continues to be at the top level. So she's a wonderful competitor and just a wonderful person in general. Hope they make it forward and will be the next Rocket League Pro. Speaking of the next matchup we have coming up, we're going down to the lower bracket. I'm not exactly sure which match we'll be calling yet, but stakes will be on the line. You're not going to want to miss it when we come back from this break. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle one more time. We are halfway done with the ceremonies today. We're going to take a trip to the lower side of the bracket where our next matchup will now be Yonkle Dunk versus Zookeepers, which we've already seen Zookeepers once before. We wanted to give a shout out to our sponsor today, Nerd Focus, as well. Make sure to pick them up at any of your major retailers, HEB, Amazon.com, GoPuff app, etc. You can get it delivered straight to your house. I have a friend here. I have 3 friends, actually. Let's bring in our 2 friends first, and then I'll introduce the third one. We have Leaf and Danger Taco coming back with us, but in the essence of sweeps, I've actually brought in a friend here that I've dressed up my broom to help me talk about Nerd Focus, because they sent us this particular wig. But I thought maybe we could have the broom on the broadcast since he's been a major part of the show anyway with all the sweeps we've been having. And I think he's earned his spot on the desk. What do you think, Taco?
Okay.
I mean, I spent 45 minutes to an hour doing my hair. I'm assuming everyone spends as much time as I do. But that hair is top notch. Honestly, Broom's really bringing it.
Okay.
I don't know what gel they use, but I'm a fan. And certainly they have been a prominent feature. It's weird because we didn't really invite them in. They kind of just invited themselves. But I mean, regardless of how it's happened, they're welcome here. I would like to see a little bit closer, more back and forth matchups, but despite it seems like the Broom is here to stay.
Taco, you at the beginning of the show you mentioned, hey, it's the Fickle and Taco pairing it. We're back at it again. And I felt a little excluded. I'm like, okay, that's fine. They got something going on here. And I was hoping this was the moment that we get to shun Fickle because of what he's just done. And he didn't give us hats. That's the problem here. Where are our hats? He's giving the Broom hats, but not us. We're alone here. He's forgotten about us. Taco.
Fickle's living in a house with only a cat. You got to make friends any way you can.
He's abandoned us.
Look, don't listen to them, Broomy. Even though you've lost your wig, I still think you're a valuable member of this broadcast. Let's look at a valuable tweet here. So it's from the Shawnee State esports team. The SSU Bears Rocket League team player Fiscus will be taking a shot to the GoPro in the search today. You can share him over on the @PAX Arena Twitch stream. I wonder which particular team that they are on. I'm not exactly sure, but thanks so much for using that hashtag to promote the stream. We enjoy you guys having there. Hope you guys enjoyed that last caster pairing as well, and you guys are going to enjoy this one. So the Zookeepers and our new favorite named team, Yonkeldonk. And on Yonkeldonk, these are the players that we have. Bubs, Red Snow, and Dewey going up against the Leafs fanboy account, the Zookeepers, Tool, J-Bot, and Bambi. So if you thought the Zookeepers were supposed to win their other match, Leaf, how do you feel about this match?
Fairly confident still. Why would I back off now? I'm not leaving them behind until they've left me behind. I'm still confident in the Zookeepers on this. It did, we gotta talk to the boys here. We gotta be a little truthful. It did not look like their usual day. They were definitely playing an on-point frequency. They were looking real solid, but at the same time, Zookeepers weren't helping themselves up there. They've had time now to figure it out. Yonkeldonk, can't believe we have to cast that. Yonkeldonk just came off of a tight series themselves as well, but I don't think that warm-up's going to be enough. I think Zookeepers have a baseline of skill that they're going to have a little more breathing room in this match. Maybe we'll be surprised, but I think they'll have a little more breathing room in this match that will allow them to feel a little more confident and get that fast-paced action on the offensive half of the field moving like we didn't see in the upper back.
Danger Taco, I know I always put you on the spot here talking about these players that I personally don't know, but I'm hoping that you actually know. Do you actually know anybody on the YD squad over here?
Yo, I've been a Yonk head for years. I mean, okay. I've been on the Yonk train really since 2018 when these guys first downloaded the game. Actually, both Bub and Dewey have told me in the practice lobby that they want me to actually spawn into the game so they can give me a kiss. Little bump of the car. So clearly they know me. I know them. I respect their work. Can't really speak to the tournament experience. Granted, it's not a fun time to get onto broadcast and look across the field and see that you're playing the Zookeepers, which unfortunately they had to play either Frequence or Zookeepers. Neither one is really a charitable, nice little gift to you in the lower bracket, especially with qualification on the line. So I'm not really able to speak to how they'll match up. I'm just hoping that, or at least for their sakes, that Zookeepers have another repeat of last series where they didn't look their sharpest.
I love when the players, they heckle the commentators in the pre-lobby warm-up. One of my favorite pastimes of stacking the cars on top of each other to see how big you can make the stack if you can get all 10 players in the lobby, even the admins.
I had a moment with J-Bot during their last one while we were getting it all prepped up.
It's one of those things you never see if you're watching the tournament, but we have these.
Yeah, I can't talk about the moment, but I had a moment.
We have practice lobbies where we set up the ping, etc. But there are certain pre-match rituals that go upon, such as demoing your favorite admin, making sweet car contact. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say here, but
that's why I didn't say.
Children are watching.
Yeah, children are watching. So that's as far as I'll let it go. But let's get into predictions.
Hands.
Let's get into predictions for this one. Let's get it together. Broomy, what do you think? Who's going to win between the YD gang and Zookeepers? Yep.
Is that how brooms talk?
He's going for another sweep here. You see, this is the motion.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
He's got the Zookeepers. ZK going up against YD in this one. Pretty easy sweep. I think we're going to continue the sweeps here. So, Leaf, you seem disgusted. What's your opinion?
He was the long con sweep joke. It was the long con sweep joke. All right, maybe I'll appreciate it a little bit now. But I'm going with the Zookeepers on this one for sure. Why would I back down now? I was saddened by their performance in the upper bracket. They're going to clean it up, and it's going to look good. And I think there's going to be. I'm not going to call sweep because I'll jinx it. 4-1. 4-1.
You think they can get a game? That's ambitious. Let's hear from our resident yonkhead down there on the bottom panel. Danger Taco, what do you think?
Part of being a yonkhead, or really ahead of any other team, is you have to understand your team's weaknesses and understand that they're not infallible. No player or no fan of some teams in the NFL or all these other leagues say that we're going to win it every single year. They hope, but sometimes you have to be realistic. I don't know if Yonkeldonk is going to be able to pull it out against Zookeepers. However, if they do, Zookeepers have a lot of thinking to do. This is a game that we say maybe they're confident they can win. This is a game they have to be fairly confident in, and they have a best of 7 to figure it out. But I'm going to go with a sweep. I'm not worried about jinxing it. I'm that confident, I say, as a caster well known for cursing things, that they will get a sweep.
Well, for the first and hopefully not last time, I will commence the match between Yonkeldonk and Zookeepers in this crazy game of Carball that we play. So it'll be Leaf and Danger Taco on the call. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Fickle. And again, I think I can still have confidence, Taco, that Zookeepers will get a sweep. But at the same time, I didn't want the whole desk predicting a sweep. That is how the curse happens. That is how we destroy teams, ruin careers. And we're not here to do that today. It's up to the teams to ruin each other's careers, Zookeepers and Yonkeldonk on the field.
I didn't realize the stakes were so high that you'd actually ruin a career, but I guess there's a lot to know about esports that I am still learning. And right off the bat, we're actually seeing some crazy angles coming from Zookeepers. Hounding the goal already, but do we be able to get a nice clear out? And a dunk actually passed too, so a little bit of an advance here from Bub. They will set up an air dribble, a little bit of lift over. J-Bot needed to come in on the goal line, so certainly Yonkeldonk showing some skill on the ball.
Yeah, no, I mean, the biggest thing you can do at the very start here is convince Zookeepers that you guys need to be respected, and that's going to start with speed. That's going to start with a lot of aggression, I think. Whether you get scored on or not, just make sure that they're feeling a bit of that pressure.
So J-Bot actually getting in the way of Bambi there, maybe a little bit too casual on these rotations. So Bub will have open reign to go down the field. It's another dunk, and we'll opt for the boost steal. Pass back in the middle. Red Snow, bit behind the play. Dewey challenging J-Bot. Will get a nice bounce down. And these rotations actually fairly tight from Yonkeldonk. I've actually been fairly impressed by what I've been seeing. They haven't found that final touch to get in, but they are, for the most part, not just hitting the ball and running back to their half. It's really a continued rotation through, getting at least some backboard pressure.
Well, you even see on midfield there, they had a player that, even on the rotate back, was trying to get physical, got a little bump, pushed Bambi out of the way. That's good. Making sure at all times you're always useful. If you ever have a moment where you're sitting there and you're like, I'm not a part of anything. I'm not covering anything. I'm not doing anything. You might want to find yourself in a different spot. It is good. You're right. Kudos to the donks out here. They're holding into game one.
We were talking about earlier, the lower bracket, you might not be as impressed with their resume or Wikipedia profile or just general skill, maybe because we don't know them, but they're stacked on names, but they're going to need to be a bit more jacked when it comes to mechanical skill, or at least rotation. No one home, and Bambi's going to tuck that one through after the help of a demo.
Yeah, nice second touch there for Bambi. It's kind of a clean straightaway there to put that one away. Place the bottom corner as fast as it can get into the net. The fastest it went. One goal up for Zookeepers. And Yonkeldonk's going to have to look for their own. They haven't, again, had really much of their own, only having one shot on net, and it's still, even at that point, didn't feel too threatening. So they'll need to get control, keep that tight formation moving downfield together.
This little flip reset almost gets past, but Tool deals with it well. Pinch into the corner, into the ceiling. Dewey is equal to it, and Dewey has been the player on Yonkeldonk to want to slow the play down, try to bait people in either on those flip resets or those little flicks that they have been getting. Certainly a nice change of pace and something that will add a little bit of a variety to the approaches here for Yonkeldonk, especially with an uncontested backboard. Red Snow down to Bub. It's on target. That power left a lot to be desired. They will be turned back again. Now a demo, Tool wide open, and these demo plays the main way that Yonkeldonk's defense getting tearing apart.
Yeah, no, physical play is super important if you can get the hits on, because that just opens up everything. Like, the fact that they got 2 out there, there's 3v1 by the end of it. Heads are going to be on a swivel for Yonkeldonk going forward, because you don't want to be taken off the field that much. And even just having that threat now, knowing it's there, is an extra thing to pay attention to that can throw you off your game.
Now they're trying to bump play of their own. Red Snow not able to get it past J-Bod. It was just evasive enough to dodge that demo attempt. Although Yonk will keep that in the corner. Red Snow beaten by the first touch. Bub, nice 50 across. That's open. Red Snow is there, and there is their goal. Finally, after all that pressure, they've cut the lead.
Hey, honestly, it doesn't feel like it's been a long time. It definitely feels like it's been a back and forth, quick-paced game, but just nothing to show for it on the side of Yonkeldonks. But a goal on the board in game 1, even if they don't finish it off, that's pretty good, though. Showing you can start off, at least not getting shut out.
And it doesn't help, though, right off the restart. You got to be mindful of those kickoffs. Just perfectly plays Dewey to be reacting to the car body instead of the ball off that kickoff. It just gets a little bit to the side. That cheat up will not do their duty. So now we're back to a 2-goal lead here. About 70 seconds remaining, and Dewey will try to remedy that with another flip reset. They're going for a lot of those. Not going to work out that time. Bub sending it back into the danger zone. Tool backwards, but deals with it well and gets a couple of touches on that air dribble. I love individual skill like that. So crucial to be able to build pressure out of your own attacking third and buy some time for your teammates.
Yeah, look at the speed, though, starting to pick up from Zookeepers. I feel like they're starting to get a lot more confidence going forward, but J-Bot gets caught out on the far post, facing the wrong way. That's going to be a straight shooter for Red Snow.
J-Bot kind of caught in no man's land, was trying to maybe get to the sideline, maybe just turn around onto that near post, but either way, just got shot slightly behind him, a little bit, the wires crossed inside that Rocket League brain of theirs. So we'll be back to a 1-goal game, but Zookeepers still in control, or at least they would like to think they are, but going to have to be mindful of their defense. They don't want to be giving up any more free opportunities, as that net was wide open, but J-Bot can't wrangle it off of the reset from the ceiling. Will just be bouncing high. Dewey was a little slow for that one, but Bambi on their horse will be able to put in number 4.
Now I'm just imagining a deer riding a horse, in all honesty. But 2 goals back, that's not too bad. 20 seconds left. Again, I'm still not confident in the victory here for the Blue Squad. But I do like to see that they're at least keeping it competitive and getting some goals of their own.
So now they'll try to get something for the road, because at the very least, I think the Yonkeldonk can take a lot from this game, at least some silver linings of understanding that this is a team which they know the pedigree of talent on this roster, and yet they were in this game for a fair amount. Granted, the goals kind of hurt and you lost your lead, but they kept it fairly close. The game number 1, nothing to hang your head about. It's a game of adjustments and a series of adjustments at that. Certainly there's been, I would say, less promising starts to a series, although it seems like Zookeepers just trying to finally hit this one down to wrap up their Game 1 victory.
Game 1 victory going out to the Zookeepers here. And a long way to go. We got a few more games in this match, so let's take a quick break here with our Nerd Focus Game Break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
And Zookeepers with the first one, but Taco, we've talked about it. Yonkeldonk stayed in the series. They got 2 goals of their own. They weren't shut out. We talked to Zookeepers maybe not playing to their full potential, but Yonkeldonk definitely impressing with some quick gameplay of their own.
And I think the one thing that's speaking to me about Yonkeldonk is that they're playing with a lot of pace. It's not patient. They're not waiting at midfield. They're trying to press the issue when they're on attack. And actually, one player that stands out to me, I mentioned it earlier, is Dewey. They're more than willing to take those air dribbles to try to force out these more tricky plays. And I think that does a lot, especially since Zookeepers aren't necessarily respecting it, but I feel as though they're being a little lax on those challenges. They left a lot of space in the midfield for Dewey to explore. And if that doesn't get closed, I think with the skill that Dewey's been showing, they're hitting consistent flip resets and contacting the ball afterwards. That could be a thorn in the side of Zookeepers if they don't close that up. Defense is holding, but Yonkeldonk, if they start improving on this, start adapting a bit more, a very interesting series ahead.
We'll find out now, and best of 7. If Yonkeldonk's going to grab even a game off Zookeepers, or if they're going to crush through, qualification spot for a search final weekend is on the line here. This is the end of the journey. We're in the lower bracket, so losing means your chances signing with Beasley are done, are out the window. There will be no more, so you got to get the dubs here. Zookeepers up by 1. Trying to grab another goal here as Bub pushes that one away. Yonkeldonk holding on for now.
And there's a creative play trying to play it off your own backboard, although I would not want to give any free setups to a team like the Zookeepers, but they will keep taking those demos, and it takes all 3 of them collapsing on the goal line to finally put that one through. But demo play still a strong motif of the Zookeeper squad.
I like J-Bot's accuracy there. Totally meant to be a pass off the crossbar. Beautiful. He didn't want to score the open net. You're right, all 3 of them having to get involved on that, but hey, sometimes overwhelming pressure can be that difference between success and not, but you also want to watch that you're not committing to something that could end up clearing back down your own end.
Certainly not, and Zookeepers are maybe feeling a little vulnerable after that first series. Felt like maybe they could have done better. This is their chance to show it up here, and sometimes triple committing in the ball might be thought of as the cleanest way of putting in a ball. At least someone's going to touch it and get it in, and so now they can build on it, getting more creative. Tool with a nice 1-2, but J-Bot not able to wrap around that in time. Will send that one wide, so it leaves the floor open for Bub to just get a nice little flick into the corner. Red Snow on the third. Can't get that bump, and now it'll be another counterattack for Zookeepers. Just trying to march down, just put it across the backboard. It's a high lob, but do equal to it, and we'll tap it out temporarily. Met by Bambi, though.
Yeah, it was a good push out, too. Zookeepers doing a good job of making sure that they're staying boosted up on the defensive half so they can get out here. You see a physical play attempts coming out. Red Snow was in that orange half, trying to get in there, bump some orange cars. So Zookeepers going to have to be aware that that is something in their arsenal as well. They are looking for it. They just need to connect. I've felt that a lot of that physical play is connected less efficiently for Yonkeldonk than it had been for Zookeepers. Oh no.
Yeah, and you got to feel for that one. Tool able to steal that boost and get a flick on target, but not sure if it was going in on its own merits. Red Snow just happened to be at the worst possible position for that bounce, dunking it in. But sometimes you got to respect that shot and try to desperately reach for that save. It'll go the way of the Zookeepers, and that's 2 kind of goal line crashes that will come through. They're trying to advance the ball through the midfield, but ultimately just those last second touches that are paying off for the Zookeepers, getting close to that goal line and getting those finishes in.
And we got to admit, too, you can't yell at them too much for an own goal like that. Reading it off the backboard from a backwards angle isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do, but is unfortunate regardless, and that puts Zookeepers up by 2 goals in game number 2 as they look to run away with this series. You guys called the sweep. curious to see if that's actually going to happen here. You changing your mind at all? You're still confident in a sweep because Yonkeldonk's still nabbing some goals.
Honestly, I can't. I'm trying to put my finger on is that I want to really applaud Dewey and the rest of the Yonkheads to be able to stay in this game, get some offense going. And part of me wants to say the Zookeepers are lax, but they don't feel like they're screwing around too much for the most part. They're going for some acrobatic plays, but this doesn't seem like they're just taking it lax. It's really just they're not able to prevent Yonkeldonk from marching through the field, getting passes off, and I think ultimately that will be their downfall if they don't clean this up. I want just like a brutally efficient game from the Zookeepers. If you're the team that's supposed to cleanly win this series, then you need to show that. Right now, these one-goal margins that keep cropping up are somewhat troublesome, and maybe it's something that might be brewing on the horizon. At least for right now, they have the lead, and they're in the position to take this game, but my goodness, is it an uneven situation. J-Bot almost getting pickpocketed, and a great save will rob that equalizer.
Yeah, it was close, but as you said, just barely kept out. I think, again, one of those problems, talking about you want to see that efficiency, and I think it just comes from some of those small touches they've been going for. Have not been clicking. Bambi doesn't need a small touch here, though. He just gets a nice little crank on this one, placed it right.
Yeah, that's unfortunate in the corner from, I believe, Red Snow, trying to pre-flip into that save, and then no touch comes in from the player on Zookeeper, so just a lob into the middle, but that shows the experience of Bambi. It's so easy just to rush into that and take their shot, but they know they're uncontested. They can take their time, and they use it well. Just, as I say, crank a really clean contact shot right into the top shelf, and sometimes they just do it by brute force. Tool getting to 50, and now the lead's starting to grow.
Hey, take those. I mean, not if you're blue, but if you're Zookeepers say we take those. Nice dunk. That last guy creeping up real close. There's no flip on it and just goes straight home. With 37 seconds left, that's not the way you wanted the scoreboard to go. You know, down 2 goals. That was yours. Brings it back within 1. It would have been nice, but 3 goals apart now. Looking like it may be Zookeepers taking game 2 as well. Whether it's clean or not, Taco, they're still getting the dubs.
Yeah, and I think that's where it's now the opposite issue, where I'm curious to see if this is just Zookeepers finally cleaning it up and just saying, okay, let's just play our game and play like a more efficient style, or if it is just Yonkeldonk getting exhausted after a while. It's really tough to play at this pace, potentially if you haven't played this team before, you're not used to the pace. They're going to maybe get one more, but even that's going to be denied. So Zookeepers indeed getting that win, taking game number 2. On their way to the sweep, but at the end of the day, Yonkeldonk, they have these moments of brilliance. It's just about chaining it.
Well, now we have time for another breather, so it's time for our HEB game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is sponsored by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at heb.com and download the HEB app today.
Zookeepers now with a 2-0 lead in this best of 7. Taco, Yonkeldonk holding on, getting goals of their own, but it feels like they might just be a little short despite even the Zookeepers' lack of perfect efficiency.
Yeah, the shots are still insane. I mean, Yonkeldonk's hitting like 8, 7 shots, and sometimes when you see teams that seem outmatched at the onset, you expect them to be very low on that, not really getting opportunity, but they are getting opportunities. It's just that last-second finishing and something that's just a little bit faster, maybe a little bit better placed, because Zookeepers, not going to lie, a lot of those saves they're getting, they're not cutting the shots out right as they come. It's goal line saves, so they are giving up the way those opportunities. It's just about that brute efficiency, whereas Bambi gets that open shot and takes their time, make sure they place it well. I feel like I can't help but get the sentiment, or at least the feeling, that Yonkeldonk is trying to rush those shots through. They realize it's there, and then they just take the shot, and maybe it's not as clean of a contact. So clean that up. Maybe a different road that we take here in game number 3, but it's certainly something to build off of, which is at least a nice silver lining they can take from these games.
Well, we come into our 3rd game with Zookeepers up on 2 wins here. Bambi trying to lead charge for another attack as Yonkeldonk doing anything they can now to get themselves a win in the series. Oh, I don't know if they have the answers quite yet. We'll find out in this game.
J-Bot is just delicately lofting that through. Bub gets a squishy save, and on the counterattack, Dewey on the open net, starting that off with a moment of brilliance, and Dewey not going to have an easier finish like that all day.
I saw Bub turn it in for that, too. I'm like, I think he's lined up perfect for this. Sure enough, he got in there. That ball floated down right perfectly for him. There was an attacker from Zookeepers, but thankfully he got to that just slightly before. Teammate recognizing that, capitalizing on the opportunity. First goal. First time they've had the lead now, I believe, against Zookeepers.
Yeah, but protecting it, I'm sure, is a whole other task.
Yeah.
Especially getting through these 50s, as one will roll right into the path of Tool, or so I thought. Able to get around this one. Red Snow with an extension. Dewey trying to mount that into the middle. Bub will decide against the challenge, and the clear gonna roll all the way down. J-Bot getting the secure off that touch, but that's so unfortunate. All that buildup, and unfortunately get a little bit too far upfield.
Yeah, that hurt on the way down. I forget who it was, but they didn't have enough boost to really get in the way. That 50 might have turned a bit better in their favor, even if they had a pad left over. But no juice on the offensive half. Push up a little too hard. There's no way getting back after that hard Bambi clear.
I think that's sometimes the issue with playing really fast, is you have to be all on the same page, and sometimes when you know there's a fast break going on, you're so desperate to get upfield, but this time that's not the issue. All three of them back, but the gap just wide enough for J-Bot to creep in.
Like Tool, and that's smart. He didn't get anybody, but on his way through, looking for those bump plays on that rotate out even. As I said, wasn't needed. That shot gets placed in a nice spot there. Defense was caught a little wonky anyways. And it's these small little problems that are being punished by Zookeepers that Yonkeldong would have to clean up if they want to be a team like this, but they're not out of it yet.
Wow, I was really surprised there. Bubba getting a nice 50 off that fake, but maybe actually I felt like had a chance, but just the jump not there. Maybe thought they had a bit more time, but that's what shows the strengths of Yonkeldong. If you just go in with guns ablaze on every single 50, you're going to win a couple, and no better time to win a 50 than when it's right sitting in front of the opponent's net. Now off the ceiling with the pinch. We'll be able to get that one. Another 50 opens up maybe another shot, but Red Snow half step behind that one, and Zookeepers definitely a little bit on edge now. They've lost their lead, and that's a couple chances now that they've nearly given up another.
Oh, chance for a drop down. Yeah, still didn't have enough for a double. I was hoping teammate could push it out, but that's counterattack here, but they've lost possession. That might have been the chance for Yonkeldong to get that lead back if they could have held that a little closer to their hearts on that push back into the orange half, but alas was not to be, and they're pushing up a little too much again, almost getting caught with another hard clear.
I'll say if they can avoid that and make sure they get on top of these touches, I think Yonkeldong has a decent chance. It's probably the best looks that they've had throughout this series. They're getting favorable 50s as well. Their offensive player gets demoed out of the way, but that's a favorable bounce. No one up with Bub. He's going for the double tap. He can't quite reach it. Dewey keeps it alive, but Tool will get a good 50. It'll go out to midfield. My goodness, what a golden opportunity, but just not enough in the tank.
Yeah, those are that's going to be the difference maker probably in these series is connecting with those opportunities. When we're given something like that, you got to make sure there's capitalization on it. And that's what separates, the top teams from the almost top teams. And maybe they can clean it up. And they are still tied in this game, but you got to look at the series. They're not faring so well overall.
No, and Zookeepers are spread out sufficiently, and actually that's going to be wide open for Bub. They have a lot of options. Opt for the flick. It's going to generate a double commit. Bambi up as the third player. Dewey with a dunk. Bub, tough angle. They still have one person back for the third. It will not find them. So the deflection will go out to the side. Bambi getting past one, opting for a 50. Will not find it, but they will be at least able to set up a little bit of a camp here in the blue half. Another clear goes down and into the midfield. So back and forth we continue to go. Longest scoreless stretch we've seen in this game. I have a feeling it might be broken soon. Gonna have to keep on waiting though. Bub just sends it wide.
There it is. You said soon. You were right. Just not on the half you maybe thought it was going to be. Tool gets kind of a straightforward goal here. That just kind of goes down. Good recovery to get under that, but that was unfortunate for them on the other half. Yonkel Donk had a few opportunities. It looked like it might go their favor. That ball just keeps missing the mark.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Red Snow actually, I don't think it really understood just how close Tool it was. Maybe an issue with the depth perception. As they actually aerialed for the bounce, but in fact it was just Tool who tucked that ball as a roller on target. But then they get a bump play on the near post denied. Red Snow, the changeup, and they're right back in it.
There's a quick answer back. Look at that. Just making Tool force that one up. As long as you got a body there, you create the threat. You force that defense to react to the threat. And sometimes they make a missed touch like that. That pops up front. You punish the mistake, and you're back in the game.
The amount of resilience being shown by Yonkel Donk right now is incredibly admirable. They are really taking it to them at times, and honestly, a miss or two away from taking a game here. Another kind of tiny clear, though. Bub will get a double tap. Bambi just waiting for boost. Great angle on the shot from Dewey, but J-Bot is equal to it. Now a beat over the top. Bub's needed on the defensive half, and they will get it. Might be looking at our first overtime here in the game, but still 10 more seconds for someone to be our hero, and J-Bot trying to set that player up. Bambi into the corner. It will be deflected high, right into the middle. It will bounce down. One more chance for Dewey on the air dribble. We know how dangerous they can be. It's straight down, but not fast enough as the second man. We are looking at overtime here in game number 3. Yonkel Donk looking for their first win in the series.
Kickoff could reset momentum. We'll see which team favorite goes. Good 50 down, but that's not going to be a dunk. Tool to Bambi. Bambi to J-Bot, finds Tool again, but no connect. And as boost wears down, they're going to lose their offense and end up back in their own half.
Ooh, Bub doesn't get the double tap. J-Bot, that's a backflip. It's open for Snow, and it's going to be saved to the side. Bub will keep the play alive. My goodness, Yonkel Donk, they've come so close. They just can't quite get it through. Zookeeper's defense, they got to play some defense of their own. Zookeepers haven't had a too promising of an attack, but they're always a threat, especially with these infield passes. Bambi on the fake. It's a one-on-one. Bub is stranded, and that is gonna do it.
Beautiful. You saw it coming the whole time. The second he got the fake, he had so much breathing room for this next shot. Bub was facing the wrong way. He maybe expected a flick to the top right, but it did not go there. All the options open, and Zookeepers take a third game.
And my goodness, they're just so close. The Yonkel Donk, I believe in them. Maybe they just need another break. Unfortunately, we do have another Nerd Focus game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, packed with nootropics to help you focus while having energy to get through the day. Perfect for your grind. Go to nerdfocus.com today.
Now Zookeepers looking at match point here, Taco. It was very, very close. Yonkel Donk feels like they're so close to an answer.
It just, honestly, I said earlier, I mean, I was a Yonkhead, big fan of this team. I wasn't entirely being truthful. I know them peripherally, but honestly, they're turning me into a fan. They're playing really well. They're really taking it to Zookeepers. And there's moments where I'm thinking, Zookeepers, they're memeing. Maybe they're not taking it as seriously. But then after a bit, I started to see them start to straighten up and play a little bit more organized. And then Yonkel Donk is still in the game. So they're showing there is a lot of resilience. There is a lot of skill on the field. And it's really just up to Zookeepers to avoid making those mistakes and Yonkel Donk to keep setting up those opportunities. Honestly, there was a couple shots that I thought were going to get buried, and they were just a little bit off on the contact. But they're so close. And even though this is on the verge of a sweep, Zookeepers just need one more. I really am hoping for a little bit of a twist in the tail here for game number 4.
Well, we find out now as these players hit the field for a potentially final game. This is Yonkel Donk's do or die. Reverse sweep is necessary for a qualification spot. While Zookeepers are looking for that sweep predicted by both yourself and Fickle before the match started. We'll find out if they can grab it right now. Yonkel Donk very close to an answer. Let's see if it gets deployed.
Sometimes you see teams come so far and crumble at the end. Hopefully this is not the final step of that journey here in lowers for Yonkel Donk, but they're definitely going to have to pick it up. getting close 3 separate times is not the same as winning. They're going to need to start that journey, get that lead, and then find a way to hold it. Really been the main struggle. They finally got that lead, and then it just was really a punching match back and forth. Pinches like that will be helped to put some chaos into the game plan, but ultimately right now they're just waiting for their opening. Bambi might have provided it. That's a lost ball. Red Snow on the backboard. Dewey angles it down! And even if they get eliminated, that is a highlight reel addition.
Woo-wee, there's Dewey. Look at that off the backboard. That angle was a minus angle. There's no way you're stopping that. There's nothing you do but clap your hands as the other team and go to the next kickoff.
Woo! Oh my goodness, I said they're a player to watch, and now I can't take my eyes off of Dewey, the highlight reel. Really goal of the day contender right there. But now it's all about keeping this lead, and Bub's doing at least a decent job here in the midfield. A little bit of cutout, and then Dewey on the open net, and there's number 2.
You can tell by his car movements that he's starting to feel it. He's like, yeah, we in it. We got this. Boom. I'm all over you. You can't get away from me. I'm going to smother you. 2 goals now within 10 seconds of each other. Dewey is popping. You were right. That's the player to watch. And we are watching you now, Dewey.
Now it's on Zookeepers. You've been in this situation before, but maybe not in this type of hole. Down 2-0 with 3.5 remaining. And it's the Uncle Donk team, not just a meme. They are here to play. They're trying to prove it here. They're doing a decent job playing patient out of their back end. Dewey tries to clear it out, can't follow it. Demo attempt from J-Bot. Bub on the pre-flip right into the middle. Tool actually can't put that one in. A little too high, and that's a rare miss coming from the Zookeepers.
And they got that midfield now, though. The Uncle Donk does. So see how the Zookeepers handles with that wall of pressure there. They can't push it past. They'll back up, but starting to get a little low on their boost here. Ooh, mistouch there will set Zookeepers up for a play of their own. Shot saved by Dewey.
Bambi finding J-Bot. Won't get tapped down, but will be a cross. Bub, quick to it. Red Snow getting a favorable 50. That's off into the corner. J-Bot will tap in the middle. It's open yet again for Dewey. They'll try to send it high. So Bambi had that covered the whole way through. And a nice possession touch from Bub to Red Snow will maintain possession. So it's not panic. That's a very methodical decision by them, and it allows them to keep possession. This is the best that Uncle Donk have looked in really every game they've played. It seems like they've just gained a little bit more of a footing. It's about hesitation like that, though, that they need to cut out, because that's going to be the open door for the Zookeepers.
Hey, double commit doesn't matter as long as someone gets a good touch. And Bambi did get a good touch there. Tool backed off again while J-Bot moved up just to clean up that goal. Still a goal down here. Dewey set the pace at the very beginning with 2 for their team. The bump midfield. They might be able to get that 2-goal lead back if they can get control here. They can't, and that runs away from them.
It's a nice little shot. Bub takes no chances. We'll flick it over. High pass into J-Bot. A little too fast for him. Bub chasing down, but will be sent to the Shadow Realm. So Bambi, uncontested air dribble, can't quite wrangle it, and another clear goes down, but actually the deep clear will just be an immediate giveaway. Tool up for it, has the reset underneath one, but not past second, and Red Snow saving the day. Attack not over. Bambi comes back for more, but another deflection will send that to the side.
Oh, such a clean flip reset from Tool there. They had so many options. I can't believe it still didn't go in. It was good defense from the Uncle Donks. But they're still under assault here. They need to get that boost, and they need to get out of their own end. But they are just being punished and pushed around with these bumps in these 50s.
Zookeepers have a good spacing here. Even when they slow it down, it's still being contested. It's really, they're struggling to find any semblance of a clear, because not only will a clear dissipate some offensive pressure, but it allows them to get some boost and allow them to at least push up somewhat onto offense. But right when they do, Zookeepers trying to shove it right back down the throat, but actually on this one could be a counterattack.
Whoa.
Dewey with a feels flip will not get that redirect. Dewey will keep it alive at least in the corner, but now it's on Tool to advance up the field. Red Snow with a cutout, but Bambi into J-Bot almost beats Bub. It's waterfall and straight down. It's right on the goal line, and it's going to pinball right into Tool for 2-2.
And there it's tied up. Again, we remind you, Uncle Donk qualification spot on the line here. This is Zookeepers looking for a sweep. They had the lead. Yonkeldonk did. They had the chance for a reverse sweep. And now with 30 seconds left, that lead is gone. And that's where it starts to get easy to get in your own head of like, oh man, we've lost it. They have to stay focused because they're not out of it yet.
Absolutely not. They're still very much in it. It's just about minimizing mistakes and making some fantastic plays. Bub gets bumped out of their air dribble. Tool's getting chased to no avail by Dewey, but they are back on rotation now. Final 10 seconds. Might be taking one more stab at it. As I say that, Tool will dunk it into the corner. Red Snow takes a 50. That's actually a very difficult touch. J-Bot up for it, but they don't have the power. We will indeed be going to overtime for a second straight game.
To be fair, that might have been smart that both players were on the backboard because they forced the shot low and just a little bit of inaccuracy dropped it to the ground, putting us into overtime and ending that Zookeeper onslaught. Look at the physical play coming out now for Yonkeldonk. They missed the boost steal in the corner, but at least they maintain possession. They eventually lose their pressure back down to their own end, but starting that overtime on the right foot, this is still so scary. One goal sets Zookeepers into qualification. One goal sends Yonkeldonk home.
Now Tool trying to deliver on that goal underneath one. Past the post as well. Bambi and J-Bot are both up. It's a wide open for a counterattack, but the low boost from Yonkeldonk means they can't capitalize onto the near post. Dewey, it's just a sitter on the goal line, but no one's there to answer. Back and forth, frantic action in front of both teams' nets. As Dewey will be able to take that one all around, but actually an open air dribble. J-Bot, they're left alone. It's a tap to the corner. Bub with a 50, and now we're back into midfield. Just a game of transitions right now here in this overtime.
What? What?
What a goal by Bambi to end it. Of all the ways to go in from the corner, the solo play. He's had a couple of those today, but none more important than that.
Did he just basically almost breezy musting on him? Some sort of side flick into that zero angle tap off the side. What? What a way to end that. That Zookeepers take it. We got to give it to Yonkeldonk, though. That was quite the fight that they put up there, Taco, especially at the end.
Honestly, great name, great team, great series. Even if it is yet another sweep, we see another 4-0 go through. That one was exciting, and it got better with every single game. Seeing overtimes getting close and a lot of highlight goals. I mean, hats off to Dewey, and then Bambi, I guess, trying to answer back, trying to one-up even. But as you said, somewhat of a breezy setup into one of the craziest angles on a double tap I've ever seen. Dude. What a performance, and Zookeepers, I guess, deservedly going through with that qualification spot.
That 50 was nuts. Like, that was the smartest 50 I've ever seen in my life. That allowed him to just roll right into that for that zero angle. That was an absolutely wild finish to the series. Unfortunately for Yonkeldonk, it ends in a sweep, but I think fortunately for us, it's closer than the sweep shows. That was a great performance from Yonkeldonk. They are unfortunately out of the search tournament. They are not in the running anymore for a spot. No chance to qualify again for that final weekend, but they definitely put on a show for everybody, and that's what it's about here too, is make a name for yourself, get that experience in a high pressure situation, and try to learn, grow, save those replays, watch the tape, come back stronger the next time anything like this happens. And Yonkeldonk, good showing, but Zookeepers, as we expected, do manage to grab themselves a qualification spot. They weren't looking the strongest we ever seen them. I think they kicked it into high gear by the end of it, that second series there, but I'm excited to see what they're going to do, what they're going to work on coming into that final weekend, Taco.
And a team at this level, they look for that coaching, they look for that improvement. They're probably going to look through these odds and realize, okay, at what point did the series get a little wonky? Because it did feel a little unstable at times, but I really want to make sure the narrative that we're creating here isn't that Zookeepers not playing up to par. Dog was bringing it. They were getting some great offense, playing more than adequate defense, being able to really push away a lot of Zookeeper offense down the stretch. And you said it earlier, sometimes what separates good from great teams is just who can edge out those 50-50s, who can get those finishes when it's on the line. And at the end of the day, that seems to be Zookeepers. So if that's the caliber team that we're dealing with in the search, that looking forward to getting those wins, get these series sweeps, get that qualification spot,
here it is.
It's going to be really just a game of inches. We're all very patiently waiting for this highlight
here
goal.
it is. Look at this.
This man be geared up.
50. Oh, so good.
So filth. That's just
He
disgusting.
boost back into it, too. He knew what was coming. He knew where that car was, the trajectory was going. He got himself right on there to get that angle. That was the gnarly. It was probably Bambi's probably best 50 he's ever had in his life. Right there. I don't know. He's peaked at this point. But it is Zookeepers taking it. And you're absolutely right. Again, and this is why I want to make sure during those replays we're talking about how well Yankeldong did play there. They definitely put on a show. Dewey for sure was popping by the end. If they could start doing that against some of these top tier teams right off the bat in the future, that consistency I think is going to be absolutely key for Yankeldong moving forward. But Zookeepers do end up taking it. We have quite a few more qualification spots on the line. A lot more Rocket League to go. So we're going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. The search continues right after.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So much stuff. I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Welcome back, everybody, to the search for the next Rocket League team. Today's broadcast is sponsored in part by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind, so make sure to go to HEB.com or download the HEB app today for contactless pickup and or delivery for $30 or more if you're in the Texas area. Take advantage of that opportunity if you have it open to you, because not all of us are that fortunate anymore, myself included. But speaking of who is fortunate, we got Bambi on the line from the Zookeepers. Let's go ahead and bring him in. This is the second Northwood player to join us today on the broadcast. How are you feeling after that losers bracket win, man?
Well, first off, I'm not Northwood. I'm UCF, University of Central Florida. Yeah, I'm not Northwood.
I misspoke. I was thinking of
Hockey Buddy and
yes. Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah. Nah,
yes,
you're good.
You had the roster that was competing against Northwood a couple seasons ago. I completely blanked on that. My apologies. From UCF, it's Bambi.
Yeah, it's me.
Yes. It's Bambi and Snipes. I remember now.
Yep.
Sorry, my boomer brain threw me off there. Let's get past it. Let's talk about your history here with Rocket League. When did you start playing RL, and was there like a content creator or pro that introduced you to the game?
I started playing around 2016, and actually I played on Xbox for like a little bit, and I switched over to PC, and I don't know. I played a lot of CSGO, then I got scammed, so then I played Rocket League, and so basically 2016, and I started playing with this guy called The Risk, and he's my IRL friend, Dante, so we knew each other since like pre-K. We started playing the game with each other, and we've been on teams. Sadly, he kind of quit like a few seasons ago, but yeah, that's kind of the person that introduced me to Rocket League, and we played together for a while. But yeah.
Well, one of the big benefits of Rocket League is it's pretty hard to get cheat or get scammed unless you click on some fishy ESL links where somebody's telling you to join the team. Please come. This is my team password. Man.
I'm a little bit.
You gotta avoid those links, my dude.
Yeah, I know.
All right, let's talk about the Zookeepers roster, because this roster you played with in the past on previous RLCS seasons, and you haven't made any changes to it coming into the next season. How do you like your odds coming from last season to this season?
I mean, last season we didn't do too bad. I think we placed around 17th overall in North America, which I think that was a pretty good result. Obviously, we're aiming to get better every season, and I've played with Tool for probably like 3-4 years, like close to 4 years. So we have really good chemistry, and I just like to vibe with him really well. We just vibe. J-Bot and Tool, we're all vibers. Same with my UCF teammates too, Snipes and Bits, and that's what I like.
You say that as well, and it's not just the mechanics that makes a good team, it's also the chemistry. You can put 3 of the best players on a team, but if they don't gel well, and we've seen this happen in the past, it actually makes for a toxic environment in comms that takes away from your actual gaming experience. Let's talk a little bit about the future. Going forward, you've been on the assigned org before, but you know what this contract means, especially for a team that is making a already great run in RLCS. What would this contract position from Beasley and the Outlaws team mean for you guys going forward in terms of competitiveness and consistency?
Well, I'm pretty sure everybody knows this contract is huge for everybody participating in it, and it's a great opportunity to actually focus on esports and maybe make a career out of it. Because my parents, I don't know about other people, but my parents aren't very supportive that much when it comes to esports. However, if I do have a contract and they see that I'm enjoying myself a lot, then they'll definitely be supportive. So kind of has to do with my family, and also I feel like it's just a great opportunity overall, because I know the Outlaws are like a great org. I've played Overwatch back in the day, so I was pretty familiar with that org already, and I know that they're ready to back up a good team. So yeah.
Well, I can tell you, my friend, you're not the only one that has parent doubts. I've spoken to many players that say the same thing. But you know, the one thing that convinces them that this is legit is when you start paying for their groceries and mortgage payments with your own contract salary.
That is
That
true.
really shows them that this is legit, and I sincerely hope you get that opportunity going forward. That's all the questions I have for you today, but do you have any shout outs you want to give before I let you go?
Any shout outs? Honestly, I want to shout out my teammates because you guys saw earlier we had a pretty rough game. I just came back from vacation like for a week and a half, so we didn't scrim this week and stuff. So that was a little bit tough to get back in the rhythm. But we're definitely gonna do a lot better the 21st for the qualifiers or for the final tournament. But yeah, I want to shout out
finals,
Eba and Naran. Yeah.
Yeah. Congrats, man. It was a upper bracket faux pas, but you guys pulled it off in the lower bracket, and we'll be seeing you later in August. So thanks so much, Bambi, for joining us from UCF, not Northwood. Sorry about
Not
that.
Northwood.
You can catch
No,
him
you're good.
on the CCA as well as CRL and later in August on the Search broadcast. So thanks for joining us so much today, Brad. It was fantastic talking to you. I've seen you for a long time, but I haven't actually spoken with you.
Appreciate you too.
And that was Bambi, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. We have 3 more matches coming up, and I want to emphasize that this is a do or die situation. You lose and you go home with nothing to show for it. So the next 3 matches, keep that in mind because that's going to be the storyline we're going to have going forward. Our next matchup after this break is going to be Beach Boys versus a Large Chicken. If that's interesting to you, then you're going to want to stick around because it's interesting to me. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. We have 3 more matches on today's broadcast, but we want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Nerd Focus, the original Think Drink. I suggest you guys actually go try it out if you're fans of other energy drinks. This one in particular gives you all the stuff that you want, but none of the stuff that you don't, because it doesn't make you feel that weird jittery, can't stop moving motion. I've got a can right here. I'm actually sipping just enough to make it through all 8 of our matches. In moderation, everybody. It even says on the can, don't take more than 3 in a day. And I suggest that you don't. Not to say you shouldn't drink it, but maybe just don't do 3 in a day. All right, so our next matchup is going to be Beach Boys and a large chicken. Let's go ahead and bring in our commentators one more time, Leaf and Danger Taco. And let's look at this tweet down here below. Enjoying the insane goals from the hashtag search qualifiers today. You can watch the stream on @PAX Arena Twitch channel, and that's from Nindo RL. And I believe Nindo has joined some of our other community events before, so fantastic to see them joining in the tweet. Make sure to use the hashtag the search to have your tweet mentioned below. Next matchup, we have a large fowl coming in to join us. A large chicken, might I add you. That will be Itachi. I believe this is Lanup and Yolks. Also, I just put together that Yolks and a large chicken are on the same team, and that's just wonderful.
Congratulations.
I just had an epiphany right here on broadcast. All right, Jeff, I'm going to put you in this wonderful position one more time, Danger Taco. What do we got from these players? Because I don't know a dang thing.
Uh-oh, Taco's not...
Temporarily muted, but we're good. We're good. Back now. We're back in action. Beach Boys, with a Z, is a team I don't know too much about. I do recognize the players over on the side of a big chicken, or large chicken rather, not big, different adjective. But they've stolen a few rank points from me back in the day. They're high-level players, so certainly they have something to prove here. And Beach Boys will have their work cut out for them. I know they had to play Karma's team in the upper bracket, so certainly an intimidating game to come down to, and maybe a little bit easier competition on paper, but certainly still high-skilled here.
Important to mention that the Itachi that is shown on the bracket is not the same Itachi from EU. This is only open to the 48 states of the United States of America, so it's impossible for that to sneak in. Our admins are cracking down on that, so no more EU sneak-ins. But we already saw the Beach Boys play once before. They played against Square One, which was the Karma team that trounced them pretty hard. And I saw in chat that Volts was saying that they were just like, hey man, I'm just happy to be here. Not exactly sure how we got to this point, but we're going to play our best. Leaf, did you get to catch any of that matchup between the Beach Boys and Square One?
I mean, a little bit. Yeah, I was watching, and it definitely felt like, okay, yeah, maybe they've got some things to learn here. But if they're just coming in saying, hey, we're just happy to be here, there's ain't nothing wrong with that. You know, you're here to play some Rocket League, maybe prove something along the way, but you know, it's all about having fun at the end of the day when you're playing Rocket League. We're playing a video game. We're part of a great community that just loves hitting the ball. Honestly, it's one of the most satisfying things in the world, just hitting the ball. So if that's what you're out there to do, that might even bring you a little further. Maybe that's why you're here, because you're just happy to be here in the first place. We've seen it before. I call it the take 3 effect. When there's nothing to lose, sometimes you play a little more surprising and a little above what you usually would. So I don't know. It could be wild out there.
I'm learning so many more terms. The 6-man side, the take 3 effect. It's all just coming into me as knowledge. Let's get into predictions very quickly. The match is ready, so let's just get through these real quick. Danger Taco, best of 7 between Beach Boys and a large chicken qualifying.
Large chicken, I think they take it. I think they have the skill required. I think they're high enough rank. They have that experience, and I think they're just going to outpace Beach Boys. However, I've said that in a lot of other series, and it got a little bit closer, especially with that last one. I'm always on edge, so we haven't cursed ourselves yet with predicting sweeps, but maybe this will be the one.
Oh yeah, I've still got my broom here. That last series was a sweep. I forgot to bring them back on the broadcast. Leaf, what do you think about this matchup?
Oh, I think about with the broom. You already know my thoughts on this.
Can't
All right. The question is, who would win in a fight between Huge Poultry and Sandy Males? I'm going with the Huge Poultry. Big old chicken. Big old chicken coming down the beach, stomping on everybody. Look, chickens are descendants of raptors. They're dinosaurs. They're taking over a big chicken's a big dinosaur. That's a dinosaur, and they're tearing through the Beach Boys.
I've got a large chicken here as well. I think there was some fortunate bracketing towards the Beach Boys for them to end up on the upper side, and they didn't perform versus Square One. So I'm going to say another sweep. We're going sweeps all the way,
Wow.
dude. All the way, baby. So
Across the board.
Without further ado, it is match time. Leaf X and Danger Taco going to be calling a large chicken and versus the Beach. Not the Beach Boys. Beach Boys. Get into the match. It's ready. Go for it, boys. Leaf X and Danger Taco, take it away.
They're gonna break out into song by the by the end of this one. A giant dinosaur dances around. What have we gotten ourselves into, Taco?
I don't know, but it's brewed up trouble. I can feel us slowly losing our minds as this broadcast goes on with all the drama that is at stake here. This is a qualifier, so I mean we're still underway. We're trying to find out which of these teams is going to be joining those finals. And yet another series underway here, Large Chicken and Beach Boys. And really, it's just going to come down to execution. It feels like sometimes these results can be a little bit unexpected, and teams that maybe expect, or some people would expect to win, don't show up. But at least right off the bat, it seems like Large Chicken take care of business.
Yeah, chickens coming out, showing their claws, sharp beaks, smacking Volt's booty out of the way and says, "Make room, we need a goal."
It's a nice little bump play, and always one of the more fun rotations you can take. Just tap the ball across and then immediately just hunt for blood, go for a bump play, and always seems to work out very well for your team once you make that contact. So bump play opening the door. Now trying some midfield passes, but not the cleanest contact. Volts will have an opportunity to advance upfield. No challenge there, so Spoder on the foul, a lot of misses coming through. It's almost like they're playing the 50 or playing the deflection rather than the actual ball. So Volts will finally be set up for something, but they get a little over eager on that one, and the ball will just trickle out into the midfield.
Tachi with a dribble up the field. There's someone's playing permanent goalie back there.
I did not notice that. Yes.
I just noticed that there was no one there supporting Itachi on the on the offense. I'm like, all right. They're just going with that Tuvi offense. All right, they're there now. They said, I've had enough of the Gibbs gameplay. I'm moving upfield.
Yeah, no statement on the response from Gibbs so far. It's a couple times we've brought them up on broadcast, but I'm sure all in jest. But it's an authentic play style. It worked for him. They didn't give him a goal. So on they go, trying to get number 2. Yokes gets his pass 2. A little behind the first player, but not past Itachi, and has a sweet hit right into that top shelf for 2-0.
Yeah, it was a great pass from Yokes, right out center. Nice, good placement. No one was challenging that, so a lot of room to put that. And I'm going to have to mute these guys in the chat. It is just wow spam.
Spamming, yes.
Just spamming wow. They're having a time of their life in here.
Yeah, they're excited. They know they're playing on a stage, and they're just trying to show off. A little bit of flip reset from Itachi is going to net him another one. Nice little connection there, and there goes the spam. My goodness, it's like bullets right in my ear every single time there's any touch.
Yeah, now that they know that we're listening to it, they're going to do it more. There's 3 goals. 3 goals now for Big Old Chicken. 3 minutes left and a whole best of 7 to go. Their qualification spot is on the line here. I would like to see the Beach Boys grab at least a goal. Get a play of their own, Get in there. Get physical. Have some fun with it.
It's difficult to, they're trying to advance out of their half, and they're struggling a little bit. That's at least an opening shot. Yokes was back in time, but now they're starting to press forward, get a little bit of offense going. Action on the ball, a bit lacking, just a pixel or 2 off on some of these reads. They try to hit it with a lot of venom and Fortunately, I think they just need to focus on that consistent contact and might be a bit more in business. They advance upfield. Spoder set up for a floater there, but unfortunately not able to get there. Yokes marching downfield will actually pause the play a little bit. Ran out of boost, and so right back into the orange defensive corner.
Going down back to their own field, pass back to Yokes. Yokes takes to the sky pretty quickly. Ground pinch goes wide, out of boost. You see, second that they take to the sky, they got a little bit more space there, and it shows just the confidence that some of these teams have being in the air. I reckon they'll end up there a lot more often. Double tap, just missing out.
And so it will be back into the half. And right now, there seems like Large Chicken just playing possession. They're more than content to just hit the ball forward, try a shot, doesn't work out. All right, just take it all the way back. However, still hounding that backboard. I don't know if they need any more goals, but certainly would be interested in getting maybe one or two. They're shooting it left and right. It's burning off a lot of time off this clock. But as of right now, Beach Boys have really, really struggled to get forward and really pursue some pressure. I think they're trying to get upfield on these rotations, but every single time they try to go forward, just a nice long, clear flick from Large Chicken. So it's almost like in that transitionary phase, getting up into offense seems to be the main difference that at least I'm noticing.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's happening with an open qualifier. You know, you even hear Beach Boys saying, not sure how we got here, but we're going to try. We're going to do our best. You can tell that this is the point where, you know, they start getting outpaced a little bit. Some of the rotations are just a little off, but that's something that can always be worked on. You know, they feel less confident in their approaches, or they're approaching at the wrong time, or they're leaving the ball at the wrong time. And it just gets kind of enhanced when you're playing a team that maybe is a little cleaner on those. So that's what we're seeing here. But this is great. If the Beach Boys team is a team that sticks together and plays often, you know, this is awesome experience for them. Save the replays. Maybe trying to, you know, take a look and say, where can we improve? Where were we getting beat? You know, what were we getting punished on? And it's some valuable information to try to parse through.
Yeah, you take value from really any game. This is game number 1, which is going the way of a Large Chicken. So that game 1 victory and a nice open start here. Just about consistency so they can try to close this one out.
Well, let's take a quick moment here for our Nerd Focus game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Large Chicken coming out on top in the first game, looking fairly confident in their victory. Beach Boys out here to do their darndest and see if they can learn a thing or two. You know, if they're listening, just full sense. Start getting in there. Start diving a bit more. You might get caught off guard, but, you know, Taco, I think it's there's nothing really to lose for them at this point. You know, it's a chance to try something new that you usually be a little too scared to try out in ranked or in any other situation. Get out there and try it now against a Large Chicken, because a Large Chicken definitely has, I think, the air game on lock. And if they want to start, if it does stay close, they can probably just bring the ball up in the air and they'll probably grab themselves a dub here. But Beach Boys, again, try something new. Go for that ball. No fear.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that approach, just trying to throw everything into it, and then even if you're struggling on the air a little bit, just get consistent hits, focus on clean contacts through the ball to get it upfield. A couple times they had moved forward, but they were just trying so hard to get as hard of a hit as possible that they just fly right by it. So maybe take a little bit off of it, get some clean placement, make sure you're ensuring some clean hits, and be able to potentially march forward and be able to get their game. But my goodness, what a way to start from Yokes. Technically, I would say a double tap, but very interesting finish.
Sort of. It hit the ground, but that was a good finish. It's still a solid goal, all right? That's still a great goal. Yokes, congratulations on that. I'm clapping for you. That was good. I want to see some more of that. I mean, if you got the space, now's the chance to test your chops. It goes not just for the Beach Boys, but the Chickens as well. Starting to get those highlight plays. They're doing it. It's land, yep. It's like, all right, Leaf, here's that double T.
That's a really nice angle. It's a difficult one, too, because it was a hit that went from the near post to the far post, and not only do you have to get across the goal, but also you can't just tap it anywhere on goal. You have to place it pretty much behind you or at least straight down. So a good finish by them, and at this point, it seems like Large Chicken understand that they have their control over the air, and they're trying to take advantage of it. At this point, I'm curious if they get comfortable enough. We're going to start seeing more and more experimental approaches here. I mean, we saw some banger goals in game number 4 of the last series on stream. I want to see just highlight reel after highlight reel play in the series.
1 minute gone by, and lots of, or 2 goals so far. Look at Itachi, so confident that his 2 teammates could hold off all 3 of the Beach Boys at their own end. He just goes to the other end of the field and starts taking their boost. This is their confidence. But I do like to see the Beach Boys starting to move up down the other end of the field right now. I mean, like, they're starting to get out of their comfort zone. They're starting to move out. And that's what this is all about, is right now gather as much as that experience, step out your comfort zone just a little bit and see what it feels like.
At least now they're playing some stable defense, although the demos are starting to pick up. Zlanov just going right into the goal mouth just to clear all those players out. But I do like how they are more willing on the Beach Boys to go forward and not sit on their half and kind of wait for an attack. They're trying to at least force something up so that a Large Chicken will have to respond to them. And it's a struggle to connect those into passes, but at the very least, it's definitely something to start with, as Spooderman's trying to get on this ball, but it's going to continue to get knocked away. It's a little bit of a rough touch by Zlanov, but Archie Slayer a little bit behind the play, and they just can't quite get that 50. So Yoga on the 45-degree flick. No finish, and actually steals it away from a teammate, so to the sideline we go.
Yeah, a little bit greed out there. Probably could have been a goal, if he left it, but I don't think they're hurting for extra goals at this point. So,
and at this point, it's a little bit of kind of showmanship and also just trying to irritate your teammate. Sometimes they have a wide open goal, so you bump them out of the way, or you save it, or you steal it for yourself. So really anything in the table, but Zomp's not going to do anything too trickery on that one. They just tap that one in after the near post miss.
Yeah, Spooter turned a little bit too early on that one. Your best bet, if you're going to turn like that, try to at least get into the net or just go up that sideboard there. Get a little bit of space to think about it, but that all comes with experience and time.
Here's RC Slayer thumbing that up for Volts. Quick up to it. A little bit of deflection to the demo, not allowing the Beach Boys to get upfield. They will stick with the ball. A little bit of back pass. Spooderman considers going up as Lopez taking a little bit of a break for a second. Just a little bit of haltage in play. And a little bit of a breakaway, actually, and Spooderman puts one away. So there we go. See, all they need is one opportunity, and they tuck it away.
They had one shot, and they did not miss their chance to blow. Spooderman throws one home. I like it. One on the board. That's all we needed.
Now a little bit of momentum, or at least silver lining from this game. They'll have a decent amount to do for this comeback as Tachi and Yokes continue to try to make a statement on their backboard. Blade Flick will just continue to make a lap back and forth across this orange back line. It's on up. Tries to get a fake on the near post, but Volts is equal to it. A little bit of a hit upfield, trying to chase it, grab a 50. Just going to go on the wayside, another ball. Go all the way back down. And this backboard, it's interesting to see. Large Chicken really doing a lot of delayed flicks, content with just trying to bait in some 50s here. Continue to try to go to the air, really capitalize on it, but good job on Beach Boys for the most part, not allowing any other goals, as another hit will just go back out into the corner, and a nice possession pass back by Itachi will continue the possession play.
1 minute left. In game number 2, Large Chicken took game number 1 against the Beach Boys. Beach Boys were scoreless in that first one. And now, they've got one on the board. The slow rise to victory for the Beach Boys. Maybe game 3. They'll bring it to overtime. Maybe game 4. They'll get a dub and start the reverse sweep. Maybe. Or maybe large chicken will be too powerful.
I mean, it is a large chicken. We talked. Granted, we're gonna have to really just rely on our intuition about just how large a chicken can get. I think naturally, let's say largest chicken in terms of height. I don't know, less than a meter. So like not super tall. That's not really a large chicken. But what you painted, the mental picture in which you brushed out your brain brush with, it was very much so a dinosaur-sized, like multiple meters tall chicken. I mean, that's quite the fearsome foe.
Yeah, I'm thinking like maybe a bit bigger than a Snorlax. You know, like it's pretty beefy. It'll block your path, and like if it comes running at you, you're probably going to be terrified.
I mean, I certainly would be terrified. And right now, large chicken is playing as if they are in fact a Snorlax-sized chicken. They got that win. Game number 2 under the wraps, and they're halfway through the sweep.
And maybe the climb will start, but it'll have to start after our HEB game break.
For the next Rocket League team is sponsored by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at HEB.com and download the HEB app today.
A large chicken is learning how to fly. They've been sticking to the air a lot more in game number 2. And they walk away victorious again. A mistake there. Punished, though. Beach Boys, Taco did grab a goal.
Yeah, and this is a large chicken, I think, playing a little bit more experimentally, just screwing around, and some of these going for doubles, stealing hits, hitting it across the goal. But it shows that you can't just carelessly play. You're not just playing against AFK opponents. You are playing against people who will be able to put it in on an open net. So, large chicken, you don't want to get too complacent here. But I do like how they're keeping it fun. And you mentioned that kind of a take 3 effect. There is an element where if you're having fun, it's a little bit more laid back. Your team can kind of gel together. You don't get tilted off things that might be tilting in other circumstances. And large chicken is certainly feeling that right now as Itachi will just crash the net and get a nice early goal.
Early goal, not as fancy as their game number 2 goals, that's for sure. Started off, I remember that Yokes one that came off the corner, and then they had a double tap follow right afterwards. This one's a straight-on kickoff goal. 7 seconds in. I guess they just want to get the lead at least before they stop goofing off, because before you know it, missed touch could turn into a goal for your opponents. So make sure you have that lead first. I want to make sure the Beach Boys are going to come out. It's a sneaky lead here. Ooh.
A little bit of deflection around, so some close calls there. Beach Boys will a little bit back here, and Volts is left alone. A little bit of no man land, wrong tired themselves. They can't adjust in time, and unfortunately that one will tuck over after another shot on target from Itachi.
There it is. Volts try to get back to that. It's a little push up a little too far for how hard that shot came off. 2-goal lead for the large chicken. We'll look for another one. Squeak that one away. Tiny little corner open. Slanyup is going to grab the goal off the pass from Yokes.
Well, where they're playing a bit more experimentally, now it's just raw fundamentals, just bringing it into the middle and then just sending a player with full trust on that deflection onto the near post and able to get that one through. So, job from large chicken. Maybe they understood last game that they got a little bit slow, a little bit too trusting, and they gave up some goals. So now they're just saying, okay, no, let's just open up a large lead early on so we can then maybe get back to a little bit more laid-back play, but certainly understanding that they don't want to drop any game they feel like they don't have to.
And now we have the Beach Boys. Look at that. They're getting in there. All 3 are there. But they just don't have a lot of that aerial prowess that large chicken has. So they've sometimes fall behind some plays that they might be able to have. Their positioning is allowing them to get a little more aggressive, but not getting in there as high as they could be.
And this one's a little tough, and it's multiple elements of going into that is obviously just the ability to read the angles that you need to take and then get off the ground. Then see the mechanical ability to be able to get that fast arrow and go for it. But most of it, what I'm seeing is just the immediacy of the read coming in from a large chicken. As soon as that ball is in a weird position on the sideline or a high lob, they just immediately get on it. Whereas it seems like there's like almost like a loading, a buffering time for the Beach Boys before they can truly feel confident on challenging a certain ball.
Yeah.
And that's where they tend to fall behind. It feels very reactive. They're just trying to make sure they have everything acclimated correctly, that they're lined up for it, whereas Large Chicken and really a lot of high-level players, they just know that all they got to do is just get to it, and they can improv on the way, and they just go immediately, no hesitation.
We are seeing, though, the Beach Boys get into the air a little bit more. We're seeing both Slayer and Spooter getting themselves up into the air for a lot of those 50s. So maybe this is a bit of a learning thing. They're either listening and hearing me call them out and not being in the air, or they've realized maybe we can just have fun getting in the air a bit more. And they're honestly holding off a lot better. It looks less controlling. You know, I still think Large Chicken looks like they're in control of the field, but it looks less so than it did previously, now that they're at least meeting the blue players in the air.
Yeah, their Volts was close to that one, forced a 50, actually forced a miss out of Large Chicken as well as they were playing the deflection. So it's certainly making themselves known, at least in the air, but long clears like that will deal it back to Yokes. Spooderman will left a little bit alone. Yokes will set up a pass as lineup, but we'll take that to the corner instead. So at this point, I think Large Chicken doesn't want to do anything too over the top. They're more than content to play that possession game, hit that ball in the corner, and make sure they're fueled up. But I'm sure still room for a highlight play or two as Yokes tries to potentially set up a pinch, but I don't think Itachi was on the same page as them. RC Slayer on the far post, but fortunately will be saved by his lineup.
Again, it's been kept a little bit closer. And I think it honestly has been a good look for the Beach Boys. They've been at least 50-50 in a lot of these plays, and they're getting some shots on the net now too. Hey, there we go. Good follow-up from all three players to keep that pressure on.
The team play busting out. Itachi actually pre-jumped that and thought they would maybe have a little bit better of an angle at it. Fortunately, just going to be a sitter, but still some job to do. Spooderman, third time's the charm, coming through. Get everybody involved on that attack. And there's at least one. And honestly, I mean, despite all this game, they've had some ups and downs. Beach Boys still getting goals, though, at the end of the day. They're still able to get these shots off. And speaking to, I guess, the efficiency of just staying at it, making sure you stay aggressive, and eventually be able to get something to pay off from it.
Yeah, hey, again, I really think it's that they've started taking to the skies a bit more. And hopefully that'll help them in the long run, too, realize there's other mistakes, of course, that are happening. But I think that hopefully this will help them feel a little more confident, even their ranked games, to get up in the air a bit more. And that they can be confident. They are getting on the ball. They can learn to get better touches, but at least they're making touches a lot of times when they get up there. Well, except for that one.
Spooderman tried to take their large collection of boost and throw that into an air dribble, or maybe just a dribble of their own, but unfortunately it won't be enough. Large Chicken took care of business early on there, and they will be grabbing game number 3, putting themselves on to match point.
Match point there, but we did get another goal from Beach Boys. They'll need just a few moments to think about it, so let's give them a Nerd Focus game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, packed with nootropics to help you focus while having energy to get through the day. Perfect for your grind. Go to nerdfocus.com today.
Large Chicken has taken 3 games in a row now. Beach Boys, a couple goals, which is good. I'm liking what I'm seeing. This is where they pop off, Taco. This is where it all turns around. They've been hustling this whole time.
And I think, well, we talk about the mechanics of players and how well they work together, but we really discount the psychological aspect of this game. And there is no more dastardly of a tactic than dropping 3 games to lull that sense of security and to cool things down so your opponents are thinking, oh, we can take it easy. And then you strike. like a viper in the night.
Yes.
That's exactly what the Beach Boys are trying to do.
Break
Striking
down.
back, get fat dubs, and be able to march on. Large Chicken to be caught staring at a fist-shaped hole in their drywall, wondering where it all went wrong. And it might start right here. Game number 4 underway.
It will. Look at this. They're going for aerials. They're getting up there. All of a sudden, calling out RC Slayer. It's going to be flip resetting across the entire field. Triple flip reset. Across the whole field. This chicken ain't gonna know I hit it.
Oh, look at that 50. Brilliantly put into the blue half. RC can't get the touch, so Volts will back him up. A little bit of flick past 1, so RC will stay around it. A little bit of deflection. Hooks on the dribble. Gets past 1, trying to get it on target. Zlanav will eventually be there, but Yokes is the one who gets that final touch. There's 1-0.
Obviously, there's some decisions made here by the third man, but the fact that second man even made a cut just to stay up there and try to keep the pressure. They're getting in the mindset of aggression and speeding up a bit more, and that's fun to see how they have changed. Ultimately, I don't know if it'll be enough, but it is fun to see that they have changed throughout this game, or this match.
It is nice to see that they are getting a bit more aggressive. I think sometimes when you get a team, you get a loss, and you feel like you're maybe being outpaced, you turtle up and you want to play even more cautious. And they don't do that, and I really do appreciate that. Unfortunately, still a little bit behind the play on some of these touches. Satachi getting number 2 there, but I do like how they're just full sending it right now. It's like no real concern for that safety, and I think it does pay off. Maybe not all the time, but it's definitely catching Large Chicken by surprise a time or two.
Oh yeah, it's definitely slowed down some of these plays the Large Chicken has been going for, making them have to try again when a good 50-50 comes in. But as we said, we don't know if it's going to be enough, and they're kind of proving that point with 3 goals in that first minute now.
See, this is palsy leaf. Like, I understand, go down by 3 games in a series and then take the reverse sweep. But going down in that reverse sweep game, I don't know. This is pretty risky. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm going to have to talk to the Beach Boys coach after this one.
I don't think it's risky at all. You never seen what Spooderman can do. And he's going to do it right here. Watch this. Beautiful 50. Play's not done yet. Teammate comes in. Hits the ball. Hey, they're just waiting. They're being patient. They're just waiting for the play. This is still the same play, by the way. It's still all a part of the plan. They think that far ahead.
Oh, what, you use your fakes immediately? No, I plan mine out 10, 15 seconds even in advance.
Oh, yeah.
These guys know that.
It's still the confidence thing. It's still part of the play.
See, that's a rough one. I couldn't see the scoreboard nor interviewed any of the players or heard any from the players, but that was all lag, so that was unfortunate. So Volt's getting a little unlucky there. Hit a hard pocket of lag, a little bit of internet turbulence, and so we'll be giving up that one. But to be honest, I mean, Beach Boys really just a victim. Maybe just crumbled under the pressure, but I mean, it is something to say. You said Spooderman. I mean, you don't want to mess with them. I mean, there's 1,439 other Spoodermans out there, but this one is, I don't know, I've never seen a Spooderman quite like this.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a reason. It's an iterative process. The newer, the better. It just, this is one of the best, the newer models.
They ironed out all the other kinks in the machine where there's a little bit of troublesome things creeping in, but now it's we've really reached the alpha, past the alpha phase. We're into full production. So good to see. RC Slayer trying to get it going, and they can't quite. That's a good contact, though. Nice shot, and just going to get denied by the 4th defender. Therefore, Large Chicken in the post. Follow-up shot, though. Zlanav not going to get it, and another possession play back. So crossing half time, and I don't know. I mean, it's the night is darkest right before the dawn, but I don't really know what dawn is coming right now for Beach Boys. They're really struggling to get underway as number 5 comes through.
Hey, you know what? We didn't say what net they were going to score on. They're going to get a sick goal on their own. This is called asserting dominance.
Damn, what a twist in the tail that would be if you just halfway through a series and then a team's like, DMs the admin like, oh wait, we're on this goal? And then suddenly just starts dominating. Just like, oh my goodness, that was what was waiting the whole time? There's just They were just confused. They were like, oh, my bad. Didn't have coffee today. And then they just start absolutely slaying
Turn it around, yeah.
That's the storyline I'm waiting for. We could write that screenplay, Leaf. We could pitch that to studios.
All right, I'll be the guy that own goals all the time. I can play that part.
I'll say it works out. It's something. Method acting.
Yeah, that's my whole life. Just for this part.
I would like to see a goal there. Spoderman's gonna get it to go. There it is off of the read. Tough angle still, but
what did I tell you?
The perfect position.
I told you it'd be Spooderman. He'd come through. He's gonna start the wave. The floodgates have opened. A minute 28 left. The first one by Spooderman, and now they're about to pop off.
I'm not even playing. My palms are very sweaty. I can feel like this is the beginning of something. I just have to deliver on it. It's a little bit of a giveaway as a... I should go for that. Every single person in the lobby's up for it. Volts, they got the read. It's just wide. Spooner trying to put it in. They'll put it to the back post, but they can't quite get it to go. Probably lag again. We'll never know. RC Slayer, though, they put it through. There's goal number 2.
I told you it's begun. With a minute left, there's more than enough time for 3. They've scored 2 in under 30. They can do more. Here comes the onslaught. Mr. Chicken, watch out.
Nice little kickoff. That's going to set up RC Slayer. Gotten close before. Can't quite wrap around that one. Volts turns away temporarily. Itachi getting dunked by Spooter. Into the corner we go yet again. Donna reversing. Actually not getting the touch on that ball. RC Slayer just can't quite get it. A little over-eager. And the final shot coming through. RC will be able to hit that to the side. And my goodness, they're really ramping up the pressure here. They need 3 goals in the next 40 seconds. Those past 2 forays didn't quite find their way through, but long clear by Volts. That's on an open net. It's off the bar. It's not going to find its way in. The defenders thought that might have been in. It looked like they almost gave up on it.
They were
my
ready.
goodness.
They're like, oh, God, it is happening.
Another ball through, and Yokes can't do it, so the dream is alive. It's a goal every 5 seconds. Spoderman, the man to do the job. That deflection starts off with RC Slayer.
Oh, yes.
A little bit of an air dribble. A little bit of a double commit. It's not going to go through. The double tap down. That should look all the remaining time off the clock. Itachi takes it back. Tries for the musty hit. Yokes can't put it in, and it will fall down. Unfortunately, they took too big of a risk. Like I said, I'd love to talk to the coach, get the mindset of purposely letting those goals through, but unfortunately, not going to work out. Beach Boys fall. Large Chicken getting a sweep.
Yeah, Beach Boys. Quite the story, though. The Cinderellas falling just short. Maybe we'll see them again. I feel like a lot has been learned today. We've learned lessons today, and it's to never give up, to go full send, and sometimes good things can come of it. You just got to keep doing that from the beginning. The Beach Boys impressing us hard and winning all of our hearts. And a Large Chicken is a big dinosaur. It will eventually tear you apart. So, like, don't mess with the Large Chicken. Like, real talk.
Now, birds are just generally terrifying. I don't know if you ever interacted with a swan. Not a fun engagement. You'd think they'd be very graceful, but they're not. They're very mean. And I think Large Chicken showing that just all birds, for the most part, vicious killing machines, tearing apart the competition, getting that 4-0 sweep. And this one, I think, was on the way, but even still, I really like open qualifiers for this reason that anyone can get through. Beach Boys got through, and they still got some goals. It wasn't just a carnage. They were able to actually get some goals through. They even kept it close on 1 or 2 of those games. I think it's a fun show. These guys said they got in here, they want to just have some fun, and they did more than that. They put up a respectable bout.
Yeah, no, I had a grand old time too. Not only did they have fun, we had fun. Taco, it was a blast here, but ultimately, a Large Chicken does qualify through. Beach Boys' journey, as wondrous and confusing as it may have been on the way here, is over, and they will have to go back to playing ranked or in-game tourneys now, as their chance for the search qualifiers is done. The Large Chicken, they're having some tough and steep competition ahead of them here. We saw that they were connecting together. This was a team that was looking for those team plays. But it's definitely be put to the test once they face off again against some of these other squads that we've seen, at least especially qualify through that upper bracket.
Yeah, and Itachi and company, rather, on Large Chicken are qualifying through, so they are yet another team. We got 2 more slots remaining to find out as the broadcast will continue. And I think we're getting down to the wire. We're starting to get a nice, clean picture of what that final 16 will look like a little bit later on in August when we do that final 16 and final 4 on that August 21st, 22nd weekend. And I think we're getting a good show. And really, out of the teams that have qualified when we've looked through these matches, I'm not really disappointed by any of them. There's no team sneaking by. This is a process that will eliminate the weak and make sure that we're getting some high-quality competition for sure. Upper bracket had their share of teams that we expected to make it. Zookeepers had a little bit of a windy road to get to where they are now, but they are through, and we're 75% of the way through the broadcast day.
Yeah, no, this is we're qualifying and qualifying. We already had again a ton from the first qualifier there that we'll be facing off against a team we're qualifying through today that will be finished on those states you just mentioned. But it's going to get tough at that point too. I know we saw some of the teams have a bit of a smoother run on that first one, but all the teams, as you mentioned, are teams that generally belong to be there. These are teams that are going to create really close competition in that final weekend. We've seen some of the skill from today even. Again, RLCS caliber players are playing in this. Of course, when you offer a prize like this, you're going to end up having players say, well, that's an attractive prize, so I'm going to put together a team and we're going to compete in this. And that's why we're seeing that. Most of those teams end up qualifying through the upper bracket. But now we're seeing some more hopefuls qualify through the lower bracket here. So with only 2 spots left, it comes down to the wire. And I wonder, Taco, do you think that creates any extra pressure on these players, knowing that those are the only 2 spots left?
Well, I mean, the stakes remain the same in concept, but I think it also, as you see this day progress, we've actually seen a lot of sweeps here. And it shows that these games, even when they are closer, somewhat like that Zookeeper series in the lower bracket, where even if those sweeps come through, you still have to fight for these series. So even though you might come in, you're saying, yeah, we're going to be fine. We'll be able to cruise through this. But it is nerve-wracking to know that you still have to execute. Maybe you're watching the stream while you're warming up and chatting with your teammates, but sooner or later, you're going to have to put on your game faces and make sure you beat down on these teams, especially because in the upper bracket, a team that gets sent down to lowers, the team that you now have to play for that qualification spot, qualified through uppers, and they're probably a pretty formidable foe. So certainly no easy games here, but got to make sure you bring it all, and then you can relax for 2 weeks, boot camp a little bit, review the VODs, get ready for that final 16. But just one more series, all it takes.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you then. You got 2 weeks. You qualified now. You got 2 weeks. What are you doing in that time? Are you... If you're a team that doesn't have a coach, are you trying to look for one of those? Or are you just working with your team to continue doing what you're doing? Are you studying tape? You watching the other teams, watching their VODs as well? What's the game plan if you were in the scenario here where you've just qualified and you want to make sure you're coming with your A game? What's your game plan for those 2 weeks?
Well, I mean, to be honest, when you're looking at opportunities like this, I think in these 2 weeks, sometimes you might enter these tournaments saying like, all right, let's see what's going to happen. But then if you qualify, you're in the final 16. You are very close. And so therefore, if you're looking for that coaching, you got plenty of it. You got Gamers Ready, you got Forge coaching, you got Metafy, you got all these coaching options. Definitely seek that out, or at least get a lot of scrims, get ready, because that dream you have in the back of your mind, wouldn't that be cool? If you qualify through to this, you are potentially 3-ish series away from making that a reality. And it's a mind-blowing opportunity. So if you get to that stage, you better bring your A game, prepare all you want, because then you can get suited with a contract, and it's a beautiful thing to see, and I'm excited to see how we're going to finish out that 16-team bracket, these final 2 matches.
Well, if with a Large Chicken winning, that leaves us 2 more slots. 2 more teams are able to qualify through for that final weekend, trying to win this awesome prize pool of a contract being signed by a professional organization. You are now a professional team at that point. To play in the RLCS next season. So this is going to get down to the wire. 2 slots left, 4 teams trying to get into that through this lower bracket here. Please don't go anywhere. We have more The Search coming your way.
This grind is making me hungry. Yo, guys, give me a sec. I'm gonna order some food real quick.
Oh, jeez, this is gonna take forever.
All right, I'm back.
Whoa, you back already?
Yeah, man, quick and easy on the HEB app. Let's get it.
Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League Pro. My name is Fickle, and this is the HEB Future Pro Cam, sponsored by HEB. Make sure to go to the HEB website and the HEB app to make sure you download all things HEB to get contactless delivery and free delivery for $30 or more. If you're in Texas, supremely appreciate them and their services towards Beasley and the Outlaws. Let's bring in Itachi from A Large Chicken to join me on the broadcast today. Can you hear me out there, Mr. Itachi?
Yes, sir.
All right, love to hear it. So I actually don't know you as much as I know some of my previous interviewees. So I'd like you to introduce yourself to the stream world and how you've been today.
All right. Hey, what's up? I'm Itachi, NA version. Basically, I've been playing Rocket League for like 5 years. We just went into today with kind of a new rosters. Lineup and I have been playing for a while, and then just kind of Yokes hopped in the other day, and I mean, we've just kind of been trying our best to win this tournament.
And I had to make that differentiation that this was not the Itachi from Europe before the match started. So that'll be a little confusing going forward. There'll be maybe a potential Itachi Pro North America, Itachi Pro Europe. We'll see going forward. But let's talk a little bit about this roster. You know, it was Latup as well as Yokes. You know, how long have you guys known each other / played together? And has this always been the roster you've been trying to make it with competitively?
I mean, for Zelana side of it, I've known Zelana for about 4 or 5 years now. We kind of started playing when we were back in Diamond, and then we've been on and off playing for years now. Yokes, I go to a college that's kind of similar to CU Boulder, and so I wanted to see if there was a possibility I could get on the CU Boulder team. Unfortunately, that wasn't in the cards, but I met Yokes through there, and so I kind of just reached out to him and asking him if he would be our third for this tournament, and we just kind of went with it. So yeah.
Well, that's great to hear. I mean, open bracket, why not sign up with your friends? That's the whole point of the open bracket format. You know, you can be a pro one day too. Going forward, what would this particular contract, you know, it's a very lucrative offer, mean for you and the rest of the team if you were to win it from Beasley?
I mean, definitely it would be huge for all of us. I think anybody who starts Rocket League would love to eventually one day be pro. That's kind of just the dream for anybody growing up. You get to see Squishy Muffins, Kronovi, all these guys. You get to watch them on stream, and you just kind of look up to them for so long. And eventually just to be like having a chance to even play among them someday is just, I don't know, it's a dream of everybody's.
Well, you say it's a dream, but can you think about whenever Squishy Muffins was watching Kronovi play, and that was his dream? And so what if your dream is watching Squishy Muffins play, and then the next person will be watching you play, and then the cycle continues for 20 years until we're playing Rocket League 7, Electric Boogaloo. But a man can only dream.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd
it would...
like to... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, yeah, it would definitely be awesome to someday get there.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask like if you're inspired by any pro players, but you said that already. But do you have a favorite pro team right now that you really look up to that's currently dominating the scene in North America?
I really like Space Station. I think Astral has, or not Astral, what am I saying? Sorry, Arsenal has a very awesome playstyle where, I mean, it's very unique. He hard turns a lot and like likes to go for bumps on net. He's a little chaotic, and I mean, that's kind of how I like to play. When we start playing against higher ranked teams, I like to kind of hard turn and find bumps, and I guess I also look up to Arsenal a lot.
SSG is one of those forces that has been a whirlwind in Rocket League, and maybe you could be too if you win this contract from Beasley. That's all the questions I have for you, but if you want to have any shout outs, I'll open it. Just whatever you want to say, teammates, players, support, it's all you.
Yeah, shout out to Zelana, shout out to Yokes, everybody at CU, and basically anybody that has played with us coming up. Yeah, that's it.
All right, well, I'm humble as always. These Rocket League pros, they never show any clout or they never show any grimace towards smack talking, but they're always humble, to say the least. So thanks, Itachi, for joining us. That is NA Itachi, by the way, and have a rest of your wonderful day.
Awesome, you as well. Peace out.
All right, that was Itachi, everybody. NA Itachi, cannot stress that enough. Different from the EU Itachi over on the other side. Both are phenomenal, but only one will be moving on to the finals here at the search for the next Rocket League team. Those will be happening on August 21st and 22nd, so they are the 6th qualified team today. Catch them out on those days coming forward. We have 2 more matches. So we only got 2 more slots in the top 16 to be joining the next couple of teams. Our next matchup should be, I believe it's going to be Absolute Fracture and Odyssey. No, excuse me, the Blues and Rising Avian. It's right there on my screen. How can I miss it? So you're not going to want to miss that one. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle for the 7th time today. Today's broadcast is sponsored by Nerd Focus. Be a nerd and focus your energy today. Being a nerd is not just about playing video games. It's also just about enjoying any kind of creative passion. Don't let those mean bullies online prevent you from doing what you love. Personally, I love playing the drums, and it keeps me energized to do that all day, even after a long broadcast such as this. And I'm still working through my can, everybody, but I have to tilt it a little bit like this so you can actually see. I'm about like right here. I have like two more series, and I'll be here, and then I'll be here. So I'm working on it all day. Speaking of working on it all day, let's go ahead and bring in our two commentators joining us back for the broadcast one more time. It's going to be Turtle and Jolly, and it seems that they have also found the foam hats. Love it. Before we get into that, let's read this tweet below. I'll be taking some notes for my own RL gameplay. Hashtag the search. Good luck to all the competitors. And that's from Ryan, Ace of Spades Overwatch. So a little bit of cross-pollination there between the Outlaws brand and the Beasley brand. Looking for their new team. So you'd love to see that as well. Welcome back. Turtle, you just vibing over there? Are you going to open your eyes and maybe say hello to the broadcast?
I'm having a great time. You said to embrace my inner nerd, bro. What better way to do that than to toss this bad boy on? Okay, it's fashionable. It's cozy. It keeps my blood circulating up towards my brain. It's great. This is exactly what I would want whenever I'm being a pro gamer, when I'm casting, doing anything.
It's pretty amazing that you're able to put the headpiece over your headset, but
that's what I'm saying.
under it.
It's actually comfy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna take it off. Like
I mean, mine was on my broom.
I'm having
not
a good
sure
time.
if I want to put it on my head just yet, because I've still got my broom here. Sweet, welcome back, Jolly.
Thanks.
You're rocking your wig as well. Let's talk about this next matchup. So we got the Blues versus Rising Avian. So we already saw the Blues come up on the broadcast once already, and to remind everybody, that's Crow's Shiny Wings, Cam, and Cryptic, which is the school out of Missouri, and going up against Rising Avian, which is Killer Anxiety without the X. I think it's supposed to just be Anxiety, but with a cool Z spelling. And J, and then we also have Fisky. Fisky actually tweeted at us, or somebody from Fisky's organization tweeted at us earlier to mention them, so they're on Rising Avian. You guys weren't here from the Blues matchup, but they got kind of a bad seeding with the Vibrance matchup. They had to go against Vibrance, so that was like the #1 seed in the tournament. And I think this team is legit enough to make it through the lower side. But I want to know, Turtle, have you heard anybody from these Rising Avians? We've already had one bird qualify, but it's okay if you haven't.
I mean, the only person I've heard from on this whole pitch, I believe, is Anxiety. I think I've seen him a couple of times in ranked, but everybody else is kind of like a new addition to my memory, to my brain, to my nerd focused brain, because I don't know too much here. I'm trying to take it all in and hopefully see who actually has a little bit of potential, a little bit of highlights here. I think we could actually have a closer game that's not just a sweep right now. I'm excited.
Well, the players are waiting on us, so let's not dilly-dally.
Dilly-fowl.
Dilly-dally?
Dilly-fowl. Dilly Dally, thank you, Turtle. You're such a linguist.
No problem.
You guys know that Turtle makes music,
on.
by the way?
I have this on. You know what I mean?
All right, Jolly, quick predictions here. So it's got the Blues versus Rising Avian. Best of 7 to qualify into the search.
Oh, I want 7 games. I think we predicted with all 4-0 sweeps today. So I'm going to give it to the Blues for 3.
And Turtle?
I'm going for a 4-2 Rising Avian win. Take it or leave it.
Interesting. So I think this is the first series we're not going to see this friend return. And I think we're actually going to get a legit series, but I've still got the Blues coming into it. I think they're a really solid roster. They just got the unfortunate bracketing, fighting up against Vibrance in the first round. I think they're going to take this 4-2. But Talkit League is over, so it's going to be the Blues versus Rising Avian. Loser goes home, winner goes on to play in the finals happening later in August. And to call it, it's going to be Turtle and Jolly. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Fickle. We'll chat back with you later on. Oh man, when they zoom in on just us with these things on.
Oh yeah.
You see, you were smart. You put it under the headset.
I try to put it over, but my head's too big, so
yeah,
it doesn't really work.
Oh, okay. I've got a tiny head, so you know.
That's not what I was implying. I was implying that I have a basketball-sized head.
Yeah. Well, and that's why you have a All right. Well done. Right in here on the orange side of the field to kick things off. And the Blues is Columbia College. I'm sure if anyone else is involved in esports, wherever they are familiar with Columbia College, one of the best colleges. At least a couple of years ago, they were top tier in a lot of different forms. Once a lot of more schools started joining, a lot more schools started joining. They kind of dropped down a little bit, but clearly that's not going to be the case here today as they get a goal the first 14 seconds.
What? Was that the pre-jump musty flick? What on earth was that? What a way to start out a series. I actually can't believe what we just witnessed. That was probably one of the best goals that we've seen literally all day. That was amazing.
That should be a highlight reel right there for both of those members. Crow Shiny Wings in particular getting the shot, but Cam for setting that one up. Really, really stellar performances. And, you know, once again, they're on the orange side of the field here. Cryptic for a solo shot, but this is very reminiscent of the other teams who were just not able to get clears in terms of the speed of the ball. They're not able to get it out of the corner. They're not able to find a solid clear at all.
Yeah, I'm kind of regretting my pick here. I had a little bit of faith in Rising Avian, and I'm not one to, you know, I'm not gonna be too prideful and stay on that pick. Okay, I am already gonna swap sides here.
No way.
I'm already gonna say it. I can already tell. I can already tell. The Blues, it's over. It's over, Jolly. There's nothing else to say. You can see the pressure. You can see how they're moving the ball between corners, and that first goal, it already convinced me.
Yeah, it doesn't really take much, I guess, to sway you. You're not the most
That's
resolute
right.
person in
I
terms of...
am always on the fence. It's the best place to be.
All right, even though you gave a 4-2 prediction,
Yeah.
I think, in favor of Rising Avian. That's not very on the fence, not going to lie here. But we do have a demo on the Crow's Shiny Wings. That might be a good thing here for Rising Avian, but... Let's see if they can make this aggressive play. This might be it. No, Cam with a beautiful pop under right there is going to send it away and clear it back over to the other side.
It looked like Cam got a little bit nervous. He outplayed, I think, 2 players it was from Rising Avian. Dribbled past them both, and then now he's coming up with the shot past 2 defenders, but it's a little bit high. You can see the anxiety, no pun intended, from Rising Avian. Still trying to figure themselves out. The positioning has been a little bit disorganized, a little bit out of order, but they're figuring out ways to get the ball forward, and they're actually coming up with a little bit of possession, but it's not going to mean anything if you're losing challenges and 50-50s like that one from Cam. But my goodness, that was wide open. Another shot opportunity missed from Rising Avian. It looks like it's kind of evening out here, Jolly.
It is, yeah. It is. See, are you feeling a little rough?
Now I'm scared.
Yeah.
Now I feel like going towards, like, I want to go back
too late.
to the
It's too late.
No.
It's too late now.
We swap.
That might be a setup, though, for something here from the Blues again. We're halfway through this round now. Just the first one in a best of 7. So still opportunity for Rising Avian to, you know, find their wings here.
What are these pre-jumps, too, that we're seeing from the Blues? I just saw, I believe it was Cryptic, just jump early. He's even on the backboard. What is this? They're treating it like it's Freestyle Friday with Jazer or something. I don't understand this. You got Cryptic all the way back waiting for some outstanding redirect. Now Booming clears Cam going up really early to get this one, but a touch from Little Trolling 12. Saw a little hit there, and that's going to keep them away from any danger and at least keep this when they want.
And Boost has been a point of contention for sure, mostly in favor of Rising Avian. It looks like that's going to be another shot, though, and Cam is going to find this one, but put the score up 2-0 for the Blues.
Yeah, I definitely think Cam is the star player so far. From everything I've seen in Game 1, he's had the best mechanics. He's been dribbling past 2, maybe even 3 defenders at a time, and then he comes up here with the second goal, 5 shots to his name. He is on fire, and he's the one repping the Supersonic Legend tag in the game. I mean, if you don't know much, at least look at the tags. That's got to tell you something.
Yeah, that is true. However, Crow's Shiny Wings with that first goal, that pre-jump into the musty flick, like you said, in the first little bit of the game, I mean, that's some mechanics that everyone strives for while playing this game. So,
but I don't trust this car. I just don't trust him.
All right. Yeah.
Mans is rocking the vent. This is why I don't trust him. Exactly. He just proved me right. Look at this man. Off the backboard, it was a tough angle, but if he had a different car, guarantee would have hit it. Not biased at all.
Well, it was a nice setup there for Disky, actually. Killer Anxiety coming in with just the right amount of boost to set that one through. So, hey, 1:20 on the clock. Only a 1-goal lead in favor of the Blues right here. Rising Avian finding their footing on those little bird feet.
Okay, I see what you did there.
Right, it is multiple birds, you know.
Can you eat bird feet? Is that like a thing?
Yeah, that's a thing. That's totally.
Really?
There's like pickled. There's like chicken feet. Chicken feet is a
it
thing.
like
I've
is
never
it like crunchy?
tried it. I mean,
Sounds like it would taste like potato chips. I don't know why.
Like they legitimately have the claws. I don't know. Like I've seen them in a jar. I've never, or I've seen them, but I've never deigned to really venture that far into it.
Oh.
Wooey! Look at that. Crow Shiny Wings once again with a stellar play.
I bet he's either juiced up off the chicken feet or potentially nerd focus, because that was a nice little backboard read. You got the goalkeepers trying to find positioning to at least get a save, even a pre-jump, but it wouldn't have made any difference because they were far out of line, and I think there would have been a follow-up as well. But the Blues, another clean goal from them. It doesn't look too difficult for them. These have been pretty routine, standard backboard touches, and there's another one that's going to roll in. The backboard has been barren from the defensive side from Rising Avian.
I feel like so far with the plays that the Blues have been making here, most of my commentating has just been ooh, ah, like the oohs, the ahs,
It's
the
flashy. It's
fancy sounds. They are. And, you know, to have this be their first game into Rising Avian, already being 3 up with 5 goals total on the board here, that's a lot of prowess for them moving forward into the next set of games, especially because Rising Avian certainly hasn't quite found the success or really even the comfortability that clearly the Blues are in here with right now. Cryptic finding another one.
I do wish I got to see a little bit more of the previous matchup that we saw with the Blues. I actually didn't get a chance to catch any action from that series. I'm sure it was a great one because I wonder, you know, going up against the #1 seed, how they did fare. I'm sure it was a relatively close matchup, but even this one seems a little bit like the Blues are in a different league of their own. You know, they've got a star striker of Cam, you've got Crows doing a lot of fancy, flashy work, and then Cryptic has been holding it down on the defensive side. So the question is, how does Rising Avian even counter this? Because I haven't really seen too much star power from any player specifically.
That's the tough part of this, especially with the Blues finding a lot of momentum as the game went on here. So we'll have to find out if they, have any strategies moving forward, try to maybe focus a little bit more on the boost. But we do have a quick little break. Stay tuned here. We're just going to check in with the Nerd Focus and be right back in game.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Spickle's voice again.
It's just so majestic. Okay, wait. I wanted to see this again. Oh my goodness, that's just insane. First of all, it's like my brain instantly is like, what are you doing? But then it works. You know what I mean?
Right.
I initially see the setup and I'm like, this is insane. There's no way. But then somehow you've got Crows coming in with a crash. He gets the save, and then he was making a little bit of an error on defense, but overall the Blues, they were pretty confident the entire game one.
And they were snapping these goals past defenders as well. I think it's kind of the craziest thing. Most of these goals that they did make were somewhat defended, or at least it was an attempt at a defense, so it was really breaking through a lot of these rebound shots, double taps. A lot of good plays coming out of the Blues. They did win round number 1, so we're going to go into number 2 here and see how far the Blues can get in the losers qualifiers.
Nice little clear into the midfield. Double commit, not the best way to start things out for Rising Avian, but they are on offense. We didn't see too much of this earlier, but then another double commit. The communication has been a huge issue and flaw that the Blues have been able to take advantage of. And when you're double committing, when you get a couple of chances, if that, during an entire game, you're going to be pretty frustrated at yourself because those critical moments, those little opportunities, you've got to capitalize and punish right away.
Little Trolling is doing a very good job, though, of trying to reposition. Did a great job there of moving back to defense, but was the only player there. So after that ball was pushed away by Little Trolling, it's very easy for the Blues to just set themselves back up for this play. So the rotations a little bit loose on the side of Rising Avian as well, but you can absolutely tell that Little Trolling is really trying to keep things in motion.
Yeah, absolutely. And still seems pretty effortless from the Blues just because the goals they're getting are not necessarily handed to them. I feel like that's a little bit too harsh, but definitely they're not forced to work super hard to create these opportunities. It's just a matter of, if they can get that pass across or if they're accurate with their striking, because right here you've got a nice little touch from Anxiety, but then where's the follow-up? We see Crow running back for boost. communication is there, but then a miss. That's the first whiff we've seen in quite some time, and Cam actually swapped his car. I don't know if he's listening to me. I feel like they've got to be listening, because we saw Crow on the Venom, not really digging it personally, but then you also see Cam swap from the Octane. I don't know what to believe anymore.
I don't, and you know, I used to always comment on the car changes and whatnot, but really, when it comes to mechanical skill, yes, there is an impact on like how the vehicle affects what you're doing, but at the same time, you should be able to implement those mechanical skills into any vehicle. Right there, little trolling, almost finding one. Nobody quite set up for another offensive push, but you also have to have somebody moving back to the defensive zone. Somebody is there in focus. Cam trying to drift this one across. It stays in the corner, though. Trolling. Not a lot of momentum on these ball pushes. Ooh, gets it over Cam, though. Oh, man, so close. Little Trolling does get a shot on goal there. It's going to be cleared back once again.
Oh, almost a nice little touch there from Fisky, but couldn't find any contact. And they're keeping this ball in the corner, doing well of focusing on flooding into the midfield, as my dogs are even getting excited, or getting a little bit excited here for the Blues to at least hold on defense. Can.
Ooh, that was a close one. There are a lot of good opportunities that Rising Avian is making for themselves. The Blues is just a little too quick to respond as a team, and a little bit rough on the responding attack as well. Cam looking for something to find a clear, an aggressive push. Just going to get a little bit of a dribble until you get demoed out by Fisky. And another demo in response there. It's just going to be a rally, a derby rally, I suppose.
And this has been a much closer game. And, you know, you question why. I still would like to think the Venom, the car change from Cam, has a little bit to say. See, look at that. Guaranteed he would have hit that if he was on Octane. I'm not going to lie. If you go back to Octane, Cam, you hit this 99% of the time. But either way, you still get a good follow-up. And this bodes well for the Blues. And it proves that they've got a solid rotation, because if one person misses an opportunity, you've got somebody there to clean up and make up for that mistake.
And there is a reason that Octane is the standard. It's just a solid vehicle, and you have so much less of a chance, as opposed to something like the Venom, to accidentally pop the ball the wrong direction, or to have it tap the wrong side of the car. Look at that, Cam really trying to make some fancy plays, though. Even though he's not on the Octane, they with Crow's shiny wings are trying to show off how well they can do on these vehicles. Ooh. It is going to be a shot, and it will be a nice one there from Cam. Going to give him the first goal for him this round.
All right, I respect it 100%, though. The pre-flip and then that boost usage at the end. If he didn't boost there, I don't think he would have gotten the angle. He had to come a little bit more towards the ball, and that last little burst of boost is what gave him that power and that angle. So kudos to Cam finding the angle. Nice little shot. And 3-0. It looks like this might be another sweep here. It's all we've gotten, Jolly. It's all we've got.
It is. I don't want to push it that far yet, because Rising Avian has shown a lot of promise as this game goes on. Those two earlier goals, they have managed to secure a third one, but it has been a lot of back and forth now since then. Of course, Cam is going to show me up. Just dug another one behind them, and now it really feels like the nail has been put in the coffin for this round. It's only round number 2. This is a best of 7, so Rising Avian, if they continue to improve here, they might be able to get a round or 2 off of the Blues, and that's what we'd love to see.
I mean, the beginning of this game was pretty close. We saw some really solid offense at the beginning for Rising Avian. In the first minute, I believe it was, we saw them basically just stuck on offense. They couldn't get a finishing opportunity, but they were able to keep possession. So now it's a matter of building on that. You've got to get a setup. You need to move the ball a little bit more into the midfield, focus on passing, because you can tell that the Blues, they're going for backboard reads. They're kind of throwing a dynamic range of attack towards the offensive side, but we're not seeing the same thing from Rising Avian.
No, still occasionally a couple of these double commits. We just kind of saw it in the corner right there. Clearly the communication isn't quite as strong for Rising Avian as it very obviously is for the Blues. Cam is trying to set up for something here, and I'm kind of getting blinded to the amount of time that we have spent on the orange side of the fields here, just with the pressure that the Blues has been able to maintain throughout this entire game has been astounding.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a testament to their defense and how they're able to keep the rotation solid. Again, they always have somebody there to follow up, and we saw that even with the first goal. It's like they were going to work together, and they proved it since the very first 10 seconds when they got that pre-jump play. But the final few seconds, counting down, the Blues, another confident win, but this one started out I'd say more in the second half where they really took away anything that the other team had to offer.
Feeling pretty comfortable, and that's not a very good sign for Rising Avian. The
No,
fact
it
that you just said Blues are looking good as time goes on. You're right. 2 quick ones towards the end. It was a bit of a stall towards the mid-game, but in the meantime, I do think we're going to take another quick break. Did you hear? Is this one HEB?
Oh, it's HEB.
Oh, it's HEB.
You already know.
All righty, let's go check in with HEB. We'll be right back with game number 3.
The search for the next Rocket League team is sponsored by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at heb.com and download the HEB app today.
Take a look at these replays, and this is the first one. Not as impressive as this second shot that we're going to see here.
Yeah, and you can even see the difference in time as when this team score. I can't speak right now. What are you doing to me, Jolly? It's this headband. I have my brain, my IQ is expanded so much just wearing this headband that it's like I don't even know which vocabulary word I want to use.
I mean, I can't speak either.
And you took it off?
I did. It was, you know, it's a little.
No, just say it. Just say it. Just say you're not smart enough.
It's,
or
I'm
the
not.
headband.
I'm not. My head's not big enough to really like hold it properly. It's true.
Not everybody can have a basketball on top of their shoulders, but I'm a proud owner.
Well, you know, going into this next series, how are you feeling now? Going back and forth.
I'm glad that I got a little bit scared. What is it called? Cold feet. Yeah. Is that the saying?
Yeah, I wouldn't say you had cold feet because you pretty resolutely decided that Avian's Rising were going.
I mean, like I dipped my toes a little bit towards the Rising Avian, right? And I was like testing out the water. I was trying to see if the current was strong, if my toes were feeling flexible in the liquid. But then, as soon as I saw that first goal, it was over. The Blues, I had to go with it.
Yeah, immediately jumping out of the kiddie pool and into the deep end, I suppose. But they are looking really good. The Blues are continuing to look better. Not a single point was taken on this one by Rising Avian, whereas in the first one, you at least had the one there by Killer Anxiety, managing to get a point on the board. Still feeling good about sinking a point, but you gotta wonder. I mean, you were asking kind of before we hit that little break, what is it the Rising Avian can do to staunch the blood flow the Blues has created here? And I think this is kind of reminiscent of some of the previous games that we saw earlier here. Turtle is just that when you have a gap in, honestly, just mechanics, and really very much so in communication and cohesion of the team itself, there's not a ton you can do. You just have to recognize where your faults might lie and hope that you can move forward in other games and take this as a learning opportunity.
Absolutely. Oh my! Are you serious? What is this? Is this man on the battle bus? I have
serious.
No words. I have no words. He's got to be listening to me, right? There's no way you just casually, just equip this in a competitive matchup. I can't see a world. But if he gets a flip reset, I will forever never use the Octane, and I will eat my words.
Oh, there's one little trolling on one side. You definitely got a bit of a troll here in KM on the other side, trolling Turtle at least, that's for sure. But a little bit better than the last round. Not quite a big goal right at the very beginning. Rising Avian needs to try to get their communication down a little bit more. They need to try to stop with these double commits, and look at that. The first goal is going to be from the battle bus. Not a crazy flip reset, nothing too insane.
You're talking about, there's no way you missed that. It doesn't matter what car you're on. You can't act like that was flashy.
It's
no,
true.
I refuse.
Nah, it was flashy in that Cam got around 2 members in the corner there, was able to set himself back up. The battle bus got some
Here we go.
pretty
Come
tight
on.
actuation right
there. Oh, see,
there.
he was going for it. Dude, he's listening to me. I'm telling you. This guy knows. Either that or I'm just in sync with him somehow.
It's
he's going for some fancy.
The hat, it's tuning you directly in to Cam's brain.
Okay. There's a little bit of a list, unfortunately, for Rising Avian to fix. I think the first one you start with, though, is double commits.
Yep.
That's got to be where you fix a lot of the positional issues, because if you fix those double commits, you're already at a better spot to go for a 50-50, and you can at least hope you get a nice little pinch out into the midfield and then transition. That's where everything starts here.
Yep. Just focus. Honestly, communication is huge, and at this point in the game too, even when you know that you don't have as much communication, maybe as the next team, or your communication isn't quite as effective, the idea at that point is really just call out everything you see, whatever you can.
Yeah.
There's, I was gonna say there's no such thing as too much communication in Rocket League. I mean, there definitely is if someone's really annoying, but it's really helpful to just call out everything, and that will lead to successful rotations. That will lead to less double commits for this team. So Rising Avian just needs to start kind of calling out everything that they see, calling out the rotations that they are making, and ensuring that somebody is always on the defensive side. Woo! That one is going to help out, I was going to say, because otherwise things like this will occur. But Camp tries to take the shot, and it is touched away by the members of Rising Avian.
I'm still looking deadly, though. I don't like this.
It's
I
there
don't like
wants
this
to
one
get on
bit.
the defensive. That's the problem. It's most of this game, they can't get a clear.
I mean, even in the way they're rotating out, they're missing a lot of these backboard touches, unfortunately, and then the double commit, but they do get the save. But now, because the double commit came out, their transition out will be a lot weaker. They win the 50-50 in the corner, but not really going to do too much because a nice little transition back from the Blues, and they're already looking to take this ball out of their own half.
And really focusing on boost economy for the Blues and recognizing just how much they can expend to get to where they need to go, how much they can save up, and, focusing on the rotations as well. The boost rotations are incorporated with just the standard defensive and aggressive rotations. If you can incorporate the two of those together, like the Blues are doing, then you're constantly going to have superior positioning and superior boost control and economy.
Yeah, it's also that midfield boost is so important. I feel like a lot of people don't really talk about how crucial it is, because if you're not getting the midfield boost, a lot of players will just opt to, especially at this level where you're not quite yet at the top of the bunch in terms of competitive play.
Yeah.
A lot of teams, whenever they don't see that midfield boost up, they'll just opt to go all the way back just out of habit, because it's really easy to develop that habit in ranked. And if you can control the midfield boost, that basically means you have all this space to transition out if you're the Blues or Rising Avian. But it's all coming down to that control.
And the control currently is all in the hands of the Blues, and that is going to be another
no flip
one for
reset.
Cam.
No flip reset, not impressed. Doesn't count. A Battle Buzz, you cannot legitimately expect to use this. I won't believe it. Until you get a flip reset, I won't believe it.
I mean, I can't imagine later in the bracket if the Blues is continuing on here as it appears they will be. I can't imagine that it's something that Cam would pull out if they're up against, honestly, just a harder opponent. Oh my goodness,
Exactly,
did Cam just accidentally block that one away from the goal? I think he did. We won't spend too much time on that mistake.
Now he's
though.
going off the ceiling. What is this? The Freestyle Friday. This is unacceptable. Rising Avian, though, they're here. They're ready, man. They see Cam goofing off a little bit and say, you know what? I'm not going to let you do that. Don't disrespect me, because if you give me the chance, I will punish you.
That was a worthwhile one. Another one for Killer Anxiety, who also just got an incredible save on the other side of the field. So, hey, you know what? If this is what it takes, sandbag the Blues a little bit and then let them kind of let their guard down, let them play sloppy, take advantage of that.
Yeah.
That's something that Rising Avian has recognized. There's a little bit of a chink in the armor that they've seen.
45
and
seconds.
They're going
You
to do
never
their
know.
best to push through. There's only one more goal until they can find something to tie this up.
Who's going to be the one to do it? If it's going to be anybody, okay, never mind. Just
Yeah, that's...
take my question and just ignore it.
Yep, throw it out the window. That one doesn't apply anymore because there is no more equalizing goal available. It's going to have to be 2 goals just to set things up.
That one was nice. I'll respect the Venom shot. I'll respect the angle. That one was pretty clean. You get the touch off the backboard, and those ones are so deadly because it's very typical to get a double tap off of the top of the goal, where most people end up going for it. But if you see somebody going for the backboard touch, you're not even going to expect that one gets hit on the net just because of how difficult the angle is.
But the Blues are able to pull that one off. I mean, we're looking at players who,
Oh, yeah.
who you got to expect the flashy plays from. Clearly, the Blues have shown themselves as one of those teams. And Cryptic in the last 10, 11 seconds is going to really solidify things here for the Blues, putting them at match point. Now, nearly enough time for Rising Avian to come back from this one.
You also love to see the control. That first touch was flawless, really, and got around that first defender pretty easily. We've got Killer Anxiety. He had a PC reboot earlier, to try and fix a couple of issues. He said his Rocket League was acting a bit weird. The Strange's computer was having some kind of issue, so he rebooted. They are going to get a goal to go in this series, or in this game, excuse me, but might also get a lobby remake. This is very interesting, because at what point are you denying the fact that maybe you're just not up there in the skill, or maybe there are actual issues here, Jolly? It could be a sign of tilt.
That would not be a very good thing. However, you know, the fact that they locked in that second goal, they're still trying to play aggressively. It's a good sign for them. And look at the number of shots on goal that you got. 10 on the side of the Blues, only 3 there for Rising Avian, but 2 of them made it in. So if they can get these aggressive plays, they can really make shots, they can make goals out of them, but it's getting the ball out of the orange side of the field here. So we're going to take half a second, though, stop by Nerd Focus quick break, and come right back in to match point for the Blues.
Search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, packed with nootropics to help you focus while having energy to get through the day. Perfect for your grind. Go to nerdfocus.com today.
We're going to watch these replays. Majority of them having this battle bus. How do you feel
No,
about that?
I don't want to see the battle bus. That's the last thing I want to see. Okay, it's nothing against the car. It's just, you know, I'm a boring dude. Very routine. Okay, I don't like things out of the ordinary whenever it comes to serious business. And we're in the competitive field right now. We're sweating in these games. You can't be whipping out the battle bus, but he's still doing it, and he's doing pretty well. I will admit he's doing pretty well. However, Rising Avian, I love what I'm seeing from them on the offensive side. The question is, you know, how do they get there? They need to learn how to transition just a little bit better. And I think if they can find themselves on offense a little bit more, hopefully those opportunities will come and we'll get a closer game and potentially our first non-sweep series.
Hopefully. I'm really, you know, fingers crossed.
I believe.
The closer you get to the end of the bracket here, you know, the further down we go, as we're breaking it down to 8 teams here today, the more you anticipate these games to be a little bit more even-keeled, a little bit more fair-footed.
Yeah.
And that hasn't really been the case today. There have been there have been some close games, actually quite a few close games. You know, we had a little bit of overtime in the games that Leaf and Danger Taco were casting a little bit ago.
Have we had an overtime?
We have
I don't
not
think we
gotten a
have.
single overtime at all. So there have been close games here today. It's just still been sweeps. The end of it, even when it's close, even when it goes into overtime, that team with the upper hand has been locking in every single goal that they need to actually win the series.
It's still, you know, qualifying though. It's a common thing whenever you get teams that are kind of in the bubble scene looking to make it. The skill gap kind of cascades a little bit differently. I don't know how to describe it, but you can see that the skill gaps are a little bit more prevalent and that it's a bit more noticeable in terms of the mechanics of what we've seen today. A lot of times it's one team just is superior with speed, and at a certain point, if you are that much faster than the other team, it really doesn't come down to decision making or anything else. Those mechanics can just carry you the whole time.
It really can, and that gives you really good hope then for the top 8. The fact that we have seen these sweeps, we have seen such dominant teams, that means that those teams will be facing up against each other, and hopefully those games will be a lot closer. They're more fun to cast, they're more fun to watch, and you know, it's a
Are
little...
you implying you're not liking the battle bus action right now? Are
I'm
you
loving
serious
the battle
right now?
bus action. Are you kidding
Wow.
me?
No. I see what you said. I see what you
You're the one that was harping on the battle bus action. You can't turn that one around on me.
Ooh, that was a nice little pass from Cryptic, but then the overconfident play is going to end up biting them. My goodness.
No.
Rising Avian, they can do it.
They can. Goal number 1. All right. That's what I'm talking about. When they find these aggressive plays, their shots, the ratio of actual goals to shots is really high actually right now for Rising Avian because they've spent so much time on the defensive side of the field, but they're able to make these aggressive plays. Clearly, they can make something pretty happen out of it. They just also need to focus on the defensive rotations.
It's all about catching the other team off guard.
Help. That is not going to be it right there.
We were just talking about this. You gotta maintain the consistency, but then the battle bus. Actually, it's not the battle bus. It's the NASCAR now. Okay, now you know what? I feel better. I actually really like the NASCAR. I'm not gonna lie. I think that one probably the most viable alternative we've seen besides the Octane.
Let's see if these changes in vehicles really have any impact, though. I mean, the Blues have tied things up right around halfway through this match. It's match point.
Maybe a
And
flip reset?
There's no coming back from this for Rising Avian. If they're out, they're out. So close, Cam trying to set up for something. Throws Shiny Wings, doesn't actually get the touch. It's gonna be a nice little flip back. Little trolling, trying to stall that one at the 50 point, but that is right in the center of the field. Killer Anxiety looking for something, but Cam is gonna clear that one right back over Cryptic for a shot. It's gonna go high, but it's gonna be followed up by Crow's Shiny Wings. 2-1 breaks the tie.
There's little moments here for Rising Avian where they can get that counterattack. A double commit, though, sends, I believe that was Cryptic to the back of the net, but it doesn't matter because the setup, the positioning was just too good there from Crow. Nice little top corner down shot to gain the lead, and it has been relatively confident, but like I was saying, there's moments of opportunity for Rising Avian. It's because the Blues, they're overconfident, they're pushing up a little bit, you know, you understand it a little bit, they have those mechanics, so they're trying to use that to their advantage, but at one point, it might be a little bit too risky, and we can see Rising Avian, if they get that counterattack, they could bring it to them.
That is definitely the point of trying to play flashy like this for the Blues. Pushing forward, yeah, recognizing, hey, they might get a goal or two off of us, but the intent is that we get 3 to 4 goals for each of the one that they're able to pick up, and that's really been the case here. So we see Cryptic is able to get back. It is still going to be an aggressive play, a potential shot from Killer Anxiety, but no, it ends up passing over to Little Trolling. But unfortunately, Fisky is not in a position to continue an aggressive play. They are in a position to get an incredible save, though.
Nice little rotation there to the back of the net. Positioning has been better. We talked about it earlier in our series, the back post positioning, but Killer Anxiety, this is what I was talking about. And it wasn't even real aggression, or at least too much from the Blues. It was just a great, speedy attack there from Killer Anxiety to get past that third man rotating in.
Clearly the struggle of boost for these aggressive plays has not been as big for Rising Avian in this matchup. 2-2 feels great, less than a minute to go. This could potentially be in our first overtime here, Turtle, but honestly, I'm hoping Rising Avian is going to be able to sink another one and get us to at least a game number 5.
Going to come down to that third man decision making. That's what caught him off guard earlier for the Blues. They have the mechanics, but you're being too risky with the decision making, and there's some panicky play, a double commit from the Blues on defense as they move forward. You're going to need to see some solid defense out of Rising Avian because the Blues, they mean business now within the last 30 seconds.
Nice save back, though, by Killer Anxiety, and they are going to find potentially an aggressive play. It's gonna get a bit of a stall here, go into the corner. That might set something up for Fisky. Cam moving to a defensive position, though. Saves that shot from Killer Anxiety. Oh! Oh my goodness!
I believe.
So many shots on goal.
It's gonna happen. 0
player.
seconds. Jolly believe. Okay, never mind. Don't believe. We got our first overtime though. I'm happy.
We've got our first OT so far today. We'll see if Rising Avian can put one on the board, break the streak of complete sweeps. I don't want to see the broom again. I really don't want to see the broom again.
You know what? I kind of want to see the broom again. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know, just because I already flipped over the fence, I gotta commit. At one point, I just have to commit. Or do I? Wait, no, I do.
Oh my goodness, that was so close again. Killer Anxiety has, must have been chugging that nerd focus. A great save by Fisky because this player has really been popping off, getting so many aggressive plays. Crow Shiny Wings not going to allow that one to be a shot on goal. It is going to pop up in front on their half. Not going to be centered. Centered back across by Killer Anxiety.
Oh my goodness. What is that pinch? What? All the way out. We are seeing the most offense from Rising Avian that we've seen, I'd say, all series long. They have stayed on the half of the Blues for the entire overtime. They're throwing all the shots on net, really. But maybe Cam can make a difference. If you give that man one opportunity, it could get scary, and this OT could end.
Not going to be a shot on goal. A little to the left. Some really good stuff coming from Rising Avian. That is going to be a little trolling who gets demoed out. Fisky finds a bit of a touch here. It's not going to get out of the corner. It's actually going to round back out to the center of the field. Nope. Turn back around by little trolling. They cannot get the ball out of this corner, though. That one's going to do it. Killer Anxiety finds a solid touch.
I haven't seen the best performance from Crows in this OT. He does look a little bit nervous, kind of forcing himself to get a couple of touches, but with a double tap like that, maybe things could end early. The pressure has shifted a bit, but I don't see that aggression from the Blues. They have definitely calmed down a bit, and I think it's the seriousness of the OT that's forcing that.
They really have. It's true. Normally, you've got 2 members pushing up on these aggressive plays, but it took them a while to actually send a second member up. They kept 2 back for the defensive rotation just in case there was another solid clear from Rising Avian. That's a really good sign that the Blues are starting to gain some respect for this opponent.
Oh, flip reset, maybe. Not even the 50-50, but we've got Crows left alone. That's not a strong touch. And this could be the end, but even that touch alone kind of got away from Rising Avian, and 2 opportunities, 1 for each team, just wasted.
That was a really close one. Rising Avian, all members were completely out of boost. They all managed to find one of those corners or midfield boosts at the exact same time to be able to move back into a defensive position here. 2.5 minutes now into overtime. Possibly something good, but Cam finds the demo. A second demo onto Little Trolling. Killer Anxiety is the last one here. Cam turns away that shot and still keeping it as an aggressive play, even with 2 demos on the team.
Oh, no way. Off the backboard, Cryptic now into the midfield. Crows was waiting, but Cryptic went for the solo play, a little bit selfish instead of going for that pass out. We'll see if he changes that playstyle up a little bit, because those midfield passing, that's what we need from the Blues. It was working really well earlier for them, but we haven't seen too much of it.
Nice. Another little turnaround. Not so many, just powerful plays. You're not seeing nearly as many as we did see before from the Blues. Killer Anxiety finds a nice stall, but Cam has still been performing very, very well. It just kind of feels like maybe the other 2 members got a little too over their heads, a little too much of an ego for this game. They're still fine. Even if Rising Avian does sink this one, it puts it still at match point here for the Blues. So I don't think they're incredibly concerned, but their playstyle has certainly changed in the last 3, almost 4 minutes now of overtime.
Yeah, they've been slowly realizing that they need to buckle down a bit on the defense and stop taking such risky decisions. But even then, I thought this OT would have ended already, given the fact that we've seen a more passive Blues play style. So that's just got to be credit to Rising Avian and their defensive performance. They found the saves. They're getting touches like that throw off Crow. And while Crow did get a touch, the clear is not as strong, and it's because of that tiny touch you find in the corner and adding that little bit of pressure to make the difference.
Still on the Blue side of the field. Killer Anxiety's going to keep it here. A little trolling, though, won't get that touch as Cryptic pushes it away, and Cryptic actually gets bumped there. Iski with a nice touch over the Blues. Cam looking for the save. It won't be a backboard play, though, for Rising Avian to secure this one just yet.
Oh, Crows is in a bad position. It's over.
Oh,
the game has been won. Crows was in such an awkward spot, and we talked about this. We discussed goal line positioning, Jolly. Crows is paying the price of that positioning there.
Finally. Story for today so far was sweeps, and that is not the case anymore. Every single member of the team sinking one of those goals. 8 shots from Killer Anxiety, really putting the pressure on the defense of the Blues, and that is looking good moving forward now.
Oh, man, that's crazy. We saw the pressure. It was slowly speeding up for the Blues as they got more comfortable in that OT, but Rising Avian, their defense, just stood up for the challenge and held them off. That was, 4 to 5 minutes of straight OT where they just denied any shot from coming towards their net. They were able to rotate out, and plenty of offensive shots, plenty of offensive passes, and finally we don't get a sweep. We have made it. I didn't think we'd see it, but we ended up doing it.
And not just, playing well for the overtime, but that was really well played the entire final round. You had it tied up 2-2. Granted, it wasn't until the last minute that second, that tying goal actually came through, but still really, really well played. And we have a Game 5. You have no idea how excited I am.
I haven't even seen this map today. I'm happy. I just wanted to see Wasteland. I wanted to see a new map in rotation. We're here. We have arrived. No more sweep. And I want to see how the Blues play. I feel like we're going to get full sweat from these guys. And as I talk about that, we've got 1-0 within 6 seconds and it's going to be, of course, Cam behind the ball.
Yeah, I have a feeling too with this one. I mean, this is a big field too. I swear to God, it feels so much larger than all of the others. And so I think that's actually going to give the Blues a lot more breathing room. I mean, no pun intended there with the size of the room. Seriously, I think that Rising Avian was finding a lot of these really close plays that worked well for them. I mean, we're kind of seeing a bit of aggressive play already coming out from Rising Avian, though, so maybe our hopes shouldn't be shunted so quickly. A nice little steal away as well.
Well, the question is, how does Crows recover? He's the one who made that defensive mistake. He's probably feeling a little bit down on himself, but hopefully his teammates are there to support him and back him up as he gets back in here as that third man coming through. He finds good challenges, and we've seen good offense. Again, I think this is going to be a sweaty Blues team because you lose that initial game, and at the beginning they weren't necessarily goofing off or anything. They were taking it seriously, but it wasn't as locked in, I'd say, as we've seen them before. And I think that ended up hurting them in the end, and they lost the OT. So they're here, they mean business, and they're serious.
Hey, it's enough that Cam, I don't know if you're happy about this, but Cam has swapped back over to the Octane.
Oh, no way. That's full sweat right there.
Yep, that is absolutely full sweat, but if you get a demo on the defender, that means you got an open net. A little bit of the sweat probably evaporating now as the Blues have a 2-0 lead.
And that is a play that I saw them trying to get in the OT of the previous game. There were several demos on the field, but the interesting thing about demos in Rocket League is it's all about the timing. You could get every single player demoed, but if the timing isn't proper and you don't have that set up after the demo, it's basically worthless because they just respawn again, obviously, and get back in net. So you need to find that timing. They do it for the first time in this game, and it's a typical routine play for the Blues.
And those demos actually can sometimes hurt you if it's bad timing. If you're placing a member back in a defensive position, like let's say you're trying to get the ball from your defensive side to an aggressive side, and you end up demoing somebody on the way and they spawn right next to the net, you could potentially be setting up a defenseman for the opposing team. So you got to be really careful with those demos. Right next to the enemy goal is the best place to do it, and Crow's going to find a little bounce right over Killer Anxiety.
I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see a fake because you could see Little Trolling was just flying past the ball. Usually you get faked out if you see one player come across and start to freak out a bit, but fortunately enough, if you are on the side of the Blues, there was no hesitation on that strike. And we've seen cleaner play from them, and like I expect, a little bit more sweaty, a little bit more locked in and focused.
3 in 2 minutes. Killer Anxiety finds a demo here. Might be able to make an aggressive play out of this, but that's one of those situations where you end up setting up a defenseman for the opposing team. Cryptic is not going to get that backboard shot. Double touch, not quite low enough, and oh my goodness, that was almost a horrible double commit right there for Rising Avian.
Oh my, is that going to go in? Don't tell me we get the save. We do get the save. That's what I'm talking about. That's the OT defense that we saw from Rising Avian earlier.
Got to get that communication up, though. That was a really scary double commit. That would have been another goal there for the Blues if it didn't happen to go in their favor, if they didn't bump each other in the perfect way right there. And we have spent a lot of time on the orange side of the field. There's a lot more of it this time around in the Wasteland. But Cryptic taking this one up and around the corner. Gonna find that second touch and find a solid clear.
I do like this offensive pressure that we have seen out of the Blues pretty much all game long. They are not letting Rising Avian get out of their own half, and when they do, it's going to have a response by defender and then a clean little touch or follow-up there from Cam. I thought Cryptic was going to go in rotation, but Cam decides to do it all himself. Nobody else even got a touch. This man went from his own goal, nice little touch, the follow-up, and then got his own little shot on net.
We saw that from Little Trolling's perspective, who literally just stopped. I don't know, I'm sure you recognize that. Just like, yep, that's a goal. That's another one. They get past.
Drop the controller.
Little Trolling just stalling out right there. Need to switch over to the automatic, it looks like. Cryptic's getting a nice trip to Crow. Shiny manages to pick up on that play. Only a minute and a half is left for Rising Avian to find 4 goals just to keep themselves in this game. Not including a potential overtime. Cryptic finds a demo. Another shot on goal, but it's going to be saved by Cam. Even the shots on goal that Rising Avian has been able to make, they've barely been counted as shots. Yeah, they've immediately been turned away. They haven't even gotten close.
Well, and it just shows in the scoreboard. You've got 2 shots for Rising Avian compared to the 13 shots from the Blues. And really, we're not seeing too much. And the one chance they do get, you got a double commit now here from the players on the side of Rising Avian. A clean little follow-up. Cam doesn't even want to score that one. He says, I want one that's a little bit more difficult because that's just unacceptable. I can't do anything that's not a flip reset. Actually, I haven't even seen a flip reset, so I'm a little bit disappointed. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, no battle bus, so.
Exactly. If he was on the battle bus, guaranteed flip reset.
Yep.
That's the greatest car in the game.
Precisely. Crow's shiny wings, though, gonna immediately turn that one away. Miss a shot, followed up with a goal.
Sweat mode has been activated for the Blues, as it looks like they are going to be moving on. 31 seconds left. There is little to no hope. I don't think I've ever seen a comeback like this that wasn't a complete intentional throw. Other than that, we've got to see the Blues moving on.
Yeah, absolutely. Very little time left from Rising Avian. I mean, there are too many nails to pry out of that coffin, unfortunately, for them to be able to keep themselves alive in this. And look at that. Thanks to Cam, a nice little pass over to Cryptic, finds yet another one for the Blues.
This was a very impressive shot with the Dominus as well. It didn't look like he added too much to the ball, but there was a goalkeeper who was a little bit better positioned in the net. That extra touch would have thrown him off and probably ricocheted into the back of the net. The Dominus so good at doing that and finding a solid redirect. But we've got the Blues yet again coming out on top. But I'm just happy we didn't get sweep. That's all we asked for,
Yep.
and we definitely got it.
It's true. They do end up going down here. Rising Avian 6-0. Oh man, that was almost gonna make it even worse for the team. But they still took one off of the Blues, and they gotta go home happy with that, bringing them into overtime. 4 to 5 minutes of that, still making it work out. 17 shots right there coming from the Blues. Only 2 from Rising Avian. The Blues really cracking down there on that last round.
Ooh, and I'm excited we get to see this pre-jump play again. Oh goodness, the flick was phenomenal, and then we also got the pre-jump, which you barely even see. You have to re-watch that play again to really understand what happened, because in the moment you're just like, what happened? How was there a shot so quick? But there was a little bit of resistance given from Rising Avian, but overall it was just a little bit too soft. Didn't have that firepower that they needed. And we are going to see the Blues move on. But again, I'm just happy. No full sweep, no broom this time.
Yeah.
We've got what's like the next tier up from a broom?
Next tier up, or like something slightly worse?
Something slightly better. Because like technically this is what we want.
Wouldn't that be,
Why would we want something worse?
Would that be like one of those push brooms that they use at schools?
Push broom?
You know,
What is
like
that?
the mop looking things, but it's actually a broom. The janitor just walks around all day shoving that thing around.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
They're huge. What? All right. How?
Well, vacuum is like S tier, but I don't know what is in between, like a rake.
I'm pretty. Oh,
No?
I mean, no, it's definitely
Well,
a push
if you're
broom.
doing like
It's
yard work, you never know.
definitely a
Come on.
push broom. Come on.
I think a rake is the next tier. That's just my opinion.
I would never use a rake inside my house. Well, how much
What if
is
you got
on
like
your
turf
floor?
inside
Yeah, how
though?
much
Then
is
what are you
on-
gonna do?
I feel like you'd still want to vacuum turf though.
No, there's no way.
Wouldn't
There's
you
no way.
imagine seeing your neighbor with a turf lawn out there with a vacuum cleaner every week?
But inside the house through the window, the rake. That's what we need. That's the meta. That's the new way. Get the rakes out, not the brooms, because you get 4-1. I say we start calling 4-1s rake. I'm down.
I'm not, but okay.
It was a good rake. It was a good rake series.
It was a good rake. Yeah, I feel like that makes me think of raking you over the coals. You know, that sounds just like a sweep to me.
I have no idea what that is.
Rake? Oh my goodness, where is your culture, boy?
What do you mean?
Getting
I'm wearing the
raked
Nerd
over
Focus
the
hat.
coals,
That's all I need.
Come on. Getting raked over the coals, please tell me the chat is at least aware of these things.
I'm wearing the Nerd Focus hat. I'm doing everything
not
I'm
helping
supposed to. This is all I need to know in life. Okay, I know the 2 flavors. I've tasted them. That's literally all that I need.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's cutting off the blood flow. You know, you're saying
Whoa,
it's
whoa,
helping
whoa, whoa,
circulate,
whoa.
but maybe it's a bit tight on that basketball head of yours.
It's too dense. You can't. My skin is like 4 inches. Okay, you just can't.
That's why the head's so big. It's just all skin.
Exactly. Oh my.
So many good shots.
Oh yeah.
Crow's shiny wings. You know, really good. Obviously, Cam that's expectation. Really good setups from Cam and Cryptic. Bro Shiny Wings had some really, really
yeah.
fancy plays, and the consideration that you got the Venom as well on top of it.
The Venom was looking good.
It
not
was.
gonna-
Hey, yeah, the
Venom was
first little bit you were venomous about it. You were
But
not happy.
oh, stop with the puns. But you saw Cam. Cam went back to sweat mode, and when he did, he was like, "I'm gonna go Oct." So
Yep, he did.
there's really not much else to say. That proves my point for me, and that's all there really is to say.
Crow did stick with the Venom the whole
We got
time.
the rake.
Now we'll see. We got the rake, I guess, is what we're going with. It's Turtle wins. You win. It's not worth fighting, Turtle.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ever at all. So we are currently setting up an interview here with a member of the Blues, but honestly, I'm stoked about the fact that we saw our first non-sweep of the day. We do have one more series as well after this. So an opportunity not just for another sweep, but maybe for like a game 6 or a game 7.
What's the next tier up above a rake?
That's as
I'm
high
looking
as
this
I
up.
can count. So
what is the category of a broom or a rake? What would I categorize that as? Like cleaning tools?
hard
Cleaning tools.
cleaning tools.
10 best cleaning tools for my home. Let's go.
It's gonna give you
This
like
is not what I'm
Clorox
talking
and
about.
stuff.
Nah,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
gonna
like
get-
this is like a sponsorship.
Nah.
There's not even nerd focus in here. What are they doing? This is just unacceptable. I'm going with like a broom. No. A broom with the handle thing. What's the handle thing called? You know what I'm talking
dustpan?
about. Right? A dustpan. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's the next tier. Let's see a dustpan sweep, which is a 4-2.
That's a 4-2, not a 4-3. What's a 4-3?
4-3 is just a vacuum.
Okay. I like how a dustpan is better than a rake somehow. It's kind of necessary for both. All right,
how
you
that
know
works.
what? We're gonna toss it over to Fickle, getting an interview set up. We're not doing a break before that, are we? All right, yes, we are. We're doing a break. When we get back from that break, Fickle will have an interview set up here with a member of the Blues, and then we will be getting into the last series of the day, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Sheesh, this grind is making me hungry. Yo, guys, give me a second. I'm gonna order.
Jeez, this is gonna take forever.
All right, I'm back.
Whoa, you back already?
Yeah, man, quick and easy on the HEB app. Let's get it.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to The Search, the next Rocket League team. This is sponsored by HEB, where you can go to curbside delivery for free for any order that's over $35 or more. All you got to do is pull up to the parking lot. There's a specific spot for you to park in. All you do is text a number to the specific number that's on there, and they come out and they put the groceries directly in your car. No contacts at all. It has been wonderful during the times we live in. When I lived in Texas, I don't live there anymore, but I sure wish I did. So shout out to HEB. Make sure to go to their website at heb.com or download their app right now. So let's get an interview coming underway. We have Crow's Shiny Wings from the Blues joining us on the broadcast today. Can you hear me, man?
Yes, I can.
Hey, man, how's it going? You are quite infamous among the top players for wanting to be pro. You want to introduce yourself to the rest of the stream to let them know who you are and what you do?
My name is Crow Shiny Wings. I've been playing this game for a while, and yeah, just trying to grind, whether it be RLCS or CRL.
And you guys are actually in CRO with this very similar roster, or CCA right now during the summer series, with this Columbia College roster. So that's phenomenal that you guys are getting this practice as well. Going to get your little bit of history here. You know, when did you start playing Rocket League, and was there a content creator or pro that kind of inspired you to start the game?
Honestly, I've just liked sports for a while, and when it first came out, I saw only really one video about it, and just the way it wasn't that interesting to me. But over time, as it just appeared more and more on YouTube, I saw it and just wanted to play esports stuff, really. It's been the competitive drive that's kept me going and got me started in the game, and I started playing it just after Thanksgiving in 2016.
Is this your first attempt at esports you've ever done?
Yeah, this is the first thing esports-wise I've tried to do, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair for most of the people that are doing Rocket League. I feel like for Rocket League, you've kind of had to commit multiple years to it before you can actually legitimately have a chance to become pro, because there's no translatable skills from other games to this game. You could take an FPS pro or you could take an RTS pro, or you could take a fighting game pro, put them in Rocket League, they're on square one. It is a completely different ball game. Just throwing that out there. Well, let's talk about this contract. I know this would mean the world to you, someone who's always been dedicated to wanting to go pro, taking that next step, always looking inward to drive forward. So talk a little bit about what this really lucrative contract would mean for you and the rest of your team.
I think it means the same to the majority of people doing this. You can look at other teams like Vibrance and Team EXE, Square One, all these teams that are just trying to get a contract and help propel themselves into higher echelons. You can see with I believe Square One has Karma on it, and you mentioned how other esports don't really have many transferable skills over, but the mentality of continuing to move forward and just continuing to grind, to take whatever opportunities you're given and try to make them count is something you can take over, and this is the opportunity a lot of people have been waiting for. And yeah.
I think you put it perfectly. I think the mentality is one of those skills that is paramount to being successful. And I'm going to open the floor to you a little bit before I let you go to talk a little bit about any of the Crow Shiny Wings haters out there who have doubted you up to this point. Do you have anything to say to those naysayers now that you're moving on into the next qualification process?
Hopefully I do better, or hopefully we do better against Vibrance next time. That's basically it.
I think
just
you guys
gotta pick
got
up the speed more.
You guys got pretty shafted in that bracket draw. Personally, I think you guys could have probably made it against a different team, but you're through it eventually and you got there. So I have no further questions. If you want to give me shout outs before I let you go, then it's all you, man.
Well, obviously, just all the organizations that invest in esports like this, like CCA and so on, giving everyone the opportunity to come out and play Rocket League. Thanks to all of y'all.
And what a fantastic game it is. Thanks, everybody. That has been Crow's Shiny Wings, aka Crow Show. You can find him and his team, the Blues, August 21st, competing to win this contract from Beasley. Thanks so much for joining me on the show. All right, so that was Crow's Shining Wings, everybody. Look out for their team, especially with his wonderful Venom decal that is apropos to his name. That is appropriate to his name and is apropos of the regular cars that normally we see in the RLCS, which is Stocktane orange, no toppers. Don't like to see that. All right, guys, before I lose my mind, we got one more match underway. It's going to be one singular best of 7 to determine the last of the 16 spots we have determined all throughout this qualification process. And the last match will be between Absolute Fracture and Odyssey. You're not going to want to miss the conclusion of qualifier number 2. We'll be right back after this break.
Let's go.
Sheesh, this grind is making me hungry. Yo guys, give me a second. I'm gonna order some food real quick.
Oh, jeez, this is gonna take forever.
Alright, I'm back.
Whoa, you back already?
Yeah, man, quick and easy on the HEB app. Let's get it.
Back, everybody, to the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle for the last time today, and we have a huge shout out to Nerd Focus, which is one of our main sponsors for today's broadcast. It is packed with nootropics, which is the new and hottest energy supplement blends to help you throughout the day without giving you those extra jitters that some of the other energy drinks might give you. Since this is our last series, I thought I would just go ahead and just finish this off on. There's like this much left on stream, so I'll just go ahead and tap it. There we go. Wonderful. So if you guys wanted a little bit of a science lesson, it actually has GABA in it, which is gamma aminobutyric acid, which is an inhibitory complex in the neurotransmission system, which prevents these neurotransmitters from going and binding to receptors that makes your mood kind of tank, and it has those actively. So it inhibits the bad moods and makes it good for you. So in case you ever guys wanted to look on the side of the label, which I've been doing in between breaks in the broadcast, it's pretty interesting to look up. So enough about me and science. Let's talk about Rocket League. So Turtle and Jolly, welcome back to the broadcast. We have another tweet from Nindo. Quote of the day: I've been a yonkhead for years at Danger Taco / hashtag the search. I'm thinking about that one to this day. Any yonkheads in chat? Let me know. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Yonky Donk going forward, but that has been the best name of the broadcast so far. Turtle, you're looking a little confused over there. Did I lose you, or are you?
That was
all
too much
good?
science for me, dude. I was waiting.
I understood all of it.
Science. I understood
every word.
So much of it. Yes, I agree. I
because
would
this
have
is my
to concur.
Third Nerd Focus today.
Okay.
I think they're limited on 3.
They
Jolly.
said 3, so this is the last one. You know.
Hey, I'm on my second one. Okay, I'm still, neurotransmitting my spectacular fongals to grab onto my dislocating raptors.
What was that one word you used right there, Turtle? You want to go back on that one?
My dislocating raptors.
Yeah, well,
Science
not
right
that
there.
one. We'll talk about the other one. Okay, guys, last matchup: Odyssey and Absolute Fracture. And just to give everybody a reminder who's on these rosters, because I need a refresher as well. On the side of Absolute Fracture is going to be Blaze, KX, and Solus. And Odyssey, which we have not seen today, is going to be Kronos, Ertzi, and Rad Moves. Turtle, you're my resident ranked grinder. Any of these names pop out to you here?
Well, I'm still on the same path where it's like Blaze from Fracture has always been ringing a bell. Solus has been ringing a bell, but honestly, I think that just coming off of what we saw from Fracture earlier on, I was impressed a bit with Blaze. I like Solus and his dribbles. It was a sweep, but I still think they proved to be quite aggressive. I think that's what I want to see coming out here, is the same level of aggression. And just the nerves. Sometimes we've seen a lot of nerves with these players, especially when we got into OT. Jolly, remember last series? We got into OT and everything changed. I would like to see a little bit more consistency from at least one of these teams.
Yeah, they lost to Nefarious, which, contrary to popular belief, is an actual word.
Hey, crazy. I don't know how that word even exists. Like, who's in a conversation is like, quite nefarious
villain.
indeed.
Every
What?
villain ever.
That's none. There's no way. Show me a video.
Dubious also would be another.
Okay, well, dubious
adequate
is
synonym.
like, that one makes a little bit more sense though. That's like basic level vocabulary, so I understand it. But nefarious, that's too far, bro.
Have I taught you nothing?
No,
All right,
absolutely
well,
not.
Moving on to someone who's a little more versed in literature. Jolly, looking at these teams, you guys saw Absolute Fracture taking on Nefarious in the previous match you guys casted. We haven't seen much of Odyssey, but are you confident in Absolute Fracture with their caliber that they were in the upper bracket? Or were they just not performing up to your level of expectation?
Oh, I'm confident in them. Honestly, KX, my boy KX, seriously, this guy, played absolutely phenomenally in that matchup. All right, and this is a team that had Evan RL and Cheese RL on it as well, so you gotta assume there's still a lot of cohesion and communication for this team, because they just left a few days ago, actually. So solid players, and KX really impressed me in that earlier matchup that we saw against Nefarious. So while they didn't win, while they were swept, yeah, I gotta feel that they are going to come out successful on this one.
Okay, well, let's put it to the test and get into predicciones. over to Turtle. At last, last best is 7. You know, hang on. For good measure, I've got my broom here. We don't need it anymore, so I'm gonna toss it over
Get
there.
the rake. Get the rake. Get the rake.
I wish I had a rake as a
Let's go grab the rake. Get the dustpan. Exactly.
I have a dustpan still.
Oh,
vacuum.
all right. then we're
Vacuum. Vacuum.
You want me to just go get a vacuum? Don't you
get the
want me throwing this
Little
stuff over
handheld.
here?
Quick.
A little handheld thing.
I don't think I have my handheld in
One of
here.
those little sharks.
I can go get one. Hey, you want to go do your prediction while I get one?
Yeah. So for my prediction, I'm gonna go for. You know, it's a little bit tough. I think that Fracture would normally take the dub just because what I saw from them was actually pretty promising. It was one of those sweeps where it was close, and I thought that Fracture was putting up a fight, and I could see it shifting a little bit with momentum. But Odyssey has a little bit of a SSL tag sauce on him, so I'm gonna go for Fracture.
Okay,
All right.
He's got Fracture. Jolly, what about you?
I'm gonna go for a dustpan for Fracture as well.
Okay. Is that a 4-2?
Hey!
That's a 4-2, right?
That's a 4-2. I want to see 6 games this time. All right. I have. It's very possible the Fracture could give us a rake instead. But I'm hoping to see 6 games. I'm hoping to see a dustpan come through. But I'm gonna give it to Absolute Fracture.
I'm going full S tier robot vacuum. We're
Okay.
seeing 7 games here. 4-3.
The vacuum.
4-3 in favor of Fracture.
I think that's Roomba.
You want me to get the whole vacuum?
No. I didn't even see the. Did you show the vacuum?
Yeah, he was
right
here, bro.
He had it on his face.
Dude,
for
I
several
have.
seconds.
It's
You want
because
me
I'm
to-
so egotistical. I have my own box on the thing in front of your face.
You want me to do a little bit? I can
can't move
suck
it.
you off of the
Yeah,
camera
no,
over there.
What?
Like, just
You can what?
I can. I meant to say
understand.
I'm going to vacuum you off the camera.
I understand now. I understand. Thank you.
Bro, just get over here.
He's like, I'm just gonna keep this in front of my face.
Correct. Correct.
All right, everybody. Match is ready. It's going to be absolute. I can't even do it. Just go into match. Turtle and Jolly, take it away.
Thanks, Fickle. We love you.
Oh, man.
It's gonna be Odyssey
Man.
on the blue side of the field. We're gonna see Absolute Fracture on the orange side of the field here. I'm kind of not hoping for a vacuum now.
You know what? I'd rather have the rake at this point. To be honest with you, I think the rake's gonna come out. Do we pronounce HZ as Hertz? That's what I want to do, right? Is it Hertz or is it HZ? These are the hard-hitting questions.
They really are. It is Hertz because it's Hertzy is the other name that we've got. So
See, that's cool. That's cool.
Yep.
You got
I got you.
little short rendition of your name. I like
Yep.
I like that branding.
Hertz does get a bit of a pass here. Let's see if Kronos can take it up around the corner. They do, and oh my goodness, no way. It barely gets saved out. KX, I was talking about how good this player
wow.
is, but you can't get 2 saves back to back like that. Rad Foods finds the first.
Can I jump over the fence? I think I might go to the other side. Rad moves. I love that positioning. There was a really quick follow-up. We saw the back-to-back miss from, I believe, Kronos and Hertz. You're right, 30 seconds. That's all it took. And then Rad moves, which is in position and in the perfect spot to get that follow-up. I think that bodes well already. We even get bumps. Okay, this could be a rake for Odyssey. I'm not gonna lie.
Could be. You didn't even call out really what you thought the series was going to lead to. You did just say Absolute Fracture, so you gave yourself a little bit of leeway there. I will give you that. All right. Look at KX with the double demos, though. Come on. This player is absolutely insane. Recently followed me on Twitter. No big deal.
Oh, fancy. Wow. You didn't have to flex on me, but it's
I had to. I did.
It is what it is. You know what? That makes me feel soulless. Get it?
Oh, would you look at that? You get putting a blaze on me, huh?
I had to do it. Okay. That's too far. I can't even see. I need a faster
Those are some rad
refresh.
moves right there, though.
I need
will
more
say
Hertz on my
that.
screen.
I
You know
will
what I'm
say
saying?
that one really hurts, actually.
Oh my! You're actually too good at it, though. What the heck?
Oh man. All right. Okay. All right. That's enough puns in a row, back to back. Yeah.
Lock back in. Okay, we're gonna see. I don't know. Fracture is kind of scaring me right now. I'm not gonna lie. I feel so bad for being flaky on these teams, but it's like you can just kind of tell. You can just tell right away that the skill gap is definitely there and something that needs to get talked about because Odyssey, they're making it look easy.
Okay, I have a feeling, honestly, not gonna lie, KX has had the saves, the shots, like, I feel like Blaze and Solus need to kind of step it up right here, right now.
Right. And here's the thing. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm not going to lie. I really don't. I don't know. It's like consistency. It's like you can tell when a team, at least for me when I'm casting or even just watching Rocket League, you can tell when a team is getting a bit lucky and finding solid challenges that just end up going their way. But there's a difference with the positioning. I mean, this is a whole nother level so far from Odyssey, where they're playing safe, they're playing smart, and the decision-making overall is just better. It's not coming down to anything small like mechanics or a lucky pinch. It's just more than that. You got the demos, you've got the fake flip reset. This is what I'm talking about. It's like, what are you going to ask for more out of this Odyssey team?
Oh, that was absolutely beautiful from Hertz here. You're right, was looking at the fake flip reset, and Rad Moves also had bumped Solus or Blaze out of the way anyway. And you had the third member literally moving in to get the second bump on the other defender right there if it was necessary. So it's looking scary for Absolute Fracture. And Solus got a really great save there. KX is going to get a shot on goal, but it'll be turned away right there by Hertz, who is, my goodness, showing up very heavily on this team.
And I will let it be stated, let it be known. I think that's the phrase I'm looking for that my brain decides to break down with. Rad Moves is a Season 2 Supersonic Legend, and normally I wouldn't think that matters, but in these matchups and in qualifiers like this, I'd say, you know, ranking actually does mean a whole lot of a difference. But we got the first goal here from Solus, breaking through the defense and just comparing the styles of goals. You've got, you know, a 50-50, which was great, solid positioning, but in comparison to the goals we've seen from Odyssey, we rarely see ones like this.
Man. That one was just rough. That was a completely open net from the side of Absolute Fracture. You had two members going for the ball right there. Solus not able to pick up the boost and get back to a defensive position in time. And now, I mean, we've got a little bit under half of this match left to go, but you're looking at 4 goals up for Odyssey. That's a lot of points already put on the board in general for round number 1.
Oh yeah, I liked what KX was doing on that cheat as well with the kickoff. He was trying to get a quick little follow-up, but just a little bit too risky, and those are always difficult to do whenever you're going for the kickoff.
It was very slow.
You want to have aggression off the kickoff. Like, I understand it, but it's a little bit too risky. But 5-1, you've got to put risks on the table and go for something a little bit new if you want to have a comeback.
They've still got a bit of time, almost 2 minutes left. Some opportunity here for Absolute Fracture to get a little bit more comfortable here. Hertz is going to find a demo there, so that might make things a little bit more difficult for Absolute Fracture, especially when 2 members miss the hit on the ball there. That's going to be a perfect center for Odyssey. It's not going to go through, though, as the crossbar saves that one out. But Hertz is going to keep this one on the orange side of the field, and once again, I might be blinded by this color.
And I think that all Odyssey wants in that situation isn't even the goal. I mean, they just want to keep the ball on the other side, waste as much time as you can, get game 1 wrapped up here, because 1 minute and 10 seconds with only 2 shots from Fracture. Meanwhile, 10 shots from Odyssey. Demos coming out from Hertz. There's the ball continuously getting pushed into their own corner from Fracture. I mean, this is way too much aggression, way too many demos to handle. I don't see them coming back, but looking to game 2 here, Jolly, I think that for Fracture, it's tough. It's like, what do you really pick up? Because they don't have the speed to match them, so do you just stay a little bit more passive and just let them come to you? It's such a difficult question whenever you're getting outclassed with the speed and mechanic department.
Yeah, you know, I think just cleaning up the rotations would be really helpful. Like, you got these open net situations coming out from Absolute Fracture, even for a couple of seconds, like that moment, you know, you got to consider that was an open net, even though Solus was able to get there. So got to clean up these rotations, and right there, 3 members in the same area that potentially could have crossed that shot and just didn't have the response time to do it. They didn't have the positioning to be able to actually get anything here. So I want to see a front post, back post, and an aggressor. I want to see that rotation come into play heavily.
Yeah, 100%, and even off the backboard, it's going to be difficult to make that read too, because of the way that I think it was Hertz who positioned it. He had it roll off the top of the stadium, and that's one of the most difficult reads to make in the game. You know, you don't know where it's going to go, if it's going to bounce down, if it's going to bounce out, excuse me. But in the final 5 seconds, a 5-goal difference between these two teams, even more, especially if we're looking at shots, and that's going to go in favor of Odyssey. We'll see if they can keep this momentum going up for the rest of the few games.
6-1 is not the best way that you want to start things off here, but Absolute Fracture at halftime. It is best of 7. In the meantime, though, we are going to take a very, very quick nerd-focused break here. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with round number 2.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Take another look at these plays.
He's beautiful. That man Fickle. He's just beautiful.
Yes, you didn't see his face there, but we heard his voice.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you really need, especially to come into the replays and see the domination from Odyssey after the Fickle commentary. There's really no other place I could be in besides just a paradise, really.
Well, might be looking, just with the way Odyssey's playing here, it could be a sweep. It could be another sweep. I really don't want to see it. I want the broom. The broom was tossed away.
It might come out.
And we might have to get Fickle running off camera to go pick it back up again.
I think that it's all about this next game. I feel like if Fracture don't start building momentum or at least any amount of confidence early on in this series, I think it's over. It's too late into the day. They've had a long tournament, and then even the first goal now is going for Odyssey. This is where they need to push back.
What? Hold on. What?
Wait, what just happened? I don't even know.
Oh my gosh, it was so good. Getting it on the bounce as well to ensure that it doesn't actually pop up and tap that member of Absolute Fracture. What a play right there to kick things off. And they're not going to slow down anytime soon. We're already back here on the orange side of the field, already finding demos done by Rad Moves, and already another shot and goal from Hurt.
And to say this is expected, I don't think is an insult to Fracture. I think it's more or less just a compliment of how well Odyssey are playing together, how much they're flowing. And I'm excited. This team looks very promising, even though we've got, I think they're on the Ghostbuster car. What is this? Why does everybody swap cars, man? I want to see full sweat on the Octane Dominus. That's all I ask for. Maybe a little bit of Fennec. That's fine.
Well, if Odyssey doesn't really seem like they are sweating at the moment. Absolute Fracture, absolutely. It's like, that Peel gif.
Oh, my goodness.
Just
Chronos.
ripping down, and oh, my gosh. And you know what? There's the teamwork that they're looking for. Hurts flying in to sink that shot.
This man is literally turning the other team into a bunch of ghosts. Because after you witness that, it's over. It's over for you. There's no way you survive that. That's right.
Y'all are busted now.
Okay.
And 30 seconds, basically 33 seconds in this game, and it's 3-0. It does not look like the pressure is going to slow down from this team whatsoever.
Now the question is, do they continue moving forward with the same style of shots? We've seen a lot of teams get complacent whenever they're winning and they're doing it in such a dominant fashion, really. So I'm curious, do we see too much aggression from everybody on Odyssey where maybe Fracture can sneak in a couple of counterattack goals here and there, and that could be something to get the ball rolling at least? But other than that, I really don't see how Fracture can get back into the series, especially when you're seeing goals like this happen from Chronos.
Barely a minute in the game and 4 goals under. Absolute Fracture have not been able to put anything on the board here. It is looking more and more like this might turn into a sweep unless Absolute Fracture can figure something out. But you're absolutely right, Turtle. I mean, what can they do? At this point, we're seeing, just like we've seen in a lot of these other matchups, just a mechanical skill deficit for sure from Absolute Fracture. Odyssey has just got such a collective play style here together, and at this point, based on that, they can continue to play the way that they want until it fails. That's kind of the idea. Is yes, you can, and some teams get complacent sometimes. They do tend to use the same strategies over and over, but if it continues to work, no reason to change anything, right? Until Absolute Fracture actually figures out how to play against it, you might as well continue to find successful plays like that.
Yeah, and they're just not stopping either. Literally, this is probably the first time we've seen a potential sweep, at least, where a team hasn't gotten complacent. The first minute and a half, we've just seen Odyssey bring their full force, full offensive power to the front lines and attack Fracture every single goal. They're not letting up. They're not giving them any space. They don't want to go for any extra freestyle-y plays. They're, like I said, not getting complacent in. It shows. 5-0, not even 2 minutes in. We're about to pass the 2-minute mark. into this game, and we've seen such a dominant showing, and I wanted to see game 2. I wanted to see a better performance from Fracture where they can get themselves back into it, build the momentum, because once we go into game 3 where Odyssey are looking this dominant, I mean, I don't even know how you get back from that tilt. It's got to be difficult.
Very tough. We saw Blaze just try to get a pass down there to Soulless. It didn't come through, though. And in these aggressive plays, normally what we've seen in the past, you know, for in these kinds of games where we do have a sweep occurring, or one team is mechanically better, you at least get some, you know, some solid plays from Absolute Fracture, but they haven't been able to find anything. Odyssey interrupts every single play that they attempt to make, and they're really on. They're just not even able to get into the proper positioning necessary to deal with this Odyssey team. Not even including the mechanical difference for these guys.
And on top of that, Odyssey are just controlling the boost. It's as simple as that, but maybe this could be something. Okay, 2 minutes and 4 seconds left. We see Blaze put in a fiery shot, dare I say, in the top corner.
I got you. You're getting into the real bad puns, huh? I got just sunk into this one. Looks like, all right, Absolute Fracture. Chug a little bit more of that nerd focus. All right, nice little setup there. Brad moves to turn it away, though. And it is just under 2 minutes now. You know, there's still a chance. 4 goals in just under 2 minutes against a team like Odyssey doesn't really seem possible. They're finally got the ball over here, though. It's going to be turned back away from Rad moves, and it will go through. KX finds another one, 5-2.
No way. I think the mechanics are there for Fracture. That was great moves from Soulless to get the dunk and then find a double tap. And then the save coming out from Rad moves was phenomenal, but it wasn't enough because the follow-up from Fracture, they were in position, they were ready, and maybe we get the comeback of our dreams.
It's very possible. Getting 2 down.
Oh
Look at that! It looks like another one. Blaze finds a 3rd goal, and
There is no way.
left and only a 2 goal. What just happened in the last like 15 seconds of the game? This is insane.
All I know is that there was a poor clear, and nobody from Odyssey was back in net. That's all it takes for Fracture to get back into the game. 2 goals. I never thought it was going to happen, but we've got a game on our hands.
Certainly do. Minute and a half, a little bit more left. Odyssey now recognizing, hey, maybe we need to be a little bit more careful. And they were focusing very heavily on continuing with these defensive rotations. They haven't been leaving the goal open at all for Absolute Fracture. That was really good recognition from Absolute Fracture. You got to make these quick plays. And if you get one across the field in time, if you can find the follow-up, absolutely possible here. Blaze is going to try to get it clear. Tap back, though, by Kronos into the corner. KX trying to turn it away, but it might end up being a center here for Hertz. But a good save by Soulless. The barrage is beginning, though,
Oh
and
my
it's so
goodness.
hard to prevent these from going through. Soulless finds a demo on Rad moves, and even with that barrage, they're going to clear it out.
Kronos is going for some crazy physical plays, too. He's the main player on Odyssey who's getting demos involved, who's trying to be a bit more aggressive with his play, and it shows. The effect at least shows in the gameplay. You can see that Fracture, they're unable to rotate out a little bit. You can see that they have a couple of double commits. KX is actually moving out a little bit too early. Nobody's back on defense, and that means this clear is going to be pretty wide open for Rad moves to move down the field and potentially waste a couple of seconds off the clock.
KX, though, might have set themselves up for something here. Kronos gonna try to stay humble. I see that there in chat. Told you to stay humble. Clay K did. And then 3 goals came through, but it looks like it's going to be okay here for Odyssey in round number 2 as the last couple of seconds tick down. Absolute Fracture, though, making a heck of a comeback.
I think, if anything, this actually gives me more confidence in the Odyssey win, which sounds a bit weird, but it proves to me that when Odyssey do have a couple of mistakes and they start losing that massive lead, they don't panic. They keep their performance solid. They find consistency, and they didn't let it get to them. And you can tell that they were able to close out this game within the final 2 minutes, and that's what they needed to do. And I'm happy for the boys, but still, Fracture, there's a chance. A small one, but I believe.
And you know what? Hopefully they can get a quick little refresh for their mental here going into round number 3. We are going to take another quick break here. HEB, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The search for the next Rocket League team is sponsored by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at HEB.com and download the HEB app today.
All right. That-
Ghostbusters, baby.
This is Ghostbusters, and oh my gosh, Kronos making so many amazing. This was probably one of the most impressive setups there by
Yeah,
Kronos, and then Hertz
absolutely.
comes and follows it up, and it certainly hurts, don't it?
You know
When
how
get
impressive
gold.
this performance was from Odyssey?
How impressive?
My dogs that are in my room had knocked down my backdrop. They're going crazy. And that's how excited they are for this Odyssey win. I don't know what it is with them. I don't know what they're doing, but maybe they had a little bit of nerd focus. You know, they got that energy involved. And you can see it's coming in clutch. Okay.
I wouldn't. I don't know.
Look at them in the background. You see them right now? Literally, bro, I don't know what they're out of control. I don't know what to do.
I don't think we're supposed to. I wouldn't suggest, letting your dogs into the nerd focus staff.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Just imagine my dog.
It's
jacked up on
because they're
caffeine.
reciprocating the aura. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you drink the nerd focus, you feel good, and then as a result, your dogs kind of reflect that same level of energy, knock down your backdrop, and then everything just kind of crashes.
They absorb the nootropics.
Yes.
From the air around you.
Exactly.
It emanates
Thank
from
you.
your energy. Yeah, there you go. Excuse me. We are going to take a very quick break here, though, before we get back into these matchups. So please stay tuned. Just gonna iron some kinks out here, and then we'll get right back into the final series here today for the search.
Welcome back, everybody, to the search for the next Rocket League team. Per the admins, there has been a forfeiture, and it seems that this news has rocked the world so hard that Turtle's background has been dominated.
It's
by
not
his
me.
dogs.
I have a 4-month-old puppy that I wasn't supposed to watch. I got him thrown onto me, okay? And they are just, I told you, the aura of my nerd focus, it's radiating in the room. They can feel the energy, okay? And it's kind of got them going a little bit psycho, but that's okay. As long as they're not barking, we still see the nerd focus. I got the hat on. I'm feeling confident. That's all we need.
All right, so the official ruling has been Absolute Fracture has forfeited after game 2, and Odyssey will be moving on. So we will not play the remainder of that game. However, Odyssey still maintains that qualified position, and Absolute Fracture is no longer. So that's the final teams. We got all 8 teams decided from Qualifier 2. So to go down the list for you here, Vibrance, Frequence, Nefarious, Square One, and help from the bracket there. On the lower side, it's been a large chicken, Odyssey, and the forfeiture of Absolute Fracture, Zookeepers, and the Blues. So we've had a total of technically 1 game that has been won by the losing team in the entirety of all 8 games on broadcast today.
Wow.
That has got to be a record or something.
That's insane. That's unreal. I'm surprised we didn't even see like a throw. You know, normally in qualifiers, the nerves get to teams fickle. You start to throw. I've done it myself, but hey, we saw some consistency and even a couple of random forfeits.
So I will say that the level of competition has been higher today, in my opinion, from the teams that qualified last time. Because we saw that most of the teams that qualified on day 2 did so in the fashion that some of the opponents didn't show up, but it was Team.exe, Board, Dream, Jolly Roger Esports, Catch-22, Lights Out, Isolated, and Beppis. Those were all 8 of the teams from Qualifier 1 that have made it onto the finals, and now we have the 8 we had qualified from today. So that's 16 total teams. And we're going to be smashing them into a bracket starting on August 21st and 22nd for a 2-day event closure of this grand final. Remember, what is on the line here? It is a 1-year minimum contract for $5,000 per player per month. That is ridiculous salary, especially for a Rocket League professional team, one that has yet to be proven in the RLCS just yet, but it could be their time. Thoughts on this event all day as well, Jolly? I know we've seen a lot of sweeps here, but have any of these teams jumped out at you as maybe taking it for the rest of the entire tournament?
You know, it's tough because we had so many one-sided matches. So many teams looked amazing, and because of that, it's kind of hard to stack them up against each other. You know, Nefarious was making some really solid plays. I got to give my love over to Hockey on that team. So they did incredible. But then, honestly, we really can't discount also Square One. You know, that was another team that was really huge. Those first 2 matchups that Turtle and I got to witness were pretty insane and seemed a little bit held back almost. So I got to say that those are probably 2 of the teams today that I've really got eyes on coming forward or moving forward with the bracket, the top 8.
I'm looking at the rosters that qualified from the first qualifier, and the only one there that really jumps out to me is Team.exe, which again is Knight, Monster, and Stealth. A good roster that has competed in the RLCS before. And then maybe Board would be the other one, which is Soulflares, Prime Thunder, and Nitro Drift. Those are the only 2 teams that I think probably are maybe competitors to go into the finals. Who knows? But we've got 4 really good teams going into it that I know already from this particular qualifier, and that's Vibrance, Nefarious, Square One, and Zookeepers. All top 4 seeds made it into the end, as well as Frequence, Odyssey, the Blues, and there was one more that I missed, but I will get to that shortly. Turtle, I can see your pupper in the background there.
They're going at it, dude.
The little guy's
they're
name?
going to war. I don't know what happened. I was just vibing here. They were napping. Everything was great. And then the forfeit call came through, and they're like, no, unacceptable. And they just flipped the table. They flipped my backdrop. They destroyed it. everything is going horribly wrong. I'm just glad that there's not a broom in the vicinity. Okay, we didn't get a broom. There's no problem here. We well, wait, no. Technically, would we consider that a sweep?
On the bracket, it says 4-0. I think a DQ scoreline normally says 4-0, and it defaults to
So it is a
the
sweep.
losing team not having any wins. So yes, it has been a sweep technically.
It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't matter because the good thing is we have this fantastic tournament going on. We've got our beautiful sponsors. And again, I love the format of this, what's on the line. I don't think I've ever seen a tournament or literally any other format similar to this before. And now they're playing with it's just great. It's a great all-around time. But seriously, the search is amazing. You've got so much on the line. As a pro player coming up, I know what it's like to feel like you don't have any opportunities, you don't have anybody backing you, but then to have a tournament where if you grind hard enough, if you show up, if you perform well, you get not only a fantastic partnership, but also some safety. It's almost like you can finally relax a little bit. You get acquired by an org, by a team, and you're ready to compete. And this tournament, there's a lot riding on the line, Fickle, and there's too many good teams. I can't even pick one.
And even for the teams, too, that, don't make it through, if you manage to get into the top 8, if you manage to get into the top 4, the viewership on this is just going to increase. So even being able to get a little bit of stage time, not actually on a stage, but at least being casted, being able to show off your individual prowess, there's still opportunities for maybe some scouting to happen and for some of the players to get a little bit of clout thanks to an event like this, whether or not they take first place.
Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Jolly. I think that's going to be it for you guys, though. We have one final interview, but I'm going to have to say so long to you guys until the next time, which will be August 21st and 22nd, which is in 2 weekends from now. So make sure to tune back in to this URL and say hi to, what's his name, Turtle?
His name is Appa, but we can call him the broomstick. That's what he's been giving us today.
Well, thanks to Turtle, Appa, Jolly, and I know she has a puppy as well, but it hasn't terrorized her background. But we're going to say bye-bye to them, so thanks so much for joining us on the broadcast.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, we got one more interview coming up, and that means we got to thank one more sponsor. We have HEB from the Future Pro Cam. So they actually sent me a bag of goodies here that I've actually torn through most of them. Nice little disposable bag. And they've sent me some of their own home products. These are actually some of my favorite. It's like it's a Oreo-esque cookie, but the middle is actually flavored with a cinnamon filling instead of like a regular vanilla. Super good. They also sent me these 100-calorie roasted cashew packs that you can see I've already dipped into actually. And there's just like perfect little snack size things for the go. You gotta get your branched chain amino acids from your peanut products. So shout out to HEB. Thanks so much for sending the product and sponsoring the event today. Let's bring in Kronos from the side of Odyssey. Hey, Kronos. I see you on the screen there. How's it going today, man?
Good. Yourself?
Good. A little bit of an unexpected turn in that last matchup, but you guys were looking really, really good in the first 2 games, at least. We didn't get to see the end of it, unfortunately. But it's been a long day for you guys so far. How did you end up in the lower bracket and then were able to kind of stomp on this upper bracket team? How's the event been so far for you?
I mean, we went against a really good team on day 1, so of course that would bring us down, and just kind of came on and played. Don't have any big expectations, but if we win, we win.
I mean, that's good motivation coming into it. You don't have your ego or your hubris to get in your way. I've been asking everybody, but let's get into it just a little for formality's sake. Where and when did you start playing Rocket League, and were there any content creators or pros that inspired you to start playing?
I started playing, I want to say like 2017, 2018. Like I haven't been playing for too long, and honestly, no, I looked on my Steam, I got my PC, and I had Rocket League in my Steam already, so I was like, okay, I'll launch it up, whatever.
I gotta say, that's probably the latest answer I've heard so far. Most people are saying like 2015, 2016. I think there was one 2017, but 2018 is like the latest I've seen from any of the interviewers that I've done. So you're definitely ahead of the curve, so to speak. So that's good. So I'm glad you guys are getting into it. Tell us a little bit about how this team formed, this Odyssey roster. How did you meet your teammates?
Honestly, man, I'm just coaching this team. Their third couldn't make it, but But you know, if we do win this, then I would be joining it, of course. But yeah, that's kind of it. I messaged them. I was like, "Hey, you guys want to coach? I got some experience, and I'm playing with them because I'm also their sub."
So who was the one that was not supposed to be here today?
Honestly, they don't really have a third right now, so I'm just kind of playing.
You're just the flex fill role. I got you. No worries. So, I mean, I guess what would this mean to you guys to go on and win this contract? You know, it seems like you guys are kind of just having fun being here in general, but like, what would happen if you win? Put that what if format in front of my eyes.
I mean, I can't speak for the other guys, but for myself, I'd be able to pay off my college. There's a lot of benefits to having the contract, and I'd be able to get money just playing a game.
I think a lot of people have also said that they wanted to pay their college tuition off because it ain't cheap. I'll tell you that much. And even if you take out loans, etc., it's always nice to have that security at least for a year while doing something that you love. So that's fantastic. I don't have any more questions for you, but if you want to give any more shout outs to anybody that's watching, friends, relatives, teammates, etc., the floor is all yours, man.
I gotta shout out my boy Riz, and you know, that's the main guy right there. But I might leave it with one last thing. I gotta say the Ecto is the best car in the game.
Is that the
Ghostbuster
Ghostbusters
car?
one? Yeah, that's what I thought. I've not been up to date with the car meta, but it's nice to see something besides Octane Dominus or even Finnick. Even when Finnick was released, people were like, "Oh my God, somebody's using a new car," right? And then other people are like, "Oh, it's just the Finnick again." You know, I think we need that next car to shift up the car meta, but
yeah, that's why
I'll leave it to that. But thanks so much, Kronos, for joining me on the show. Good luck to your team. That is going to be Odyssey. Moving on to day number 2. All right, moving on to grand finals, which is 21st. Thanks for joining me on the broadcast.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Kronos, that was the last broadcast we have for today. So all we have to do here is thank our sponsors, make sure HEB and Nerd Focus are getting their reps in. I have my can here. It's done, right? But I enjoyed it throughout the day. Kept me energized. It's been a long broadcast. I think we're on like hour 8 right now. 8 best of 7s for Rocket League action. And thank you so much for Danger Taco, Leaf, Jolly, and Turtle, as well as Appa, Turtle's dog, for joining us on the broadcast, as well as technical directors, admins, producers, anybody that I missed in the background, our A1s, our replay operator, going through the list here, so make sure not to forget anybody. Make sure to catch the next broadcast and tweet it out using hashtag the search, because it's going to get more intense coming August 21st and 22nd. That's in 2 weekends, where we will be deciding who will be taking home this $5,000 per month year contract. Just to do a little math for you, that is $60,000 a year net salary. I mean, taxes, of course, at the end of the year, but that is still even more than you would probably make coming out of college. So the bag is real, and I hope you guys will support the players that are able to earn that bag. My name has been Fickle. Hope you guys had a good night, and we'll see you next time.
Sheesh, this grind is making me hungry. Yo guys, give me a second. I'm gonna order some food real quick.
Oh jeez, this is gonna take forever.
Alright, I'm back.
Whoa, you back already?
Yeah man, quick and easy on the HEB app. Let's get it.
Let's go.